right. All right. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. PPI came in at 6%. Forecast was 4.8%. S&P is just off the lows after that announcement. We're up 5 handles for now. Okay. All right. The NASDAQ 100 is only about 15 or 20 stocks green at the moment. Okay, let me just put it on Bloomberg. Yahoo's been really stupid lately. The people they have on just talking nonsense. Doesn't really help us much in the markets. Bloomberg a little bit more, and plus you see the data feed on the right side of the screen. That always helps out. Different asset classes and what's going on around the world. Okay, let's get Bloomberg started. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May the 13th, 9:27 a.m. We've got just over 2 minutes to go. 9:28. Okay, all the New York fangs are off a bit. AAOI is trying to push a bit higher. AAOI. Okay, it's up at the top of yesterday's candle. Okay, let's see. All right, UNH was up over the last few weeks. UNH healthcare stocks, it's inside of yesterday's candle now. RXT is up. RXT Rackspace, brought to you by Mondo a few days back, last week, I guess, right? Thursday, Friday, something like that. Friday gapped up. Okay, so that's Rackspace. It continues. All right, look, we'll be at 10 before you know it. I should have taken another 10 calls. Okay, we got about 20 seconds to go. So PPI is at 6% versus 4.8% forecast. Okay, we are up. RXT, a little profit taking there inside of yesterday's candle. AAOI still moving here. AAOI is up nicely. Okay, we're adding a few stocks here. Okay, looking at Micron, Marvell, chips are at it again. All right, so much for that. Little pullback yesterday. Frano being sarcastic. Crash of May 2026 over with. Okay, the New York Fangs are mixed, so that's telling me to keep an eye on risk. All right, energy stocks trying to bounce. Oracle trying to turn back up. Okay, chips are pretty big today. Chips active this morning. Micron, Marvell, Texas Instruments, NVIDIA, top 5. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of energy stocks also catching a bid. Marvell moving higher. I see Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments, okay. TOS got about a 5 millisecond lag here. Switching between charts. I have to reboot here. NXPI. NXP. Okay. Micron. Let's see what Oracle looks like. Oracle inside day. Gapping up. Okay, we're headed for 190. Oracle. Okay, Oracle looks like it wants to run a bit. Oracle. Chips. Everything is chips this morning. Oracle turning up. NXPI looking good. It's up 5 and change. Texas Instruments up more than $10. Analog Devices, ADI, up 12. Geez, what the hell is going on with the chips? Is there some news out that I missed this morning? That's what I get for running errands and not paying attention to the markets. I apologize. I had to get some stuff done, though, unfortunately. Nobody else is going to do it. My son still sick. Apple looking good. Okay, IWM. Okay, Bitcoin. All right, back off from the 200-day. So we're going to have to take a little bit longer approach to get back above. All right, so there goes NXPI. All the chips are up this morning. ARM Holdings. Let me see if I want to add to ARM. ARM from yesterday. Okay, nice little bounce. See if we can follow through on ARM holdings. Okay, ARM. Let's take a look at what hedge flows are saying so far. Okay, hedge flows. All right, we're just kind of jumping around here. All right, so we got support down here at 73.75 and resistance at 74.20 presently. 0 day, pretty much the same. We got a lot of positive gamma in there. Background. Okay. Okay, notice all the red towards the right side of the screen. A lot more than yesterday, so look for volatility in the session today to start picking up afternoon. Okay. ARM holdings. Chips. Chips looking good this morning. XPI. All right, they're up. Already starting to see a little profit taking. Marvell, big gap up on Marvell. Okay, Marvell's on the watch list again this week. We were looking for a breakout of this consolidation. It's probably going to go. Marvell, let's see, maybe take some Marvell. I don't know. It's gapped up quite a bit. ARM, Marvell. Let's keep an eye on Marvell for now. Marvell. Okay, Nokia gapping up, headed back towards 14. Nokia, little gap up. Okay, futures falling a bit from the highs. Futures, not a good look. Not a good look. We got hedge flows turning down. Okay, got a ways to go to get down to support down here. All right, 73.75 is support. S&P. Is a 96 percentile. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but 73.75. Support resistance. Resistance 74.20. All right, NVIDIA, I'm watching that too. All the chips look good. Marvell looks like it wants to break out. Tempted to take some Marvell. Looks like it wants to run. Marvell, breakout. I'm going to try it. It's early. Marvell. Oh, there it goes now. Shoot, the bid's going to start ripping higher. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to be able to get in. The bid's going to go ballistic here. No? Huh. All right, I got in some 180, 185 call spreads. I'll get out before 10:30. Marvell, June, 180, 185 spreads for the breakout. Watch list. Targets. Okay, there goes Marvell. Breaking out. Okay, looking at the breadth, we only have 114 stocks advancing on the S&P 500, only 36 on the Q. So the breadth really stinks. So day trading for now. Okay, Marvell. Okay, Marvell on the move. I'm going to keep an eye on this for a minute if you don't mind. IonQ, AAOI, kind of taking a break at the moment. Marvell. Marvell, I'm going to exit before 10:30.
Interesting look at the markets as they develop early on in the session. Speaking of developing, we come back, we're going to talk about the transformation from a Bitcoin miner to an AI compute provider. It seems like
Marvell still pushing. Marvell, nice rally there on Marvell. Okay, let's see if these Bollinger Bands can open up. Okay, Marvell's still going. Watch Marvell. Marvell breaking out of consolidation. It's on the watch list. It's on the Marvell. What? I thought it was on the watch list. Huh. Oh, we talked about it in the weekend video. Okay, so that's what it was. Talked about it in the weekend video. Looked at that consolidation, Marvell. We liked the consolidation for the breakout. Okay, so here you go. This is what we were looking at. Marvell for the breakout.
may resume in less than a minute.
Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market and hundreds of other candidate races.
MBLL.
Prediction markets alongside your stocks.
Okay, looks like we're going to go this way. MACD's turned up. Marvell continues. Marvell. Mhm.
Visit BloombergLive.com/invest.com to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital. QBTZ.
Marvell. Little profit taking.
STK. BIBO. APLZ.
Bill doesn't just move money. We give your business the power to eliminate complex financial issues. Our platform is
Okay, all the New York FANGs are down except for Apple, looks like. Google's trying to push and Meta's trying to push.
RKLZ. BNET. NBIZ. WHWK. APLZ. RGTZ. HSBC.
Marvell, more profit taking. Back to VWAP.
CRCD. BIBO. CRD. REPL. IREZ. RKLZ. LITZ. BNET. WHWK. RGTZ.
Anyway, finally, Bank of America raising its price target on Nvidia to $320. They expect AI sales to continue to accelerate.
CRCD. BIBO.
Mara continues to shift its focus from Bitcoin mining
WOK
to
halted to the upside. HSBT may rise in 10 seconds.
needed to fuel
SLS.
AI.
Okay, Marvell fading a bit.
RKLZ. BNET. SNTQ.
Long-range energy and power in the great state of Ohio.
RGTZ.
Mara. Fred Steele joins us now. Fred, great to have you on the program. I'm really excited to ask you about this transition because if you're
AIO.
mining Bitcoin, you
CRCD.
essentially need a ton of
BIBO.
compute, a ton of power
IREZ.
running rigs that hold
All right, NVIDIA pulling back. NVIDIA.
Can you just make a
LITZ.
Future's still pulling back as well. All right, hedge flows continue to drop off. All right, Apple's starting to fail now. Apple. S&P. Okay. We're 19 minutes into the trading day. Hedge flows continue to drop off. Chips are leading. Marvell, Texas Instruments, Analog Devices, Micron, Empower. Okay, Walmart. I see Walmart jumping around there too. Walmart. Let's take a look at Walmart. Walmart's on the move. Walmart taking out yesterday's high. Walmart. Okay, that has earnings next week. Walmart continues. Walmart looking good. Walmart. Marvell, nice little pop and fading. No follow through on that pop. Looking for the breakout.
RKLZ. CCC. IREZ.
essentially change out, the chips or the servers in order to make them neo cloud data centers? Not quite that simple. What we need to do is, it depends on who the tenant is. If it's somebody who's going to run enclosed that has cooling and power infrastructure to support whatever compute they're going to put it in. If it's inference as opposed to training, you can do modular, which is faster. And our sites are today set up for conversion to modular that's very easy. If you're going to build a building, you have a construction time frame that's a little bit longer. But essentially, the key thing for our prospective tenants, whether it's a hyperscaler or neocloud or whoever, is the power's available today, the land is available today. All they have to do is essentially sign the lease and start the process of construction.
Fred, do you have anyone that's actually signed CCLA binding agreements with any of the hyperscalers?
No, but we have very active engagements across 90% of the portfolio, which is great. We have very competitive process going on in some of the sites where people are looking at capacity, how quickly they can get online.
Right.
And our expectation, as we've said before, is we'll announce 1 or 2 leases by the end of this year.
I guess, Fred, there is this fear, I mean, on this sort of idea specifically, that you build something without a lease. And with every CapEx cycle, we've seen this thing repeated.
All right, here we go. One more time.
Fundamental that we don't have enough for AI data centers right now. But then a lot of times something happens that changes the scarcity economics. Innovation, efficiency gains, the AI race, rather the CapEx race finally plays out. I wonder what is the risk if that happens.
Let's see if this does in fact break out.
Two companies that turn to be AI. What is the risk that something changes in this cycle and means that scarcity economics isn't there anymore?
That's a great question. I mean, a couple of things. One thing, we don't build in advance. So
Hope everyone had a good evening. Looking for Marvell to break out. Marvell. Okay, ascending channel. Okay, here we go. Starting to go.
Gives us a huge advantage, we believe, over our peers, in that we have a partner who has signed multiple leases with all the top tier providers. They have built in EPC and construction. They have built and delivered multiple data centers to these premier partners, and they know how to put them into operation. They know how to reduce timelines, they know how to reduce risk, and then also, they share in the equity contributions. And our sites are put into each of these joint ventures, if you would, at kind of predetermined values, which we think is just a very capital efficient way for us to proceed in this business.
All right, Fred, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate the time. That is the Morai Chairman and CEO of RBI. Coming up, Bloomberg analysts mapped out China's missile sector for the first time and found an industry rapidly increasing in revenue. That's today's big take. We'll have it.
All right, I just noticed something on the Marvell chart. Looks like institutions were picking up shares up into the previous breakout. Looks like we're going to go here. Looks like we're going to go. All right, I put a limit order to sell at 250. I'm practicing something that I was talking to a friend that works over at SMB Capital in the city. Not really a friend. He's an acquaintance. He asked that I not mention his name, but there's something that they do every day when they take a trade between 9 and 10 o'clock. They're out by 10:30. It's a rule over at SMB. A lot of times I'll attempt to get something a little bigger, and I'll keep waiting for the bigger moves. Those stocks, they just keep going all day long. But over SMB, they did an analysis of like 5,000 stocks, and the majority is like 70%. Whoops, sorry about that. Got a loose connection every once in a while. It rears its head. Sorry about that. So they have a rule. They've analyzed about 5,000 trades from all of the traders that they have on staff. They're prop traders, and it's like 70% of stocks will fade around 10:30 as institutions get their fill. If institutions are buying this breakout, they've been loading up this morning. It gapped up. You can see how it gapped up. Looking for this follow through, but then they start to slow down on their purchases, and that's when you start to see a lot of times. If you go back and look at all your charts, look at 10:30, 11 o'clock. AMD does it a lot. It'll fade. So if you're going to trade options, you get in early in the morning. Make sure that we're going to start watching the 10:30 period and see what starts to happen. Okay, I'll be out of this Marvell trade before 10:30. So I got in at $1.96. We're up quite a bit right now. A bit. All right, Google looking good. Google, Walmart, nice follow through on Walmart. Here's Marvell. Marvell, second leg, third leg higher. 1, 2, 3. Okay. UNH. Okay, let's keep an eye on Walmart. Walmart looking good. Walmart has earnings next week. All the New York FANGs, profit taking this morning. Looking for Microsoft, NVIDIA, Netflix, Tesla to bounce, along with Amazon. Google is going right now. We took some Google, added to some Google yesterday, 400, 410. Actually, we rolled that. I just realized we rolled that to 400, 410. Okay, Google's on the move. There goes Walmart. Walmart looking good.
Research in that Xi Jinping has found that some of their missiles weren't even real in the past. That's part of why he's taking the military apart. Does that have anything to do with this?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think, again, China's aim here is to have an overwhelming conventional ballistic missile force that it can use to do anything to Iran, to keep the West away. But it also is part of this military buildup in general, where Xi Jinping wants to modernize the military, and this is part of it.
Jerry, thanks so much. Jerry Doyle,
Walmart. Meta, nice little follow through today. Meta. IONQ, pushing a bit higher. IONQ. Faded off the high. IONQ, Marvell. Let's see, IONQ. Okay, IONQ with a little fade. AAOI. Trying to break out. Watch those Bollinger Bands are starting to open up. AAOI. IWM, no leading. I was looking for it to lead this week. Didn't happen. Micron, gapping up. Oracle, inside day yet again. Still consolidating above the 21-day. Could be worse. Looking for follow through in Oracle. Okay, NXPI fading. Okay, can we get one more shot on Marvell? Marvell, one more leg higher. Okay, Marvell's not breaking out further, so I'm going to go ahead and take this off. Okay. Oh, shoot. It's already back down. All right, I'm out of Marvell. Okay, I was expecting it to keep going. It didn't happen. Marvell.
How can an insight and data help us deliver reliable energy?
Okay, neighbors, in 10 seconds. RXT.
A
fact is the future of money to others. We see crypto as $1 trillion. So others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Google, Meta going. Google and Meta going. All right, Google, Meta going. All right, there goes Meta. Meta's on the move. All right, so I took Marvell off.
Meanwhile, producer prices rise the most since 2022, driven by war-fueled energy costs.
And those war-fueled energy costs are accelerating consumers to buy more electric vehicles, transforming the American highway. Stop pilots Adam Wright joins us later this hour to talk about that and the high price of diesel.
And we begin in Washington, D.C., where the Senate has confirmed President Trump's nominations. The Fed board is the next step. The chambers vote on
Marvell, I'm out. A few pennies on that trade. No follow through. So watching Walmart. Walmart performing better. This is the kind of thing I was looking for with Marvell. Just to rip higher. 20 candles up. A few stalls. All right, Walmart. Might actually take some Walmart off here. I've been holding on to Walmart for a while. All right. Let's see if it can maybe follow through. RXT. What's RXT doing? That's one that Mondo brought to our attention. Rackspace last week. RXT, I believe on Friday, right? It gapped up. RXT looking good. Okay, Meta looking good. Meta on the move. Okay, Meta. Now, this is another thing. I was talking again to my buddy over at SMB, acquaintance over at SMB Capital in the city. When you get a string of bullish candles up, okay, this is a 3 minute string of bullish candles up. If you start to see 3 fading candles, it's a signal to get the hell out. They're talking day trades only. They'll trade between 8:30, 9 o'clock, and 10:30. They're out by 10:30. Then they wait until the evening session, unless they got a really strong stock, in which case the whole group will start trading it. All right, so we got some nice action here on Meta. Meta continuation. So Meta's looking really strong. Is there any news on Meta? Let's go check. Okay, we got Walmart starting to fade, so I'm going to go ahead and take Walmart off. All right, Walmart. All right, Walmart, I'm out. Bought some Walmart yesterday. Yesterday, as it started to build off of that bounce at the 50-day over here. Okay, Walmart. I saw that move off of Monday. Yesterday, it started off just below halfway, and stochastic RSI was turning up. MACD was turning up, so we took that for a swing. Took it off this morning, thinking that it was going to run for earnings. Earnings is next week on Thursday. You could stay in this. I'm just taking it off. I'm going to reduce my exposure. This is week number 7. Week number 7. The market's just, I don't know. I don't trust it. So short-term trades, anything in May. I got a few things in May. Most of my options are in June. You might be saying, why did you take June for Marvell? Maybe I could have taken a shorter DTE. I just decided to do that just in case I changed my mind during the trade. But I'm out of Marvell anyway right now, so let's see what Marvell's doing. Marvell. Okay, so it looks like it wants to keep going. All right. So I would only hold this up until about 10:30 if you're day trading it. Google's still looking good. Google. Meta. Meta, nice little rip on Meta. UNH. All right, what's UNH doing? UNH has been up over the last few weeks. Last few weeks, UNH has been hitting the highs. Let's go over here. UNH. So the Joe K over at Option Hawk mentioned healthcare stocks or catching a bid. And you can see this is the weekly chart on UNH. This probably headed up to that red line overhead. That's the 200 on the weekly time frame. Okay, so UNH looking good. Meta's been consolidating down here. Okay, Meta's been consolidating, so we're looking for Meta. We had a 20, 50-day cross here. Okay, this is the 50-day. The 20-day is turned down. Okay, 200-day, 50 days right there. Meta, nice follow-through day. Back into the range. Google. All right, so back to UNH. UNH. Breaking higher. UNH looking good. All right, so we got a little bit of a consolidation towards the end of the day yesterday on UNH. This trades on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, so you got market makers on the floor. They'll trade their own accounts too. Okay, see if there's a bid here or not. The daily looks good on the right. UNH. UNH. Looking for that break above yesterday's high, or if stops get taken out and a liquidity grab. Got a feeling it's going to keep going. It's been pretty hot for the last 6 or 7 weeks. Okay, I got 10 of these calls at UNH. I've been in this for a while. 400, 410. We still got a ways to go to get to 400. 410 is my max profit on UNH, so I'll wait for it to at least cross 400 before I take this off. Walmart. NXPL. Let's go take a look at Trace and see if that's turned yet. Okay, it's still at the lows of the day. Okay, so notice the red building at the end of the day. Okay, so volatility is going to pick up towards the end of the day. Right around, I guess around 1 o'clock, this starts to, if you can see here at the bottom, see 1 o'clock. Around 1 o'clock, this starts to see a lot more red. So 0 day, there might be, I don't know what's going on with 0 day, but that's what it looks like. Going to be volatile a little bit later in the day after 1, afternoon. So be ready for it. Okay. Okay, this support level right here, that's all gone now. Okay, that traded out. The next level is, well, that was 73.45, right? 73. Well, this was 73.75. It bounced near that level. Meta starting to fade a bit. Meta. New York Fangs still look ugly at the moment. New York Fangs. Let's go take a look at. Let's go take a look at the New York Fang Index. See what that can tell us. Doji for now in the upper half of yesterday's range. Yesterday there were buyers that showed up. Even though a lot of people were very negative, it was a 7th week higher. Buyers did show up. Okay, we got Google, Meta showing strength. Apple's trying to bounce. Microsoft is turning the corner, coming off. Looks like shorts covering on Microsoft. Tesla's starting to go here. Watch NVIDIA for some short covering. If those continue to move higher, this is going to test the highs again today. We had the highs earlier. Okay, so you can see the New York Fang. Okay, looks like this is going to go back up. Let's see, Google bouncing at the 9 EMA. That's what we wanted to see. I like to see a second trading day where we get confidence that the bulls are back in it. I'm watching RSI overhead. 2 days of selling. MACD stochastics overbought somewhat. So if you have Google, maybe you take some profits off in the strength. Keep an eye on it and see how far this can go. Okay. RXT, Rackspace, RXT, green again on the day. RXT peaking above yesterday's high. All right, I got some November 5 calls on RXT. Looking for that to hit 10. RXT. Okay. Nice reversal on the weekly, right? Nice reversal on the weekly. You can see where this has potential. Now, I don't expect this to go straight up to 10. It's probably going to consolidate somewhere in this area, I would think. Looking over here, you can see 6, 650, 7. All of these are levels where we've hit before. So that's pivots that most likely will see some resistance. All right, 650. We're already above 650 right here, 650, 738, 760. You see these pivots over here? That's what I'd be looking for, some resistance there. People who thought this was going to break out, they got stuck, and they've been sitting in this for years. If there's anybody left, probably not. Probably not there. But I would think there'd be some memory. People will trade off of these levels. People that are in RXT now will be looking over here for resistance, even though this happened back in 22. So I doubt anybody is still over here. Maybe there's a few, but volume looks good. The news on RXT. RXT news supporting more upside. Any VOI strikes worth noting. Okay, UNH, back to UNH. UNH is trying to break out here. UNH. Okay, we're trying to break higher. All right, Apple's turning up. There goes Google. Google pushing a bit higher. Google. Tesla trying to take out the highs. Here goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move. Tesla's on the move. Tesla going. Google. Good. Okay, Tesla running up. Apple reversing higher. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, remember there was a lot of 220s sold yesterday. Jason over at Three Peaks. He's a partner with Option Hawk. He's looking for a 235 max. The ceiling for NVIDIA for earnings. Okay. That's judging by open interest overhead and where they started selling calls around 235 as well, above the 220 level. Okay, Tesla. Okay, here's Rackspace. Recent major catalyst supporting continued bullish momentum for Rackspace. AMD strategic partnership on May 7th, last week. RXT announced a major multi-year partnership with Advanced Micro to develop governed enterprise AI infrastructure, allowing regulated industries like healthcare and banking to deploy AI cloud stacks privately, avoiding the security compliance issues of public hourly rented GPU infrastructure. That's a good development if you follow any of that with healthcare and banking. You know how they are. Surprise turnaround earnings. Currently, RXT reported Q1 revenue of $678 million, beating expectations by about $18 million. Crucially, net income flipped to a positive 8.3 million. Institutional upgrades. Okay, Mondo posting a lot of this, I'm sure. I saw him post a bunch last week on RXT. All right, institutional upgrades. BMO Capital aggressively upgraded RXT's price from 2 to 5 while keeping an outperform rating. Fuel for the short squeeze. Rally is being hyper-extended by intense short covering. Short interest sits exceptionally high at 24.55% for Rackspace RXT, brought to you by Mondo last week. Okay, key vol versus open interest, new levels. Okay, the 6 and 650 calls. Okay, you can see these here. I have the, I believe 5. What do I have? I have the 5 strike for November. Okay, put wall support at 5, so that's not too far below. That's right below. That's $1.50 below. So even if you want to just buy shares and just sit on this one, long term, rising total put call OI skew. It sits at 1.2, so total put open interest grew by 26.8% before that run up. So that's good. That's fuel for a push higher on Rackspace. Thank you for bringing that last week, Mondo. As always, a great team player, as are most of you in the trading room. Some of you just tune in just to watch what's going on. That's fine too. You're not required to participate, but if you see something and you think it's bullish, at least throw it in the room. We can analyze it and see if it makes sense to do anything for our own portfolios. Okay. All right. So we got something moving here. Okay. So UNH must be breaking out because I just saw. Okay. UNH breaking out. Okay. UNH breaking out again. All right. So that looks good. Weekly. All right, UNH continues to ramp higher. Very nice. UNH weekly. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is week 7. UNH.
So it's the young people that want to be here that are really driving New York, and that's driving the employers to come to New York, whether it's Amazon, Google. You've seen OpenAI and Anthropic recently pop up here, so New York is firing on all cylinders.
Okay, UNH looks good. UNH breaking out.
And look, there has been this really big narrative, and it's not just us. I mean, I think the related CEO down in Miami was speaking to Matt and was like, Mamdani and Hochul are the best real estate agents for Florida. But are we still seeing a strength in New York, especially office real estate? Has there been any clear signs of politics denting appetite?
Yeah, look, thanks for having me, guys. So,
Bloomberg is so full of shit, you know? I know lots of people, friends that are moving down to Miami in the financial business. Over the last 40 years, I met quite a few people, you know, parties. One infamous bond trader party for a guy that was getting married that I can't even tell you the things that went on, but it was just like they were throwing money around, and you can imagine. You can imagine what these derelicts were doing. You know, you're 25, 30 years old, you're working for a big bond firm, you know, you're working for UBS, and well, I'll just leave it at that. So I learned a lot from those guys. So I met a lot of people over the years that are in the financial industry, as I'm sure many of you have. If you've been around for a while, you go to these seminars or get-togethers, big convention center, you know, financial firms. So anyway, a lot of people are moving to Miami. So it almost sounds like Bloomberg is running defense for the current administration. I just hope they don't screw it up, you know. I hope they don't screw it up because I would like to go back to the city every once in a while in the future. I won't take my kids there right now. I might be overdoing it. Some of you might live in the city and say, Vinny, you're completely wrong. Everything is unicorns and rainbows, right? Or rainbows and unicorns, whatever it is. I don't know. I'm ambivalent. Okay. Okay, UNH.
The best assets in the best location, whether that's connectivity to transport, modern infrastructure, modern buildings, amenitized places. And that's what people want. They're not talking about how to get our
Okay, that looks good. UNH.
before we get to the data centers and logistics.
I don't know. Some of you live Brooklyn or Queens or whatever.
Prices come down to like 60 cents on the dollar here in New York.
Maybe you have a better sense. I can't say because I haven't been to the city since pre-COVID.
How do you see those prices now? Yeah, so I think
So, just going by my friends who are just getting out ahead of any trouble. New people, you'll go where you need to go to get a job. I've heard that the job market's pretty horrible right now for recent graduates. So whatever smaller firms are still staying there. Okay, enough of that. Let me just go through stocks that are actually moving and keep the comments to myself. Marvell, we're looking for that to break higher. Okay, so it's consolidating. Probably ran into some resistance. Marvell, okay. Micron gapping up. Okay, so I have DRAM gapping up again this morning. Decided to get into that. I took a lot of profits off. Marvell, I wound up selling at like 540. When it hit 540, max profit, 535, 40. Call spreads, I took those off, and I hate to say it, but it just kept going. So I took some of the profits and threw it into DRAM. Here it is. It's almost 800 now. Okay, 798. Oh, so it hit 800 already this morning. That's hard. That's hard to take. $300 move.
We always think long term, so I think we're always thinking about that in our calculus. The sorts of assets that we own, again, especially in office, our balance sheet, where we will own these for through cycles. So we do have to think about those dynamics, not just about the immediate term. It's our view that AI, whether it creates less aggregate demand for office overall, which is kind of easy pieces to get behind, it continues to intensify just the demand going into a real estate set of assets. Those assets around the world. So I would say we're very, very bullish on
Tesla keeps going. All right. So Tesla, you guys are watching this. Okay, let's watch what happens around 10:30 or so. I'm testing this idea that my buddy or my acquaintance, not really a buddy, that I know from SMB. He told me to check out a video that one of their head traders, training people that trains new prop traders. He put out a video yesterday. The 5 biggest mistakes. Just Google SMB Capital, and then look for a video that they uploaded yesterday. It's called 5 mistakes. That's something like that. 5 mistakes that day traders make. The most common or something like that. I thought it was pretty interesting. And I back tested last night. I went back tested while I was doing something else. I was back tested. There goes Oracle going. Oracle's going. NVIDIA off the low, looking good. Okay, Google. Okay, UNH looking really good. UNH.
of course, you could build a box, but you can't really build a large data center without power. It just doesn't get capitalized. It won't happen. And so you will continue to see a shaping of where the supply will need to be delivered, somewhat based on where municipalities are open to it, where power is available at the right cost. But there's no doubt that at some point it will have to be sort of an all-hand solution on delivering this compute.
All right, separately, you're also very active in London. You're in some iconic buildings, iconic neighborhoods. It's a market that you know very well. At the moment, the story there is one of political discontent. The bond yields moving higher, especially for housing, is very sensitive. Disruption. Does it push you to the sidelines, or can you still be, a net buyer active in the London property market?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And I think we're living in a world where volatility, whether it's geopolitical or local politics or markets generally, maybe it's just the new norm, right? What I would say to that is flipping back to our funds business, that's exactly the environment that we love to be investing in, right? Where there is volatility, there is uncertainty, and we can be local. We're investing in those markets. We understand maybe some of the better because of our boots on the ground, but also the scale of our business. Where we can pick the spots where maybe sentiment is driving capital away. We can find really attractive.
SPX may rise in 10 seconds.
That's really what we've been focused on. So we've been extremely busy deploying capital in the last 12 months. My expectation is we will be over the next 12 months as well, and it will be behind not only some of these larger thematic trends, but more of
the more that you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way. Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices.
Okay, Tesla's still pushing, looking good. Tesla.
Responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets. Partner with Jobs Ohio to see how your business and life may resume in less than a minute. We'll connect you to the best sites, earlier funding, and the top-tier talent you need to grow your business. We'll work with you to find the perfect location and build the workforce your company needs to succeed. Jobs Ohio's innovative programs have already helped businesses across technology, healthcare, manufacturing, and more thrive.
All right.
At jobsohio.com. Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets? What is the
All right, Tesla still going. All right, so Tesla, big move here on Tesla. Thank you. That was a nice one. Tesla was from what, Friday or I forget, Monday. One of those days we decided to take a shot at Tesla. The May 445, 442. 445. All right, so we're approaching 445. That's my max profit at 445. Okay. Okay, fuel cell. What's that doing? Fuel cell, looking for that to follow through. Tesla. Tesla, I'm going to need to roll this up. I got the 442, 445 call spread.
fuel stops are slowly evolving into multi-energy hubs. And pilot is at the center of the shift. The company is working with General Motors and EV Build to roll out more than 275 EV chargers across the United States.
Okay, Tesla's still going here. Tesla. Tesla going. Okay, we're approaching 445. I'm going to be taking profits off as volatility expands. I'll be taking profits off into strength. And then I'll look to reassess. Okay, it's at 10:30. I want to take some profits off into strength here. Testing this idea, my acquaintance over at SMB Capital. Okay. All right, I sold some into strength. I'll reassess after 10:30. If it keeps going.
And the adoption curve for EV hasn't been a hockey stick as people would have expected. To disrupt the transportation sector, it takes a lot because of how embedded the fuel ecosystem is in the economy. And so it's going about like I would have expected it. And consumers continue to prefer alternative fuels. We're seeing growth in the percentage of EV sales every year, slowing a titch, but still growing. And so there's preference there. We also can see the pace of technology sort of in people's journeys in their route. Getting that down to 30 minutes is pretty acceptable for a traveler. So the technology and the pace of that has evolved sufficiently to start to climb up the hill.
Oh, boy. Okay. People on stock twits. F you, Bears. Yeah, we win today. Oh, man. All right, so that's kind of funny. Made me laugh. All right, Oracle at the high of the day. All right, 10:30. 10:30, looking for some profit taking. Tesla looks like it wants to keep going. I still have TSLL shares. I'm probably going to add to that at some point. TSLL shares. All right, what's some of these other names? Let me just go down the list here. Stocks that we've been looking at lately. UNH. Okay, that looks really good on the daily. UNH, AAOI. AAOI, the opticals, we're watching for the optical stocks to continue. All right, the Bollinger Bands are about to open up. It looks like the bulls aren't completely sure about the breakout yet because they're not piling into these names. Okay. Normally you would see these Bollinger Bands start to open up after a 3-week consolidation and just start ripping. Okay. Hasn't done so in AAOI yet. GLW is another name in the group. That's starting to run the upper band. The lower band still opening up, volume preceding price, okay? Volume precedes price. So we can see in the previous week that this squeeze led to a breakout. So looking for that to continue to move higher along with LITE, among other names. You guys mentioned a few others in the space. Going down the list, ARM Holdings, the chips have been active today. ARM bouncing off the 21-day. That's exactly what you want to see. What I think is happening here, ARM, I'm just going to share my thoughts. It doesn't mean the markets give a 2 cents what I think, or 0 Fs. The market gives 0 Fs about what I think, but let me just show you what I'm thinking here. I might have marked something up already, actually. Well, this is the range. We broke out above the range, but that's no longer applicable. ARM. Okay, so let me just delete this chart. Don't need it. Don't need it. ARM. Okay, so let me mark up this chart. Okay, so ARM. So basically, you got a Darvis box. We just bounced off the lower part of the range. Okay, so Brother Bill used the Darvis box a lot. Okay, so I'm going to line this with the 20 right there, the 21-day, that red dotted line. So I'm expecting prices to do that, to break out. Bollinger Bands are tightening up, so we could stay in this box a little bit longer. Just want to be aware of it. AAOI. Let me go ahead and save that. All right. Marvell. Looks like Marvell wants to go. Okay, Marvell. Marvell, maybe the breakout continues. Okay. So ABCD pattern, Marvell. Tesla still pushing. Tesla gone. RR. What's RR? What is RR? I hear RR a lot here. RR penny stock. Rich Tech Robotics. RR Rich Tech Robotics is on the move. RR Robotics. Okay, looks like a breakout here. RR Robotics. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and buy some of this. Just shares. See how far this goes. Nope, that's not what I want. That's ORCX. All right, got to double check. That was a mistake. RR Robotics. Buy. Limit right here. Limit.
Set of interviews I ever did was Ray Lewis and Jim Brown came down to New York Stock Exchange during the draft maybe 10 years ago, and they were trying to educate, these young players who were about to get more money than they've ever seen in their lives.
Okay.
Financial education. How do you make the switch from football to business as well as you have? And how do you kind of pay that forward? Because so many of these kids are confronted with amazing wealth, but then don't find a way to continue to succeed after football.
First off, I want to thank you, and I hope this is recorded because my name was mentioned in the same breath as the NWSC. So that is very humbling, nowhere near.
Okay. RR Robotics. Anything robotics going on right now?
Statistics and all the mentors and coaches who were pulled aside and talked to me about what the future probably really looks like. And most of my life has been lived without football or having cleats on. So for me, it was always plan B. And so I had a lot of great mentors in my life and leadership in college. My freshman year, all the way through college at the energy company that is Berkshire Hathaway Energy today. And so always working really on my plan A, which was life outside of football and to leverage football for the life lessons, for the team building, for the discipline, and then for the education and maybe the platform in the future to do something with it. So always a plan B for me, made it very easy to transition. And then going forward, I have a compass: faith, family, fitness, my vocation, and my finances. Those 5 things I always try to keep in balance. And finances are a key part to be able to support your family and prioritize, save, and be disciplined in that respect.
Adam, I wish we had more time with you because we could spend another 30 minutes just talking about this.
Okay, robotics, just watching RR here. All right, Tesla's still going. Google's starting to top out. Google, nice little bounce at the 9 EMA. We'd really love to see this retest the highs. Okay, Google. NXP starting to turn back up. Marvell. What are you doing, Marvell? The chips are really hot today, so if you're taking any chip chip names. It looks like this wants to keep going, Marvell. Okay, so there's some resistance up here. ABCD pattern, pretty obvious. I got out of it. Didn't make much on it. Maybe it can break higher. Didn't do what I was looking for it to do. UNH, ARM Holdings. Let me take a look at ARM, ARM. At the high of the day, let's look at the 60-minute. Okay, so the idea with the 60-minute is that we want to be bullish above the 20 EMA, bearish below. Realistically, you can see, excuse me, you can see this consolidation over on the left, okay? So what I'm looking for with ARM isn't really showing us much, all right? So you got consolidation over here, right? You got consolidation over here. Basically that. You got consolidation. So this green line needs to start trending. So ARM, unfortunately, this hasn't started trending yet. So if it gets back up to that upper trend line, that resistance, and it's before NVIDIA earnings, I'm probably going to take this off and wait until after NVIDIA earnings because a lot of these chips could get whacked. I mean, they could break out too, but I got a profit on this, so I don't want to give that profit up by looking for something that doesn't exist yet. So if this continues to move higher into NVIDIA earnings on the 60-minute, I'm going to take it off at resistance right here, just so you know, okay? So ARM looks good. I want to reduce my exposure into NVIDIA earnings. I don't want to have a dozen chip stocks, in other words. I'll have one or two. That I can stomach a lot more than having, several $1,000s in profits on multiple chip names, and then one day I'm trying to get out and they're all falling at the same time. Now that's the worst case scenario. If NVIDIA, if it's a sell the news event. So far, it looks pretty good. Chips are doing very well today. Let's go take a look at hedge flows, see if that turned back up. It did. Okay, so maybe today's the flip side of what we saw yesterday. If you recall yesterday, I'll show you what yesterday looked like. Yesterday, we had a trend down all day, okay? Look at that hedge flow line. The purple line just keeps dropping, right? Let me turn turn this down. All right, so you can see the purple line just keeps dropping. Price action did stabilize around 2 o'clock, and then the hedge flow line started to rise into the close. So we have the opposite potential today. We have the opposite in that we could see hedge flow line rising all day and head up to this level here. So if this keeps going, I would say 74.50 and 74.60s are your targets. Okay. Okay, and any of these 99%? No. Okay, so and the background is purple, so that's good. Tesla keeps going. Good job.
Face-to-face private bilateral meeting between himself and Chinese President Xi Jinping, followed by that state banquet tomorrow night, where we may start to see some of those executives that have joined for this trip come forward, and what sort of investment deals we may see come out of this visit. Because ultimately, the White House has said that trade is going to be prioritized, despite Iran, of course, looming very large over the conversation. But it is our understanding that Beijing and Washington are in conversations about potential Chinese purchase agreements around agricultural.
Okay, so hedge flow line is rising. Okay, thank you. Apple, the Apple turning up. Okay. 295 tomorrow above VWAP. Thanks.
Tyler, in terms of the CEOs, you mentioned some of them that are joining. What about Jensen Huang, who's now attending with President Trump? How last minute did it seem to get him added onto the agenda?
WOK may rest in 10
Well, the
seconds.
official line from the White House stand is that Jensen Huang had a scheduling change that allowed him to come on this trip, though President Trump did post on Truth Social saying that he appeared to be unhappy with some of the coverage surrounding the fact that Jensen Huang was not originally supposed to be on this trip. In fact, the reporting from Bloomberg News had indicated as much that he was not part of that original list of travelers. The White House had outlined to us that the executives that were coming on this visit represented companies with significant exposure to the Chinese market, as well as those sectors that the administration is looking to secure those purchase agreements with, including, for example, how the Cargill CEO is here as we look for any movement when it comes to agricultural purchases. Of course, the big ticket item here is going to be whether or not we see any movement around the Chinese government allowing companies to bring in those NVIDIA H200.
Okay, Apple, continuation.
Had greenlit, gave those approvals back in December, but so far we haven't seen any of those exports happen. It's definitely underscoring how this administration wants to put investment front and center, with President Trump inviting this big group to come accompanying him here in Beijing. Tyler, thank you very much for your reporting. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Beijing. For more on the summit between Presidents Trump and Xi, we're now joined by Michael Wilson, head of China research at 22V Research and former Treasury representative in Beijing. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. And there's a Reuters story out earlier that said that Trump and Xi are weighing a decision to cut tariffs on some $30 billion worth of products. For you, what is the bar of success? What could the U.S. walk away with that is a trip well done and worthy of celebrating?
Well, the minimum, and I think it's very achievable, is just extending this truce on tariffs and rare earths, because of course, that threatened to really create some very serious disruption to the U.S. economy last year. So I think that's the minimum and achievable. Moving the ball forward, I think, would be getting into the areas that you're discussing, which is how do we move beyond what's just sort of a strategic stalemate and actually look to expand trade in certain areas. And I think that agreement linked to the announcement of a board of trade.
Okay, Apple, nice little move higher. Apple, continuation. Apple looking good. Apple, follow through, looking good. Nice little dump and turn back up. Apple.
To remove these barriers, we're not going to tell you what to buy. We want the market open. And this is an acknowledgement that frankly hasn't been working. And so it's about earmarking certain areas, and I think that appeals very much to the Chinese side. They'll say, okay, we'll buy this, we won't buy this. It's not probably going to have a very significant impact on the deficit, but I think there too we've kind of moved beyond that. So it's less ambitious than it was.
Amazon turning back up. Okay, that looks okay. Amazon. ARM Holdings. Nice move on ARM. Up to the highs. ARM Holdings.
But then there's also some particular constituencies like agricultural states where China is a huge export market still for areas like soybeans.
Okay, ARM Holdings.
Discuss trade and Iran at the same time, because this was a meeting where it obviously looms large because of the relation of China to Iran.
Okay, what is Boeing doing? Boeing, there's a China trip, right? A China trip meeting with, I'm not sure who's meeting with who, but Trump and Xi are supposed to meet as Iran trade looms. I love these experts that keep coming on. Not that they can't be experts. I just find it funny. People that have never been in the military always have, their 2 cents. It just kind of pisses me off. Yeah, that's neither here nor there. Boeing, though, looking for Boeing to continue breaking higher. Boeing. So I got, what do I have? Boeing. I got 250, 255. So I'm looking for this to push a bit higher for June. Boeing looking good. Adobe never happened, right? Adobe didn't work. Adobe back down, got rejected. Adobe. Adobe, what a dog. PITX. Bitcoin pulling back. So Coinbase, Bitcoin, those are pulling back.
Material power to defend that island? It would be a very difficult decision. I think the U.S. defense and national security establishment would say Taiwan is incredibly important strategically. Yeah. Luckily, President Xi has also been purging a bunch of his military command out of concern that they are.
GameStop, I just took some puts off. I had a straddle. Just took the puts off. Okay.
That is true, and the long-term trajectory here, is definitely not something that we want to be complacent about. But in terms of the near-term risks, I think there's no flashing red lights that we have to worry about this as a imminent threat.
Stockpiling military have also been stockpiling their energy supply, and it's something that is, of course, of particular interest to this president as he wants to bring the cost of energy down because of the war in the Middle East. Could that be part of any negotiations of trying to get some of those barrels of oil onto the market?
There could be. There could also be U.S. energy sales to China. That had once seemed like actually a bright spot in the relationship. So I think that's possible. I think the challenge with all of this is the underlying logic right now in the relationship is to de-risk from the other side. We saw the U.S. vulnerable to China's rare earths, China's vulnerable to U.S. semiconductor controls. So the notion that China's going to enter into a very long-term contract to buy U.S. LNG seems much less realistic.
Is that also bad news for Jensen Huang then, who's accompanying the president?
Yeah, how vulnerable are they to U.S. semiconductor controls? Because we allowed them to buy the H200 chips, and it doesn't look like they're doing that. Right. The semiconductor issue is probably the most tricky in the relationship.
All right. Google's still going here. Google's still going. Nice, Frano. All right, Google's still going here. Google. All right, GameStop. I took the put side off of that. All right, Google. All right, stretching our legs. All right, this could be one of those days. All right, let's look at the ATR. ATR is about $9. It's up 8. Google. ATR is 9. Mm-hmm. NVIDIA going for Cayman. NVIDIA is going for Cayman there. Dollar, you in it? S&P continuation there. All right, so Marvell, Micron. Marvell looks like it wants to break out. It's taking its time. Micron taking its time as well. ARM Holdings, just off the highs of the day. ARM. Excuse me.
Transcriptions and automated summaries. It also holds key insights and exhale. So if Otter does all this, what am I supposed to do with all the time I get back? Yoga. Obviously, you're going to yoga.
OUST.
When I moved to New York City from India, the only dream which I had was a television.
All right, so chips, pretty obvious what's going on. Chips. UNH breaking higher. UNH looking good. Look at muscle. Look at the muscle. The trend is persistent. Whenever you see this, you can pretty much mark the 5 EMA as a trailing stop or the 9 EMA as a trailing stop. I like to use the 5 EMA when you get muscle like this. 5 EMA, let's just put this on a 5. Okay, here's a 5 EMA. Okay, so 5 EMA right underneath price. That is 5, right? I did get 5 there. 5, yep, 5 EMA. Some people use the 3 and the 8. Let's use the 3 and the 8. I forget her name. It's a simple name, though. 3 and the 8, okay? So she uses the 3 and the 8, 3 MA for a day trade. So if it takes out the low of the day, you're out. But wouldn't let it go back that far because this is moving pretty quickly here. UNH. So intraday. Nice. Just following that trend. Google. Google's still going there. Google. IONQ. Okay, what's IONQ doing? IONQ recovering. IONQ off the low. All right, yesterday it bounced off the 52 level. It tested that level again today. Looking for this to launch. RSI staying above 50. MACD stochastic looks okay. Could consolidate some up here. That's possible too. IONQ. Tesla having a good day. Tesla. All right, Tesla. Trip to China. Elon going to China as well. I don't know if Boeing executives went. The CEO, maybe. Trump is supposed to meet with Xi. I think he's interested mostly in talking about trade, not about Iran, if I'm picking that up correctly. All right, IONQ is turning the corner. Watch IONQ, IONQ. All right, look at you can see the wick on the daily, IONQ. That's telling you that you got a dip getting bought. RSI was oversold in the morning. It's past 10:45, so I don't know that I would be chasing this, but we're almost overbought again. IONQ, Marvell, AAOI, grinding back up, AAOI. 200, 210. Okay, if we get back to 210, I got to sell these. I have AAOI 200, 210s. Max profit.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of
210.
while others follow the noise. We follow the money. Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital.
I tried every fad diet that was out. The cabbage soup diet, the cayenne pepper and maple syrup diet, kickboxing, step aerobics, half marathon, putting on trash bags to create like my own mini sauna. Every pill, every powder, I've tried it all, and I didn't really lose any weight. Once I started my GLP-1, my relationship with food changed. Mochi helps me lose over 100 pounds. I lost 60 pounds. The healthiest thing I've done for myself in a decade. Check out joymochi.com.
Bloomberg Tech is live from coast to coast with Caroline Hyde in New York and Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
This This is Bloomberg Tech. Coming up, all eyes are on a high-stakes meeting between President Trump and China's Xi Jinping. As NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang gets added to the trip last minute.
Plus, Anthropic is looking to raise at least $30 billion in fresh financing and a valuation of more than $900 billion in what could be its largest funding round yet.
And we speak with Anduril CEO Brian Schimpf as the company hits a $61 billion valuation in its latest funding round. Today's big story, President Trump's meeting with China's Xi Jinping, and Trump is joined on his trip by a host of tech leaders, including, in the end, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang as a last-minute addition, thrusting AI and tech into the spotlight before the high-stakes summit. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall for more, who joins us from Beijing. Set the scene. What do we need to know? And my goodness, what a fanfare last night when Jensen Huang was spotted on the runway in Alaska.
What?
Right, Ed. I mean, we saw this last-minute addition. He caught Air Force One during a refueling stop in Anchorage.
Okay, so he is going on the trip, NVIDIA. Jensen Huang, he caught it in Alaska. That's pretty wild. Yesterday he wasn't going. Today he is going.
In terms of the CEOs that are attending. Now, of course, the big ticket item, I don't need to tell either of you, would be whether or not President Trump pushes the Chinese government to have Chinese buyers for the now greenlit H200 NVIDIA chips. So maybe there will be some sort of discussions around that. I'll also throw on your radar that it is our understanding that Washington and Beijing are in talks about potential cooperation when it comes to keeping a dialogue open around artificial intelligence. That could be also one of those deliverables that we see out of this meeting tomorrow between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. The administration maintains that they want trade to be the top priority here. Just look at the other list of CEOs. It is our understanding that they represent some of those sectors where we could see some Chinese purchase agreement commitments, including the Cargill CEO when it comes to agriculture and the Boeing CEO also being here on the ground in Beijing. But Ed and Caroline, at this part, it's hard to avoid that Iran will be looming very large over this conversation. In fact, a senior administration official who briefed us reporters before we headed over here to Asia did say that behind closed doors, President Trump is going to push the Chinese president when it comes to the country's stance around Iran during this conflict, including how Beijing remains the largest buyer of Iranian crude.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, live from Beijing, we so appreciate it. Thank you. Look, let's check on the
Okay,
broader
Reverend,
markets. This is
10
a
seconds.
volatile trading session. One point we're in the red on the Nasdaq 100. We're now back in the green. We're at about 0.6%. Leading the pack is, of course, chip makers once again in terms of points. But I shine a light on what's happening in China.
AAOI at the highs here.
Index, which is really basically the trading of Chinese names here in the US, the ADRs. We're up 3.5%. There is a lot of excitement about what one Jensen Huang could mean for Chinese tech.
This is really tied to the NVIDIA story, and NVIDIA itself is now up almost 3%.
All right, AAOI.
For a sixth straight day, matching the run it had in early April. And the story is really simple. A lot of those Chinese AI-specific names, Minimax, Jipu, the examples I mean, look at those gains. That's astonishing overnight on the idea that there might be something here, like Tyler just outlined.
Something here, something certainly for the market to continue to chew on, as we've just seen
Okay, pass it down.
exuberance
Yes,
around
MH.
Fiona's in contact with us. Citi Index Financial Markets Senior Analyst. And Fiona, is there rationality to the moves?
Okay, Google's still pushing. So is Tesla.
To more powerful chips. Is that something that you're looking to come out of the geopolitical?
A lot of stocks are fading from the high at the moment.
Well, it's something we've got our eyes on. So I think, that would be the absolute icing on the cake as far as...
Okay, ARM holdings, ARM starting to fade a bit, ARM.
That optimism that could potentially be on the table. I mean, the fact that we saw that late edition of Kwon Jung-seng joining the delegation to the US, I think has really just spurred on those hopes. And I think
Tesla.
broadly speaking,
Tesla driving higher. Okay, we just got some profit taking up here. Tesla.
Trump's trip to China. And I think that's really evident as we're seeing, the Nasdaq push higher, even though we've got sort of those concerns regarding inflation and the sort of fundamental backdrop, which normally would weigh down the tech index.
We have been talking about the impact of the latest economic data on the markets, but I want to stay focused on what's happening in China. How does the market interpret and price in this delegation of CEOs that we're showing on the screen right now, Tim Cook, Elon Musk, Chuck Robbins, and as
Okay, NVIDIA, nice move on NVIDIA. All right, let me see what I want to do with NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Oh, I took that off. Okay, I took that off yesterday, I guess. NVIDIA. Okay, futures continue to turn back up. S&P futures. Okay, we're back up to the high. Looking at hedge flows. Okay.
Very much dominating the sort of the AI computing power at the top of the technology set. But at the bottom, you've got China controlling much of the supply chain, critical minerals needed to manufacture semiconductors and advanced electronics. So, if there are these two economies are deeply independent of each other. So the more agreement, the more synergies that they get together, the better that's going to be.
Look, we are seeing just the run-up in semiconductors, hardware in particular, continue. Even if we took a breath yesterday, we're back on an in the green stage, Fiona. And it's notable that we're waiting an IPO. Could be priced today, likely start trading tomorrow as Cerebras. How are you thinking about the appetite among your clients to get more exposure, particularly for these very AI-specific names?
There's been, an extremely ramping up of demand over the last few weeks. I mean, it's definitely caught the market by surprise. I think we've seen that rally come, especially given the fact that we did see sort of a little bit of a more depressed outlook towards these stocks at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. But that has definitely moved forward. We're seeing that our clients are really very interested still in these stocks, which is interesting because I think technically the position is looking a little bit overdone. So I think there is room for some consolidation, potentially a pullback here. But I think broadly speaking, the longer term trend is still looking very positive.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question for me. What happens next, right? Technology stocks basically are still at record highs, irrespective of what's happening around the world. So what does happen next and why? What is the big swing factor in markets for you?
Yeah, completely. I think this is what's really interesting, isn't it? I think is the fundamental backdrop that we have is far from ideal. So I think, if we look about what could happen next, I mean, supposing we do get the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz in the coming weeks, that would make the market suddenly much more favorable, which potentially
All right, I'm looking for another bounce. NVIDIA is still going.
in AI, not just in tech stocks, but potentially across the board. But I think
Many professional traders are anticipating that we'll stay pretty much supportive. The markets will stay supportive. You can see that with all the purple above and below. So basically this darker area, darker or deep purple, if you will, prices are going to be stuck in between these two levels. It's resistance overhead. All of this positive gamma overhead is resistance. All this positive gamma below is support. So we're just going to trend maybe up to this upper level. See this level over here, 96 percentile at 74.60. We looked at that earlier. And potentially could come back down to support. It does look like a trend day, though. Hedge flows continue to rise up, opposite of what they did yesterday. If you look at yesterday, we had a trend down. The purple line just kept trending down all day until about 2 o'clock, and then it reversed and started to flatten, turn back up, and prices went with it. So today we've got the opposite. In the morning, we're trending up. Hedge flows are trending up. Okay, so that's bullish. We're looking for this to be supportive, and for the daily S&P 500 to stay up in this area. Okay, that's what we were talking about yesterday. We would probably consolidate in time versus price. No need to pull back. The reason why is, like I just got finished saying, is that we got purple down below, purple above, so we're probably just going to ping pong between the areas. You can see how the gamma would support the idea that the S&P will stay right in this zone, right? 73.50 to like 74.45 or 74.50, whatever. So that's what it looks like right now. And the weekly, of course, we're up. This is the 7th week up, and it's Wednesday. I don't know. I'm still taking profits off into strength, reducing exposure. I mean, some of these positions I have, I took something new with Marvell that didn't do what I thought it would do early. But some of these positions I have, 30 calls out in June. I've reduced many of those down to like 10 on stocks like Apple, looking for Apple to follow through. And Tesla, same idea. Tesla, NVIDIA, NVIDIA earnings next week. The support probably evaporates on OPEX, so we have to be watching Friday. OPEX, NVIDIA keeps going. Bollinger Band's opening up. Whenever Bollinger Band's opening up, John Bollinger in his book, the designer or the creator of Bollinger Bands, the idea started getting very popular back in the late 80s, I guess, mid 80s. That when Bollinger Bands open up top and bottom, look for a fast move. Looking for the volume to confirm. Okay, that looks really good for NVIDIA, still going. And of course, I took all my NVIDIA position off too early. That's okay. Many of you are still in it, so that's making me feel better. Can't take everything. All right, so UNH is looking really good. UNH, the healthcare stocks rotating in over the last 7 weeks. UNH, last 7 weeks, this has just been on a mission. We're through the 400 strike. If you recall, I had the 400 410s, UNH, so I'm going to have to do something here shortly. Okay, 400 410, let's see. This has a weekly ATR of 24 bucks, currently up 21 bucks for the week. Daily ATR is $9.50. It's up 5, so I could see $4 more. That would make the ATR for the week and the ATR for the day. So if we get up to 405, 406, I might take some profits and then roll out to July, something like that. NVIDIA, a little profit taking just now. NVIDIA, Tesla. I would suspect you're going to start to see some profit taking up here, okay? The ATRs are probably played out on Tesla as well. If you're trying to get my attention on the ATR. ATR is 17 bucks. We're up 15. All right, so you have potential for 2 more, but don't overstay your welcome if this starts to roll over. RSI is already starting to weaken. All right, so if we get to 450, great. Maybe you take some profits off. It's a little late in the day already, 11:15. Okay, Meta faded already. Meta. FBL. Meta. Apple, looking for that to break out. Joe K is looking for 195 by Friday, I guess.
Multi-year procurement of a low-cost cruise missile that we call Barracuda. The department is buying
Barracuda. Great song by Heart. Barracuda.
Help with that critical munitions shortage and the ability to sustain these conflicts and provide the deterrence we need.
Anduril CEO, what do they do? Anduril. ARM Holdings turning back up. ARM. Okay. ARM Holdings turning back up. ARM. Okay, so we got higher lows, higher highs. RSI moving back up above 50. IONQ turning back up. Looks good. Marvell didn't break out. Okay, Marvell is fading. AAOI.
It was interesting to go through a letter to your shareholders you wrote back in January, actually, and like kind of foretelling what was to come in the year. There's still a bit of a mystique about Anduril, right? So I think lucky.
Okay, here we go. ARM is turning back up. ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings.
The next wave of subterranean weapon systems. How can you talk as far as you can about where those get built?
Nokia. Continuation, Nokia. I got January 13 calls for Nokia. Okay, here's the S&P 500. S&P continues to climb. Looks like it wants to break out. S&P. It's crazy, right? All you can do is watch price, watch the gamma. Okay, we got purple. Okay, starting to creep in. All right, we're starting to see some red coming in here. Okay, so this is going to start to get volatile probably around 12 o'clock, more volatile. So we could see quicker moves up and down. Purple is support and resistance. Positive gamma.
What we're seeing in Iran, what we're seeing in Ukraine is that this idea of just the sheer volume of munitions that are exchanged and the need to defend against that, these are critical capabilities that in any world will need to be solved for. And so a lot of our focus is really around these ideas of, how do we provide the right strike capabilities, the right intelligent targeting capabilities, and the defense of these as well.
The right CRCG. And I'm really interested, Brian, in some of these new ideas come from the administration itself. And the Golden Dome project is one of those new ideas that, according to current budget forecasts coming from the National Budget Office, could be up to $1.2 trillion of the ultimate project. Now, I know you're among the companies that are awarded initial contracts, Brian. What do you make of how much this could end up costing and its worth?
So a lot of those estimates are based off of what this would have cost historically, right? And that was based around building these things that are extremely expensive and extremely expensive, where you're talking, 10, 20, $30 million a shot to, actually provide that defense. Well, with commercial technologies, taking a smarter approach, using a lot of proven, capabilities that already exist and adapting them for this problem, we believe you can get this to a much more efficient place. And probably even more than the price is, can you even produce it? And today, that's one of the major concerns, right? We shot something like a decade of Tomahawk production in 72 hours. It's just a crazy rate that we're consuming these things. And the ability to replenish these becomes a critical issue. So our view of this is, these are solvable problems. You can do it in a more efficient way than has been historically executed. And I think that, being able to execute this at a national scale is achievable now in a much more aggressive timeline and a much more efficient price than I think people have historically imagined.
Okay, you get asked this a lot. Lucky gets asked this a lot. Trey gets asked it a lot. But when you do a round of this scale and you look at the composition of it, who's not there, people want to know about the rationale for Anduril going public, why there weren't more crossover investors. This is the first time, actually, Brian, the three of us have had to talk in length, because when we were with you in October, the president made some news about China. So just talk us through Brian Schimp's thinking on an Anduril IPO.
So we want to build one of the most impactful businesses in the world. That's our goal, right? We want to seriously move the needle for the U.S. and allied workforce, provide the right returns capabilities, and do it at the mass scale, right? That is fundamentally what we care about. The rationale for going public is a lot less than it used to be. The private capital markets have grown in scale. The ability to fund a business like ours, when we were doing this a few years ago, we were at the upper end of what capital raises look like in the private market. We are a fraction of an AI fundraise at this point. And so the amount of capital that is available and
ARM Holdings running back up. Okay, ARM Holdings.
Is massive. So we're not in a rush to go public, right? We don't need to do it from the perspective of capital availability
relatively straightforward ways. There's a lot of means to do that. So a lot of the historic reasons of why you rush to go public don't really
Okay, can we break out? All right, S&P, you'll notice that S&P, obviously, hedge flows are trending exactly the opposite of what happened yesterday. Okay, let me see who this is. Hold on a second.
Yes, but investors want SP, particularly retail. I know you've been outspoken about the second.
CRCL.
Areas in which public seems to be trading on the secondary market, and they call them stocks scams in some areas. They say it's issuing fraudulent share certificates to private artificial AI developer.
Okay, Amazon taken off to the upside, Amazon.
Trading fraudulently on a secondary market.
Oh, I took that off yesterday? Oh, shoot, I took it off yesterday. Let me get back in Amazon. Let's see. Amazon, I want to look at the 1 minute chart. Okay, Amazon. Okay, it's a little late in the day. Taking off to the upside. The daily looks like we might bounce. ATR is $6 and change. We're up 55 cents. Do we bounce furiously? Looks like we could. I'm going to take a little Amazon. Probably kind of risky here. If it doesn't break out, I'll take it off. Flat, but looking at Amazon. Okay, again, I'm going to go out to June. Amazon. 40 deltas are 275. Okay. Buy a vertical. Okay, limit. 275, 280. Okay, I bought 275, 280. Amazon. Amazon bought 275, 280. Amazon.
Brian, you've been generous with your time. Before we lose you from the program, the president is sharing the timeline of the
Amazon.
2027. What's Andrew's thinking on that?
Look, diplomacy is good. We're in the deterrence business. We do not want there to be conflict. And I think the president going and engaging with Xi is fantastic. And I'm very excited to see what comes out of this. And
All right, Palantir is trending. Let's see, it's down. Okay, back down to the lows of the range. Palantir. Okay, there goes Amazon.
January 1, 2027, an invasion begins, but it highlights a period where, kind of the PRC has a more established military capability, and the U.S. and Taiwan are at a relative disadvantage compared to other points in time. And so it is a period of things to be risked. And with all of the complexities going on in the world with Iran, with Ukraine.
Okay, there goes Amazon. All right, looks good. Coming back above. It's just borderline. I bought a little early. Could run into some resistance. If it pops above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, that would be great. Okay, we're bouncing. We're trying to get back above yesterday's high and the 9 EMA just overhead. Amazon looking good. Okay, Amazon. All right, Tesla's starting to taper off now. Amazon. Nice little pop there. Amazon. Amazon scooting higher. Amazon.
Musk, you'll remember, is suing OpenAI, his former co-founders, and Microsoft, alleging that they abandoned the ChatGPT maker's altruistic mission. Let's get more with AI.
So I've been using Claude to program and having progress. Some progress.
So much of OpenAI's counter argument to Musk's claims here is that really his frustration is that he was not able to control and be CEO of OpenAI, and whether he was also conversation with Musk where he allegedly said that, if and when he were to die and he was in control of OpenAI, he would pass it along to his children. Now, that's OpenAI saying it, but they've also said that, Musk wanted control in the early days, but wasn't really willing to sign documentation saying that control would lift at some point. In his own testimony, Musk has said, yeah, he might have had control early on, but the expectation was more investors would come in and eventually he wouldn't have that same level of control.
Thanks, Figment. We so appreciate the roundup. We have some breaking news though that we must hit because crossing the terminal right now, ARM and its majority owner SoftBank reportedly tried to buy Cerebras in an evenly split cash and stock deal that would have valued the upstart at $100 billion, according to sources. This all happened in the makers. The person who's been busy breaking that story and also co-anchoring the show on air is one Ed Ludlow. Talk us through it as to this was happening in the background during May.
Yeah, look, Cerebras is gonna list tomorrow, right? And this happened in the beginning of May. They very clearly said no, we're not interested. But ARM and SoftBank, which majority owns ARM, tried. Why? Very interesting. We can get into it in the back half of the show because there's a lot more to come on Bloomberg Tech. Coming up, we're going to speak with the Affirm CEO, Max Levchin, about global payments and its agentic future. It's coming up next. It's halftime in the show, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
One of the things I'm really struck with is how focused you are.
Okay, so Amazon watching here closely. Amazon.
The service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors, like energy, can move with it. On interactive brokers' prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15% chance of keeping the House. Think that probability is too low? Buy yes for 15 cents. Think it's too high? Buy no for 85 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital. Some see heroes, others only heroes.
Amazon's still going. Amazon looking good there. All right, so Google's still pressing the highs. Okay, looking good, looking good. All right. ARM Holdings. Where are you, ARM? Where? There you are. ARM. Back up to the highs. ARM.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Tech. Let's get back to that news that broke just a few moments ago. ARM and its majority owner SoftBank tried to buy Cerebras. That's according to sources. My understanding is this all happened in the last couple of weeks, early May, and it release just before Cerebras, the chip maker, is due to go public Thursday. They were rebuffed. You know, Cerebras said no. My
ARM.
understanding is that ARM happily paid a premium.
Up against resistance, ARM.
And its leadership backs them, and the investors back them to do this alone.
Okay, ARM Holdings. All right, little pennant, looking for a break to the upside. Lots of volume yesterday. Above average volume. It didn't break out. Could be just distribution. There goes Apple. Apple's going.
Well, because ARM goes from being a chip designer to wanting to be a chip maker, like actually sell directly into the market. And Cerebras in this phase of inference and AI, the broader infrastructure play, it backs itself as well. Anyway, I should just probably note that all of the parties involved declined to comment or did not immediately respond to comment to Bloomberg. We should check in on markets because markets being driven by what's happening in Beijing. The Nasdaq 100 modestly higher, 0.4%. US listed Chinese companies, that's the Golden Dragon China Index, up 4%. A big part of this is NVIDIA. Shares of Chinese AI model developers, in particular, surged after NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang was announced to be joining President Trump's China trip. Shares of Minimax and GPU on the hopes of progress on NVIDIA's ability to sell chips into China. Look at those.
Okay, there goes Apple. Apple running. Apple's going. Okay, there goes Apple. Okay.
The last-minute trip by Jensen Huang is boosting morale of mainland traders. We're seeing double-digit gains in the likes of Zhipu and Minimax as well, the Chinese model makers, but not limited to that. That has obviously spread to today's
Apple going.
as well. We see Alibaba, JD, the likes of those Chinese tech names trading higher in mainland session. We have the Chinex index, which is China's equivalent of NASDAQ for those young tech companies, also soaring to a record. So there's some optimism that China and US could strike.
Apple breaking out. Apple's breaking out. Okay. There goes Apple. Okay.
Into China since end of last year, but still that there are some hopes that for more powerful models can be used.
Really interesting that you bring up Alibaba, because actually Alibaba, Tencent, they gave us fundamentals as well. They came out with their earnings, and thus far they're investing a ton, but the return on that investment from the AI investment just doesn't seem to be there yet.
Fire. I bring you fire. Will I am. Okay, there goes Apple. Randall, you're funny. You want to go back up, but you don't want to pack? You're finding reasons not to do anything? Is that what you're saying? Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon taking off too. Amazon. Okay, looks good. AAOI. ARM. ARM trying to break out. ARM.
This is Anthropic's targeted new valuation, according to sources who say the company is in early talks with investors to raise at least $30 billion in cash financing. Could set the stage for what may be the largest funding round yet.
Okay, this looks good. Apple breaking higher.
Term sheet has been signed. Who joins us now, who helped break this story alongside Ed, and just tell us a little bit about the inbound, almost the love letters they've been receiving from potential investors.
It's a great way to describe it, Caroline. I mean, a few weeks ago, these were conversations that were coming completely unsolicited from Anthropic's backers. Now we have reporting that they are engaging in those conversations and discussing a round that could see them raise at least $30 billion. And sources are telling us that the round could close as soon as the end of this month. It's one that we're tracking very closely, and definitely the biggest update we've had on the round throughout this circus of interest.
the private markets are alive, to put it mildly. And it's interesting, Natasha, Anthropic feels comfortable now with this valuation. We've gone from a place in just the last 2 or 3 weeks where they rebuffed off and said, nah, we don't want to do this. But the main thing that's happened in the interim is that Claude continues to have momentum, enterprise adoption of Anthropic, and then there's the Mythos government angle. Give us the sort of awkward elephant in the room, which is that if they close this round, they will have a valuation higher than OpenAI.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a massive narrative shift around Anthropic, and we've been covering it.
Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon is gone.
Anthropic will actually end up accepting from investors, and so you are seeing them maybe to picky on valuation, lead investor. The term sheet is not officially signed as of our reporting last evening, but we do expect that to change, as fast as we're able to confirm it. And so the real question and what we're looking at next is, let's say Anthropic closes this round as per our sources.
All right, Microsoft is starting to turn.
Their IPO timeline. They're going to need to change their IPO timeline. I mean, you guys just had Brian Schick from on the show who was saying that Android is facing a quarter of what AI financing is. I'm curious what you think, Ed, about if this does, change when we see the S4 officially filed for Anthropic.
Well, it depends what happens with SpaceX June, July. Does that suck out oxygen out of the room? But again, if the private markets provide, what's the need to go public? We've got Natasha Mascarenhas teaming up on another big twist and turn in the Anthropic story. Now, coming up, Varda Space CEO Will Brewery joins us to discuss his startup new deal to send drugs to orbit for testing. What's next? This is Bloomberg Tech.
SPX. The Range Rover, the most desirable ever created. RBI. Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the state of confidence of Trump?
Okay. ARM Holdings trying to push a bit higher. ARM.
Visit BloombergLive.com/invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence.
Hong Kong. Man, it's been so long. Went to Hong Kong and when was it? 75? Something like that? 74, 75? Yeah. Okay, RR did pull back a little bit. RR popped up to 3, came back. Robotics, I got to believe robotics are going to be a hot thing. Obviously, it's going to be a hot thing. Depends on which company is going to be able to capitalize on it. RR, Rich Tech Robotics, that's a $2, $3 stock. So, might be something you just put $100, a few $100 into it and let it go and see what happens in the future. Okay, Tesla's still going. Holy smokes, Tesla is killing it. Tesla having a good day. All right, Tesla. I do have TSLL shares. I'm thinking about adding to it. Tesla's gone ballistic. They're looking good. Shorts are having to cover, I'm sure. What kind of shorts are we talking here? Tesla, short percent. Only 1.2 days to cover on Tesla. Probably the approximately 29 billion worth of capital is actively betting against the stock. Chanos is one of them. Tesla, nice reversal on Tesla.
Some breaking news regarding Mistral. The AI giant of France is apparently developing a new AI model for banks who lack access to Mythos. This is all about cybersecurity vulnerabilities. Already,
Tesla at the highs.
local European banks to have a new model.
Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft turning the corner. Microsoft looking for this to continue. All right, it's got to get above that 21 day right there. All right, so we got to get above that 21 day. It's a little flag, but looking for more upside in Microsoft. What's IGV do? IGV. Okay, inside day, IGV. We got to get up to that 50-day moving average. Amazon still going here. Amazon still lifting. Okay, Amazon looking good. Okay, Amazon. Okay, again, oversold RSI. Prices dip. Put your stop underneath. We broke out above the 11:15 level, the 10 o'clock high. Continue to press higher. Okay, Amazon looking good.
Interact with, I don't know, you call it a spacecraft or if you call it a mini factory, but just go through the basics of who's the launch provider, what happens when you get into low Earth orbit, and then how long typically is the spacecraft or capsule in orbit. Sure. So I'll even step back just because we're so excited about this United announcement today. We worked with the customer before we even get there, and we developed a microgravity-enabled formulation on the ground in our lab in cooperation partnership with United. Once those microgravity-enabled formulations are ready for flight, then it means that the temperature profile, the concentration, all the parameters that would go into any other drug formulation now has the option of turning off gravity during the process, which means we can make a new outcome for patients. So then what we do is once we have that formulation, we load it into our spacecraft. Our launch provider is SpaceX. We launch our spacecraft onto a Falcon 9 rocket dedicated to rideshare, which is great because now we get to take advantage of good costs and frequent availability of space. So now the spacecraft separates from the rocket like it would any other satellite. So it looks like a satellite to SpaceX. You can fit 20 of these things on a single rocket. It's now orbiting the Earth. We do the manufacturing process where there isn't gravity affecting the sedimentation of the crystals. And then once those properties are locked in, our spacecraft flies itself back to Earth, lands in Australia, and now we have the drug for patients.
And what does it help patients with? I mean, how is it going to unleash a whole new area of medicine?
It's wild because gravity is a fundamental force of physics, so it's extremely broad technology, anything from bioavailability to shelf stability. A classic example that was flown on the International Space Station was going from an IV bag to a shot. So imagine you're in rural America and you don't have access to a clinic.
Amazon.
You have access to the drug because that same drug can be form-factored into a shot instead of an IV bag, and that shot can come to you instead of you having to go to the clinic. We're showing images, right? This is images of Varda returning to Earth. So this sounds ridiculous, and I'll say it anyway. You try and land in Australia. That seems quite easy. Australia is quite big. Actually, it's not. Like, how restrictive is that landing pad of one continental nation? Yes, so we're going to try. I mean, we've done this now 4 or 5 times, and the reason I say 4 or 5, one of them was in Utah, and the rest were in Australia. But that in Utah, it was great. I mean, the mission, that was our first mission success. Yeah. The thing that's nice about Australia is it's a commercial range, so we don't need to get in the way of operations that are happening at our test ranges, so we can not disturb them while landing commercially. But it's great. I mean, it makes the process way easier.
You're excited about United Therapeutics deal. Where next? What does this prove out for others?
Well, this is just the tip of the iceberg because it's such a broad technology that affects so many drugs. United is kind of in the future
and they have been for quite some time. And so we're really lucky to work with such a crack team. But this technology is broad, so it applies to a wide variety of pharmaceuticals for a wide variety of patients.
Well, as that starts to delve into space, come back, join us. We'll be CEO of Vada Space on that new announcement. Meanwhile, there's been plenty of announcements coming out about agentic commerce and international expansion from a firm. It's just been reporting yesterday at the company's 2026 Investor Forum. The fintech company is laying out a roadmap to 100 billion annual volume. Look, CEO Max Levchin, I'm pleased to say, joins us in New York, and I'm sad I'm not there next to you, Max. But
ARM.
I know, I know, too far.
ARM Holdings.
Told the investors, the analyst community in New York.
AAY looks like it wants to bust a move. Amazon's still going here. Amazon. What a nice setup on Amazon, eh? Still going, Amazon.
And we will do so by maintaining our profit margins of 3 to 4%. We will grow at 20% per year or so. That was the story we told them 3 years ago. We've now come back. We're now basically at that $50 billion mark. We expect it to slow down, but instead we told our investors yesterday we expect to grow 25% compounding, so 5 points extra, and we intend to up the floor.
Okay, Amazon's going vertical here. Okay, let's go to the let's go to the 3 minute. 3 minute. Okay, you can see what's happening here. All right, nice reversal. Okay, let's keep an eye on hedge flows. Starting to taper off right here. We're running up against some resistance levels overhead. Be aware of it. Maybe take some profits off. Markets are not going to go straight up. ARM looks like it wants to break out. Boeing looking good. Rising, Boeing. Okay, ARM. Apple. Meta looks good. Google looks good.
Talking about an industrial bank charter, that could be another strength area, the fact that you've got competitive advantage. But take us to the future and the agentic commerce future, because we talk about it a lot on the show, and you are already doing deals with Google. What does that look like in terms of how I'm going to be having a relationship with a firm going forward?
I think it's going to be incredible. I cannot be more excited about this.
Okay, futures continue to rise. Wow. Look at Amazon. Yikes. Amazon. Whew, that one's on the move. I don't know how much more we're going to get out of this, though. Look at the RSI muscle. That's the 3 minute. Let's look at the 5 minute. 5 minutes just showing some strength here. Okay. Okay, big move here. Amazon. I'd be contemplate taking a little bit off into strength here. Amazon. That's a pretty nice move, Amazon.
Max, you're again emphasizing the word built. You do that often, but how does quickly Max Levchin think about M&A in a firm?
Apple flagging at the high. Amazon, ARM at the high.
Thank you very much for your time today. Now, coming up, we're going to get back to what to expect from President Trump's meeting with Xi Jinping, and will AI Be in focus, probably. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Hi, Goose. What you want, baby? There's food right here. All right, Amazon looking good. S&P looking good. S&P right back up to the recent high from yesterday. Hedge flows tapering off. Okay. We could move a bit higher up to a little bit more resistance, this positive gamma at 74.50. I don't know that we're going to get there. We'll probably start seeing some selling into this strength, okay, back up into this previous high. S&P, okay, daily. Okay, that looks good. S&P daily. Weekly. Wow. 7 weeks. Who would have thought, huh? Who would have thought 7 weeks up?
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and fun. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bloomberg Tech, live in San Francisco with Emily Chang and Tom Giles.
Hashtag is back, baby.
Join leading CEOs, tech visionaries, and industry icons for an unparalleled event.
What is the fate of search?
We are definitely investing for the long run. We want to help these players develop to bring their products to market.
I think it will be possible to make changes to our genome. Technology has been the driver to more abundant productivity.
Bloomberg Tech.
Okay, Amazon still going here. Amazon.
But we're not just here to talk. We're here to help you win. Bill has handled over $1 trillion of secure transactions. That's scale you can
50 day.
We turn expertise into $120 a year, joining nearly 500,000 businesses already leveling up their
200 days down there.
Talk with an expert about automating your finances at bill.com/Bloomberg.
Amazon.
It's time now for Talking Tech, and first up, SoftBank posted a jump in profit, fueled by valuation gains on its OpenAI investment. Founder Masayoshi Son has spent the last year pivoting the company's focus from venture startups to silicon and data centers. Plus, following a visit from Scott Bessent, Japan's 3 mega banks are set to gain access to Anthropic's powerful Mythos model. It's according to the person familiar with the matter. Now, the move comes despite a widespread alarm over Mythos and speculation about its potential cybersecurity risks. And there he is. Well, it's emerging as a powerhouse in the AI data center gold rush, reporting a 684% jump in first quarter sales on increased demand for its own data centers. The company competes with a range of neo-cloud startups like CoreWeave that rent out computing resources to AI developers.
Okay, let's get back to what everyone's talking about today, and that's President Trump's meeting with Xi Jinping and what to expect.
ARM holding. Amazon looks like it wants to keep going. ARM holdings just off the highs. Looks like resistance for today is right here. Don't know that we're going to make it above that level today. All right, so we got looking like a higher low potentially. RSI turning up. Okay, looking for RSI to turn up right here. Okay. MACD's rising. We could take out this high over here on the right. Okay, maybe we take out this high from last week, from Monday. Okay, Monday, and then Fridays is up here, right? Friday. So Friday, that's the high from Friday. Okay, maybe we do something like that. Need some more volume though. Amazon looks good.
Artificial intelligence companies, the model developers also to gain an edge, and they have been clamoring for that today.
S&P having difficulty just below recent highs. Okay. Right up against the highs. S&P 500. I don't know. We're up 7 weeks. Up 7 weeks. I have to believe with VIX rising that we need to start reducing further. Okay, day trades are fine. All right, VIX is actually lower right now. All right, let's see what Core 1M is. I don't want to jump ship too fast, right? Core 1M. Okay, that dropped quite a bit this morning. That was up near 11 12 yesterday, right? Okay. Core 1M. That was way up there, actually. Okay, so that's quite a drop. Okay, so a lot of people went long calls. You can see with this big drop in Core 1M. Core 1M, big drop from up here at 1250 yesterday, all the way down to 940. So people are getting they're chasing. Okay, people are chasing here, folks. Okay, so it's probably a good idea to start reducing your exposure. That's what I'm doing. ARM.
And also a working group created to discuss AI.
Mike Shepherd, across all the latest coming between those key talks in Beijing at the moment.
ARM.
Appreciate you running it up, but that does it for this edition of
ARM Holdings.
We've got to get back to that breaking news. You helped break it earlier this hour. Talk us through why ARM was potentially looking to buy Cerebras.
Yeah, ARM and SoftBank tried to buy Cerebras. Cerebras said no, they will go public tomorrow. But Cerebras makes supercomputers at scale for inference, and that's where the AI story is right now. That, of course, all according to Bloomberg sources. Recap that story and many others on the podcast. You know where to find it: Apple, Spotify, iHeart, and all of the Bloomberg platforms. This is Bloomberg Tech.
She's got 12 items.
Young homeowners turning into parents for love. It's dedicated RV parking around the back. No, we're not leaving it out. It's okay. You don't need a ticket. There's no one waiting. Progressive can save you for becoming your parents, but we can't save you more. Technically, these onions count as one item.
Okay, CLPT, ClearPoint Neuro. Somebody was talking about this yesterday. ClearPoint Neuro, looking for this to pop. CLPT. What is Beyond Meat doing? I haven't looked at that in a while. Beyond Meat. Okay, right back down to the 21-day, 50-day.
Sound familiar? It should. Bringing a market share powerhouse to market.
Okay, what's Baker Hughes doing? Baker Hughes. Okay, consolidating, Bollinger Bands.
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/invest Hong Kong to learn more.
Boeing, China visit. Okay, we could see Boeing get back up here to 247, 248, and 254. 248, 254. Boeing is trending. Maybe some good news out of China. I'll put a limit order to sell. Maybe we'll get any kind of pop. Good till cancel, right around $2, I guess. I got 250, 255 credits. 250, 255 call spreads. So I'll put a limit order at 2, good till cancel. That way, if I'm not paying attention, I can get out of this with a nice profit. Maybe 225. 225 is better. Okay. That'd be $1 per contract. Good till cancel.
On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15% chance of keeping the House. Think that probability is too low. Buy yes for 15 cents. Think it's too high.
Amazon off the high. Okay, arm pulling back. Pulling my arm. Okay. ARM Holdings pulling back a little bit from the highs. Looking for that follow through. Amazon having a nice run today. Look for a follow through tomorrow. If we get a follow through, that would be a nice test, perhaps 270, 275 call spreads. Okay, Meta at the high of the day, Meta.
Welcome to another episode of Bloomberg Deals, the only show dedicated to the corporate action reshaping markets. A new funding round in the works.
Meta looks like it wants to go some more. Meta back up into this range. Meta. Okay, so we've been consolidating for 10 days. Today is day 10 on the gap down. 10 days later, we're looking for this to push back up. Meta should be good. Marvell. Okay, we took that off. Made $12 per contract. And make lunch, $120 for lunch. Yeah, you could get lunch for $120, right? Even with inflation. So Marvell, I was looking at that this morning. It looked like it might get going. Marvell. Okay. A little fake out. Okay. So I sold it into this little fade right there, the third leg down. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I sold it as it started to fade because it could see RSI was dropping off. So I took it off, made $12, or was it more? Less. Let me see. Okay, so how do we do this again? We monitor count statement. Okay, so count statement, monitor. Let's see. Marvell. No, it was $6 per contract profit. I made $60. So I can still have lunch for $60, right? If I don't take anybody with me. All right. So Marvell didn't do what I thought it was going to do. I thought it was just going to keep going. And once you realize the stock isn't doing what you thought it was, don't sit around and hope for it. Just take it off and move on to the next trade. That's something I would suggest for traders. You don't want it to go green to red. Okay, ARM Holdings, looking for that to follow through. Amazon hit the highs. Google is hitting the highs right now. Could break out here. Google could break out here. I might take some profits up here. What is the ATR? Let me check the ATR on Google. Google looking good. It's grinding higher. Looks like it's going to be one of those days where it just keeps going. ATR for Google is $9.50. It's up $10.60. So maybe it's an expansion day on this reversal on Google. Looks like it wants to keep going. So what you could do, what I would suggest is bring a stop underneath this little consolidation right here, 490, right around 493.50 or so, 493.75. And if it does dip, at least you collected most of the gain for today. And just keep moving it up. If this breaks out to 395 Google, then I'll move it up a little bit more. I have, what do I have on Google? Let's see. Google, I think I have June options. So I could stand the wait. The only reason why I'm getting a little anxious is because S&P is up here near the highs, and VIX, we're waiting for VIX to do something. Okay, so I can't speak to everyone because I don't know what your individual circumstances are, but we're up here at the highs. I anticipate, because hedge flows, you can see all of this purple around price action. All right, so it really picks up dark, goes to bright purple, I guess you could say, is at around 73.50, gets bright purple. So that's support. This is resistance, the bright purple overhead, 74.55 or so. Okay, so you can make the case that 74.50 overhead is resistance, 73.50 support. Prices will probably stay between, only because we see bright purple on either side of price. So that's telling me to look for prices to stay in a range-bound condition. If for some reason this was all red below, that would be a warning sign, or red above. Right now it's red at the close right over here. It's 74.25. We could pin in this area, I guess. So long as this stays bright purple below, we should be fine. Let's go look at the indices. Okay, let's see. He's going to be on today. Let me just go here. What is he on? MayOpX. Okay, that's going to be on YouTube. I could tell by the link. That'll be YouTube later. Brent, spot, gamma. Okay, log in. Okay. It's going to be YouTube. All right, it's going to be talking about tail risk at 12.
Of intrigue with EQT trying over and over. Activist investors are circling. What exactly is going on here? Yeah, Danny, actually, this is the biggest corporate drama in London at the moment, where you have a private equity firm in Sweden, EQT, making a bid 4 times for the services company, Intertech. And in the mix of it, the company had rejected it 3 times, and multiple investors have vocally come out, some with letters, pretty strongly languaged letters, encouraging the company to engage with this bid. And eventually, the latest development this morning here in London is that the companies have put out a release saying that they would be minded to our shareholders to engage in talks with EQT. So it's actually a couple of weeks in the making, and all of us have been watching it. So finally, the due diligence will begin, and we will see later on if the deal actually does happen. There seems to be from Intertech, in terms of why they are pushing back. Is it essentially this idea like we can do it better ourselves? Maybe Intertech breaks up. I mean, why are they so resistant, Crystal? Yeah, Intertech actually said this morning even that they still believe in their own standalone strategy. The company, though, actually has been undergoing a review and had talked about potentially separating the business. So in many ways, Intertech itself has sort of looking at a transition in its business strategy. So the other interesting thing here is like we're actually seeing like the investment banking world kind of is a battle of the grades right here, where you have like Goldman, JP Morgan on one side, and Morgan Stanley on the other side, as some of our peers have also pointed out. So all in all, it's just a wonderful corporate drama for London, and that has very, very strong shareholder involvement as well. And this is why the deal stories and the PE stories are the best, Crystal, because this is what just like a testing and inspection company. Who knew it could be so exciting? Crystal C, live from our London bureau. Thank you so much. Elsewhere, we are following some personnel news made by JP Morgan and their investment bank. According to memos, 2 staff seen by Bloomberg News, Dorothy Blessing, Kevin Foley, and Jared Kay, were named co-heads of the firm's global investment banking business. As part of the overhaul of the division's upper ranks, Anu Iyengar is being replaced as the bank's global head of M&A. She's been named a global chair in the division, and she just spoke with me last week at Milken about companies pushing for deals even in the face of uncertainty.
What we always tell boards and CEOs is, don't think about what does this mean for today's stock price the day after you announce it. Think about it as what is this going to do for your company for the next 5, 10, 20 years.
Coming up on the show, I asked Honeywell CEO Vimal Kapoor about his company's massive restructuring. The big picture up next, right here on Bloomberg Deals. Matteo, what do you think I struck with this, how focused you are on the customer?
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data and implement it in a way better of the same. It's not more better of the same.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors, like energy, move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15% chance of keeping the House. Think that probability is too low? Buy yes for 15 cents. Think it's it's too high? Buy no for 85 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market and hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and budgets. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Is Asia leading the
All right, so we're at the high. A lot of stocks are at highs, anticipating more. I don't know. I don't want to be greedy. I want to take some profits off here personally.
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital.
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle? We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
The Conch Cafe in Garden City. Oceanfront dining, fresh seafood, and cocktails with a view. It's no wonder we've been a local favorite for 40 years. Now serving breakfast. Conch Cafe, open daily.
Oh, good.
To make informed decisions fast.
Nothing is final until it's well and truly final. The really important question is whether we'll get second round effects.
Thanks, David.
Like Bloomberg.
C-Web. What is C-Web doing? C-Web moving? C-Web. Okay, that was up earlier. C-Web turning the corner. Maybe that gets going. C-Web.
We strongly believe that we have a strong set of capabilities, but individual segments will perform better if you are a standalone company in specialty chemicals, in aerospace and automation. And that thesis is coming out true. We spun off our spec chem business in October of last year. It's doing extremely well. The aerospace separation will occur in about another 45 days time. I'm very confident that aerospace is going to be one of the best-in-class aerospace, both operating company in stock and also is automation. So our scale allowed us to create 3 large-scale companies. So I think our position is coming from a very different set of circumstances compared to others.
And can I just say, you were thrust into this whole thing. You and I were just talking about this moments ago. So you started in 2023. The process kicks off late 2024. And as you're doing this, by the way, every disruption that could possibly happen in the world is also happening between supply chains getting rewritten, between AI scares, war in the Middle East now. How was it just from a leadership portfolio, not only leading this spinoff and corporate transformation, but just all these essential issues happening in the world right now?
I think I kind of separate the two. We took on the journey that we need to separate into 3 companies. We started that process, you said it right, in early 24, and then we started announcing it at one at a time. But at the same time, external disruption becomes part of how you operate as a company. That's where maturity of companies like Honeywell come in, because we have built operating capabilities over decades. Those operating capabilities allow us to deal with this disruption, which was COVID in 2020, then there were chip shortages. Now there is a war, there's a Ukraine war, there's an Iran war. You are absolutely right. Each of them create a period of uncertainty into our operations wherever they get impacted. Thankfully, a company like us have a strong capability over a period of time that we know how to deal with it, both in terms of our people capability, our global scale. And someone like me, I would say we are kind of used to it. I wish there is a time in which there's no disruption, but things keep happening all the time.
It is certainly the world we're living in, and as frightening and upsetting as some of it might be, there's also an element where it feels like Honeywell has a role to play. I mean, whether it be
what did Rocket Labs do? I haven't looked at that since Tuesday, right? Rocket Labs, let's see, RKLB. All right, still going. Still going. We saw it on Friday. Pop. We put it on the watch list. It popped again on Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, follow through.
And none of our strategic plans have changed because of external factors. In fact, if anything, compared to 2 years back when we started doing this work,
I feel more compelled that each of these businesses are going to do even better. Aerospace cycle is even stronger. When we made a decision, there was a Ukraine war already, but the Iran war hadn't occurred at that time. So now that generates the defense-related demand into our business because we serve that sector too. And when I come to the automation business, AI was not this prominent play for automation companies, but increasingly, as an automation business, we generate a lot of data. That data can be used to make our customers more productive. So as the data science is becoming more mature, and we have ability to buy offering from like some NVIDIA and Google to invest into our product, that's creating additional set of opportunity for us in our business. So actually, where we started from versus where we are today, our net opportunity set has actually increased. So our decision when we started this whole journey.
Is there anywhere where customers, because I mean, it's a lot of opportunity, but a lot of uncertainty too. Is there anywhere where they've kind of pulled back because of that uncertainty?
I think long-term decisions, absolutely not. Actually, there's a unique phenomena that long-cycle orders for companies like Honeywell, or for that matter, many of our peer companies, the backlog keeps growing to a bigger and bigger number. In some of our businesses, for example, we have a big business for liquefaction of gas to make LNG. So 2/3 of the global LNG is made by our technology. That business is booked for next 3 or 4 years. So there are long cycle businesses where customers are actually moving their demand upwards, whether it is generation of power, producing of energy, building of data use. And that trend is actually coming even to some of our short cycle businesses where typically our delivery times are 4, 6, 8 weeks, but we also see customers pulling forward their demand due to fear of inflation. Some can be fearful about, worried about.
All right, Bitcoin moving lower. All right, so not doing what we anticipated. Hit the 200-day and got rejected harshly. Back to the 21-day. That's not good. That's not good. All right, Rocket Labs, Firefly. Okay, ASTS. Okay, trying to do something there. Okay. Google still going here. Google, very bullish day today on Google.
And I would say our engagement with them have been very productive and collaborative. I would say that bringing in an expertise of capital market becomes an additional input for us for making our different decisions. And we have to make our decision in the best interest of our shareholder and customer, but getting that insight of somebody who plays in capital markets every day becomes a very important data point for us.
So some of the details of the strategy going forward, for example, once the aerospace split is done, might you consider, for example, beefing up some of the building automation segment with various, AI-related acquisitions? Yeah. It's something that your competitors have done. Have you thought about that?
So in the automation business, we serve 3 big end markets: buildings of all types. So think of buildings like schools and airports and pharmaceutical facilities. Then industrial sector, which is semiconductor, utilities, and then finally process industry, which is primary energy sector. Now our acquisitions will be how do we grow our capabilities in each, specifically where the growth is higher over the next many years. So if you see our trend of our acquisition over the last 2 years, we either acquired in end markets where the growth is very compelling, like LNG. We made 2 acquisitions there, or there's a technology trend which is irreversible. People spending more money on security. So we made acquisition for physical security, for cyber security. So that trend will basically persist. That will make our acquisition hold on.
All right, Amazon, Google, both of those looking good. Google still pushing. Google.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant, but at Grand Canyon University, we shatter the status quo. GCU's online master's degree programs in technology are projects with coursework to help you innovate across digital and physical environments.
At GCU, you can learn to use technology with faith, integrity, and purpose.
This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand
Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Mateo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
Between the client, the best possible. The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
What about what's next?
Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital.
LWLG.
I'm Laura Melinda. Let's take a look at your midday movers. First up, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 are both climbing. As dip buyers step back up, investors are largely looking past rising cost pressures after another hot inflation print and an ongoing war. Traders are using the recent pullback as an opportunity to snap up chipmaker stocks and other profit-generating tech names. Meanwhile, oil markets are retreating. Brent crude is easing back to around $106.
All right. All right, Netflix is pushing a bit. Netflix, let's see what that, see how far that goes. Netflix. Just to be clear, I've been reducing exposure, especially in the chips. NVIDIA earnings next week. I will keep some things on like ARM. See how far we go with ARM here. ARM looks like it wants to break out. I don't have any working orders, right, on ARM. No. Okay. Boeing, though, I do have a limit order on Boeing. I'd like to see that appreciate about another 50 cents. That'd be $500 for those 10. Okay, so that's looking good. Baker Hughes, we're right at the offer right now. I got July. Let me take this off here. Let me take Baker Hughes off. I won't sell that just yet. Boeing, though. Boeing. Okay, there goes. Netflix is starting to turn up. Netflix has got something going on right at the moment. Netflix, look at it. RSI oversold right there at the open. Okay, rising. 1 minute got a little bit overbought, but you had oversold condition at the open, higher lows. Very similar to Amazon. Amazon had the same condition, AMZN, and look where that went. Okay, you had oversold condition at the open. You had this push lower, put a stop underneath. Once it starts to reverse, put a stop under this. And this one did a lot better than anticipated. Grover's got a 270 target. I do as well. Looking for follow through in Amazon. All right, there goes the futures. All right, the futures are acting crazy. Futures, new highs here. Okay. Futures are making new highs. All right, so new highs. Wow.
But this study specifically singles out a rise in a very specific kind of private placement that specifically insurers backed by private capital firms, Apollo, KKR, just to name a few, are now investing in. So just in the last few years, you can see on that chart that was just pulled up, they've increased their holdings in ABS private placements and financial private placements, and they've done it at a faster pace than those insurance firms that aren't owned by these alternative asset managers. And I was just speaking with the Mass Mutual CEO at Milken, and who basically was like, look, we've been doing this kind of stuff since the 1800s. Right. But you note in this study that they say, look, this increases the liquidity risks. Why do we care about the liquidity risk, because this presumably stuff people hold for like 100 years anyway. Does the timeline really, is the duration really a problem? Yeah, no, it's a good point. And the authors definitely note in this study that, look, this is a limited set of data. We're only looking at, the last decade.
Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's about to go again. Apple.
Raising a flag here that these kinds of private placements are a little bit more intermingled with the broader financial system. So instead of an insurance company lending
Our breakout here, likely Amazon too. Google. Damn. Meta too. Okay, Netflix. Tesla turning up.
Potentially we could see a broader spillover if there is a broader credit crunch. Feels like something that also might get the eye of regulators. Yeah, exactly. And I think we're going to see more alternative asset managers scoop up insurance assets. So again, it's just something to watch here of like how exactly are they changing the investments? They have flagged two interesting ones. One of them, I don't know if people know this, the NBA, they borrow in private placements. So via Hardwood Funding LLC, that's their kind of league-wide credit facility. So fun fact there that insurance firms are actually lending to the NBA. I love that because, if you have an insurance policy, like, little do you know, you're backing the hot NBA.
Okay, nice little rally there. Okay, Meta still going. Yeah, wow. Very nice day today. Very nice. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to cash out some positions here, folks. I'm going to cash out some positions. Okay, Apple, I'm going to hold on to this for the time being. Apple's looking really strong. Adobe, I'm going to close Adobe. That didn't work. Adobe, I'm out. Adobe. Amazon, I'm going to sell some more into strength. 270 coming up quick. 270. Apple breaking higher. Apple. Oi, oi, oi. Microsoft going too. Microsoft turning up. Okay, Microsoft. You can see the 1 minute chart. Oversold condition. Same thing that happened with Amazon and Netflix. We get these oversold conditions. NVIDIA on the 1 minute chart. NVIDIA, same thing. Got a little oversold right over here, right after the open. Hasn't looked back since. Cayman got long right in this area. Right, Cayman? I believe you got long right around 940-ish. Was drifting a little bit lower, but then it took off to the upside. Looks good. I just want to close a lot. I want to close a lot. Beyond Meat, I'm out of Beyond Meat. That wasn't working. Okay, what's Fuel Cell doing? Fuel Cell? FCEL. Fuel Cell. Somebody mentioned Fuel Cell. Aside from Mondo, somebody else mention Fuel Cell.
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital policy.
Okay, S&P has gone vertical. Jeez whiz. Okay, Fuel Cell's been up over 140% in the last 30 days, breaking to a new 52-week high of 1825. Let's take a look at Fuel Cell, FCEL. Fuel Cell. Okay, nice rally. Okay, coming out of the squeeze, Fuel Cell. Okay, the reasoning behind it, entirely driven by clean energy alternative plays targeting the massive electricity constraints of AI-focused infrastructure. Fuel cells, data center, strategy, traction. Traders are aggressively bidding up the stock after the company launched a modular, utility-grade, 12.5 megawatt fuel cell platform specifically tailored to power on-site hyperscale data centers. So, okay, let me just switch channels here. I didn't realize that was after 12. Let me change channels to CNBC, see what they're talking about.
Let's hit energy transfer. Brand target gets bumped by a couple bucks.
Okay, so data center traction, 12.5 megawatt fuel cell platform, massive pipeline expansion, overcoming a mixed Q1 earnings cycle, corporate updates for fuel cells business development, pipeline surged by 275%. The overwhelming majority of these new proposals stem from power-hungry data center clients looking to bypass traditional overstressed electrical grids. Fuel cell set to break much higher, I would imagine. The AI power pivot narrative. The market is fundamentally revaluing the company from a struggling hydrogen utility player to a core AI infrastructure enabler, moving alongside peers like Bloom Energy and Plug Power. Key options, volume, and open interest. To note, extreme bullish skew. The put call open interest ratio sits at an incredibly low 0.23, which is extremely low. That's telling you people are chasing after calls, 69,000 contracts versus a tiny 16,000 put contracts. So it's like 7 times as many calls as puts. The 15 strike, the 1750 striking zone, gamma chasing as the stock trades aggressively towards and around 1765. Okay, immediate volume is concentrated heavily on the 15 and 1750 strikes for fuel cell, 15 and 1750 call strikes. Okay, I'm looking at this right here. The 1250 structural floor on the downside, the 1250 put strike has seen a notable increase in open interest, so that's support. Okay, fuel cell looking good. Fuel cell on the move. Okay. Fuel cell.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, CNBC spotlights the leaders driving business and the nation forward.
The entrepreneurial spirit in the United States is our secret sauce. It's what makes us the great country we are. The DNA of entrepreneurialism was in this country at its founding. There had to be an entire new way of governing the country set up, and a bunch of really smart people got together and did in fact come up with the most sustainable and incredible democracy that anybody's ever known. In the United States, there's a big tent for everybody. Everybody can come in, and if you're motivated, want to put your head down, want to work hard, you can find a path for yourself in this country.
QUC1. IONL.
Okay, fuel cell. Let's see what we got here. Fuel cell. Okay, the June 20 call. June 20. Okay, let me look at fuel cell here. Fuel cell. FCEL. 50 deltas.
IONX. LWLG. OSS. IONL. NEXA. QUC1. IONX. MEI. QUCY. LWLG. QUC1.
Okay, Microsoft, nice push. Apple's still going here. Apple. Fuel cell, nice push towards 20. Fuel cell.
WOK may resume in less than a minute. LWLG. MEI.
All right, welcome back to the half. Let's go to Chicago now. Oliver Rennick at the SIBO Global Markets with today's options action. Hi there.
Scott, broad market is firm, but small caps lagging behind. There's a lot of action in China. Let me run you through it. Firstly, in the Russell 2000, it's down about 2% from its high last week. Options action in the small cap ETF IWM does look a bit bearish. Puts out number calls 2-to-1 by volume compared to an even spread in the Qs or the SPY. And the $100 million of premium traded in IWM this morning, about 60% of it was in the puts, which is almost the inverse of what we see in the big cap indexes. It might be a message about interest rates. So the 10-year yield is trading at the highest since last summer, and small caps are generally seen as more interest rate sensitive. For example, the regional bank ETF KRE is on pace for 5 straight days of selling. It's something to monitor, but it also might just be symptomatic of rotation in the market as bulls look for new trades, which is the story of the day in Chinese stocks, as Alibaba traders completely ignore that stock's earnings miss and call buyers stampede in to the tune of $100 million in premiums for Baba. The Chinese internet ETF KWeb is now the 7th most popular ticker of the day, with over 500,000 contracts traded and a heavy bull. And 8 of the 10 biggest trades, buyers will call.
Apple's still going here. Apple. It's a crazy move here. A lot of stocks are breaking higher. Apple. Apple.
What's your take on this name? You know, watching stocks in the pre-market, right? It was down, it was up marginally, it was down, and now it's trading up 7%. This is the same story. If you took off the ticker and and you swapped with Meta, you hear some of the same dialogue, which is that they're overspending to critics on AI, and that they're not seeing return. But cloud growth was 38%, I believe, 37, 38%, and that's the engine. They took the hit, in terms of investing in the company, and it's not a lot of capex, near-term expense. So it brought down the earnings meaningfully. Overall, I think the story is well intact, and it's my way of playing AI in China. So that's why I'm there. What about this is a cheap stock? What about the small caps?
Can I talk about KWeb instead?
Go ahead.
I've been in KWeb for a long time, added to it when it was down over the last months or so. And I'm with Steve. I think it's a great way to play the AI build out in China. I don't think that it has to be that either the US wins or China
Apple breaking out.
eventually win. And China continues to put itself forth as the low cost producer. I don't think that changes. And as demand continues to ramp up, I think we benefit from that.
You got anything on the small caps? Do you want to phone a friend?
No, I was ready with the KWeb comment.
I've got something back.
I was
You
ready
got
with
something?
the KWeb.
I've got something. You give a hand off.
I'm not interested in small caps right now, honestly.
No. Well, I mean, why should this time be any different than any other time for you?
I stay on brand.
I'll go to Joe.
So you have a double-digit return for the IWM so far year to date, and what is really saving it, it's not the economic conditions, it's not a healthier economy or broadening out, it's that momentum in small caps can actually and is be more intense than it is in mid caps and large caps. So the momentum's not isolated to that singular equity size class, it's universal. That's benefiting small caps.
All right, we'll take a break. So totally next for this midday break.
Apple. Wow. Okay, Apple looking good. Apple. Nice call, by the way. Nice call, Apple.
CRCG, CRCA, CRCL.
Okay, ARM Holdings hanging at high. It's got potential to run back up into that range, ARM Holdings. Apple's at the highs. Geez, how much more are we going to get out of this? Apple.
CRCA, VIBO.
Apple.
CRCG, CRCL, ALMU.
Apple still. Oh, look at Apple go. Oh, shit. Apple. Wow. Wow. Where's Steven when we need him? Is Steven in the room? Steven, you in there?
EDC. CRCG, CRCL.
TDIC.
Okay, where's Steven? Steven, you cool?
CRCA.
Did you go to the doctor or something today? Usually you're in the room talking up Apple. S&P? Yeah, sure. Okay, here we go. S&P, you can see the hedge flow is still rising there, Mondo. Okay, hedge flows. Okay, we're coming up against resistance. That's 98 percentile, 99 percentile at 74.60. Okay. 74.60. 74.60. 99 percentile resistance.
Yet the S&P is up 100 handles over that time frame. Each of the last 4 days have seen more than 5% of the S&P components making a 52-week low. Yes. So how do you assess that? By the way, today it's like 9% of S&P components making new lows. I think it's 44 stocks making new lows. What's that mean? Well, it tells you, I think, what we've observed, which is this sort of narrow avenue of high conviction, CapEx-oriented companies are managing to support the index, and everything that touches higher oil prices or consumer real incomes is suffering in response. You do have the bond market, I think, having a measured reaction to PPI today, but it's still...
Okay, we're up at the highs. Okay, Apple. Wow, what a move on Apple.
I think October 29th, 2025. That was the previous peak of the Mag 7 dominance, of NASDAQ dominance. We are now higher than that in terms of relative performance of the NASDAQ 100, let's say, relative to equal weight S&P. I was just looking at that, well higher than that. So, for people who worry about the market, it's okay when the hanging out or participating higher to a lesser extent. And I think what this mostly is showing is, to the degree macro matters to parts of the market, it's weighing
on ARM Holdings.
Now, I don't think it means
Boeing.
down. It just kind of means
Boeing. Okay, that looks all right. Apple.
So you are creating further imbalance. Okay, so you agree with the notion, I guess, the where he goes to is something's got to give. Yes, but eventually something's got to give.
UNH looks good. Nokia. Nokia's up at the highs, right? Nokia, I believe. John mentioning Nokia when he got off the plane in Toronto. Nokia. Okay, Nokia at the highs. Yeah, Nokia making new highs. Nokia making new highs.
The rest of the market just sort of shrugs it off. Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch what happens in China too. No one's going to get negative semis before hearing from NVIDIA. Yeah, theoretically in a week. Probably not. It'll be hard to. Maybe. It's almost to say that. I should say earnings kind of let people off the hook for 3 months worrying about capex budgets, and we're going to use up that time. Yeah. What are you going to get all negative on NVIDIA after this? Record-setting run is now Jensen Huang is over there. Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see if that was just for show or not. But I agree in general. I think it's the B of A note today, by the way, that is much more behind what's happening with NVIDIA getting a little bounce today than anything else, because it shows demand out to 2030 in a very, very defined way. Okay, we'll see a little bit later, Michael. Thank you. Coming up, a big call on one of this year's worst performing private credit names. One firm says now it's time to buy it. We'll tell you which one next. AHL. AHL.
ABC. PWEN.
TLSI.
ABC.
Okay.
TLSI.
Alrighty.
ABC.
Nokia new highs. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, okay. We're back.
a big call today on Ares, as B of A names it a top buy. They say it is. Bryn, you own Ares Capital Corp. The number one private credit manager globally, strong performance overall, underappreciated defensive qualities, and profit growth visibility from mature Euro waterfall fund realizations and shadow AUM. So that's the call on Ares today.
I mean, I think ultimately it comes down to, does Ares writ large do high quality underwriting across equity, infrastructure, and credit? It's way more than just credit. And they do. And so I think these fee related earnings, as they continue to raise capital, especially more on the infrastructure side, those fee related earnings are locked in for a long period of time, so you have visibility. So I like the call. I own ARCC and continue to, the BDC, and continue to collect, I don't know, 10 or 11% distribution yields, and I feel those are very solid. So I continue to think that these high quality managers are undervalued, and ultimately that will reveal itself in higher stock prices.
Yeah, I mean, the stock price is down a bunch, quite obviously, it's almost every day. Mark Lasry was also with me yesterday at Sony. If you recall, a couple months ago, he had come on the show and said, yeah, people have a right to be concerned about what's happening with private credit. So I asked him, that feeling then versus what he thinks now. Here's what he said.
What people are nervous about on the credit side is they want to be able to sell that day. Well, that you can't do, right?
Because they're liquid.
It's a liquid. And, people think, oh, well, it's supposed to be liquid, I should be able to get out. Well, no, that's hard. If you want to get out, you can, but there's a discount to that. And I think that's what people are upset about.
About this.
I think he's spot on. I think it's the growth of an industry that during a period where we saw a dramatic rise in rates, there was an attractiveness to private credit. I think a lot of
Nokia is up almost 10% today. That's crazy.
They were intoxicated with the return, didn't understand the guidelines.
Yeah, Weiss should do all this.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's I think it's a tough space. It got very crowded very quickly. So I'm not enamored with it. I do think that you're looking for a survivor there and the big firms that can survive. But the returns are middling now. So what capital is going to draw? I'd rather be in treasuries or go out.
AAOI trying to make new highs. AAOI. Okay, trying to make new highs. Got to get over here to this high this morning. AAOI looking pretty good on the daily. Breaking out. Bollinger Bands opening up. Looking for a fast move. Arm holdings. Still chopping around up there. Arm holdings.
So that was, well, retail, though, I think you could probably suggest was driving the fantastic growth. Right. At least the growth trajectory of what these firms thought was a new pipeline of capital.
I see. Right. But, that just buffers my case because you're still raising a lot of capital. It's still more crowded. It's more crowded in terms of what you can actually, of who you can lend to, because we're seeing defaults. So everybody's going to have the same credit. So that's going to drop down returns. So I think
Okay. AAOI looks good. Everything looks good on the New York FANG side of the thing. The New York FANGs. Okay, we had buyers step up at the low of the day yesterday, right at the 9 EMA. Ran this back up into the upper half of the daily range. Today, we dipped early, halfway into yesterday's price action, followed through and pushing higher now. All the New York FANGs look really good. Some better than others, with Apple breaking out. You got Amazon, Google, Meta. Whew. This is exhilarating, watching all these just fly. Okay, what's UNH doing? UNH off the high of the day. Okay, Doji. All right. Okay, futures. S&P. Okay, S&P still trending. All right, so complete opposite of what we had yesterday into 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock yesterday, From the open to 2 o'clock, the line was dropping all day. Hedge flow line was dropping all day. We had a bearish day to start. Then around 2 o'clock, this purple line reversed and started moving back up as dealers started buying. Today we trending, just keep trending. We got 74.60, 74.50 looks like that's where we're headed. Okay, so Brent will be on at 1. All right, so people don't get too greedy. Do take some profits off into strength. I'm completely out of Amazon now. It just keeps going. Okay, that's fine. Take your profits. We're up 7 weeks. I just cannot. I can't keep doing this without at least taking some profits off the table into strength. I'm talking short-term stuff. TRBCX and positions like that, TRBCX, I haven't done anything with. That's my retirement stuff. If I ever do decide to retire, this is still going. Okay. Short-term stuff, anything that I have that's like, if I took an Apple position this morning, which David mentioned, Option Hawk, I believe, was talking about the 295 calls that went right through the 295 calls. Took some of those. I'm out of that too. Netflix is going. Netflix is turning back up. So short-term trades is a different story, right? Because if the markets do pull back 2%, 3%, whatever, like say we don't make it to week 8, we do manage to make 7 weeks up and then next week turn back down or not. If we do turn back down, I won't be too disappointed, because if we turn back down, then I can buy the dip. If it does turn back down, then I'll feel like I've accomplished what I was setting my goal for the last few weeks, is take profits off into strength, and we'll reposition once we get some sort of consolidation that we can pinpoint, and then analyze VIX and junk bonds and see what that's telling us. Junk bonds getting back above the 50-day. Notice the 50-day is drifting lower though. Okay, so this is a risk on, risk off signal. Bitcoin currently risk on. Bitcoin is a risk off signal. If this keeps this up, it's starting to fade. So this is neutral. It's in a bullish trend. IWM, that needs to move higher. So it's stable right now. So we have a neutral signal in IWM. IBB, biotechs, another risky asset class starting to bounce. So we got junk bonds and IBB looking a little bit more bullish. What else? 10-year yield. We want to see the 10-year yield moving lower, not higher. The 10-year at the highs is not a good sign. 10-year at the highs is not a good sign. We want the 10-year to move back down. We want commodities also to pull back. Commodities keep pushing. These are reasons to take profits off into strength in the short-term trades that you might have. Apple's flagging out right now. I would be taking some of this off here as well. Okay, Apple. Okay, lots of volume on Apple, so that's probably going to see 300 pretty soon. I got the 350 call. Someone mentioned the 350 call. Let me go see what the 350 looks like now. 350 call for September. Apple. September. 350. Look at the open interest there.
Yeah, I was just noticing that it's hit 52-week high. I think still some legs. And while it, while the truck hasn't brought to all healthcare, it has brought to United Health.
Okay, Liz?
If you're looking for an AI play that's decidedly not in a bubble, K-Web.
All right. Joe T.
Fourth time since March 24th. I'm going to buy Apple on the close.
Wow. All right. About $300. I'll see you on the bell.
Scott, thank you very much, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. An awkward arrival for Kevin Warsh. Just as the Senate gets ready to confirm him next hour as Fed chair, we get another hot inflation print and surging bond yields. Stocks overall are mixed, while that hot producer price report is sending the yield on the 10-year to its highest since last July, just a hair under 4.5%. Oil not helping either today, with WTI up to 103 a barrel. Still, stocks are largely higher, record highs for the S&P and NASDAQ. The chip trade remains strong, and that's what's driving that outperformance for the tech space today. Memory names rallying from yesterday's sell-off. Micron up about 4%, a little less than that now. We'll have more on that ahead. Before all that, though, let's begin with the hotter-than-expected inflation trend, as the odds of a rate cut are virtually zero this year now.
Oh boy, this market is going straight up.
Chief U.S. economist at Jefferies, and Andres Garcia Amaya is the CEO of Zoe Financial. Welcome to both of you. Tom, I said to you a moment ago, wow, that was a hot report. What was your response? You said, well,
some of it was.
Some of it was. So what do you mean by that?
So, when we look at the PPI, the natural inclination is to try to find the little bits and pieces that translate into the PCE deflator, because that's really what the Fed's targeting. It's 2% inflation goal, right?
All right, AAOI looking good. AA, holding on.
Of all things, like they're actually quite a bit softer. So it doesn't look quite as hot in terms of what the numbers the Fed is looking at, what they're really keying on. But energy prices are obviously quite high and not going down anytime soon.
Do you have a numerical kind of gauge for what, if you strip out a few of those factors, what is it telling us for maybe the Fed's preferred gauge?
So yesterday, after the CPI data, it looked like the headline PCE was going to be somewhere around 0.5 month on month. Actually, after the PPI data, it looked like it was going to be more like 0.4. And on the core, it came down a little bit too. So like in the 0.3 area, which is quite a bit less scary than the 1.4% headline.
Because if you back up for a second, yesterday we got the hot consumer report that said, I think the headline is 3.8 year on year, the core was 2.8.
Yeah.
Again, that one is not necessarily the one the Fed's watching, but now based on everything we've learned, what do you think year on year we might be looking at for PCE?
Probably well north of 3%, like 3.5%, 3.3, somewhere in that neighborhood. I have to check my numbers on it, but we're not arcing back towards where the Fed wants it to go. We're kind of stalling out and perhaps heading towards higher numbers for the next few months. That, like you said,
All right, Apple's still going.
Warsh in a kind of difficult position as he takes his seat.
And yet, your own forecast, is it not as thick as you expect?
Okay, let's see. Did Brett come on? Let's see.
Scary. Watch out, right? So what does that mean? I don't care about investing in a certain stock if I'm worried about equities getting sold off as a whole, right? AMD could be the best stock ever, but it's hard for AMD to go up if the equity market goes down 20% as a rough example. Not possible with stuff. So we had very high correlation because people were worried about oil prices. This is when we were yammering on about if oil goes to 110, 115, VIX is probably going to go 30, 35, 40. Didn't happen. And that's one of the big places where I certainly erred, thinking that pop in oil prices would really lead to a surge in volatility, implied volatility. It really didn't. So, but we did have this equity correlation. And the idea was, well, Trump gave the ceasefire deal, and that suddenly the conversation switched from worrying about the Iran situation to risk on. And then we got the AI story. The earnings were all very good. They confirmed this CapEx chase, and then we had the Microns, Qualcomms, SanDisk.
Look at this market.
Just go.
This is not going to last, right?
And so what happens during that time
it's not going to last.
These data points here are all dispersed.
But
what are we looking at? This is
we'll ride the trend as long as we can.
Relative to puts. So MP or Delta Airlines both have high put prices.
Okay, I'd love to see ARM up here at 240.
So when you are uber bullish into a name like Intel, Q's, Uber, Tesla, etc., you're going to end up on the right side of this chart. I saw Elon just tweeted that the only two people on the plane with Trump are Elon and Jensen. Coincidentally, you see almost 100% IB rank, which means that calls are now 1 month, 25 delta calls are now more expensive in these names than they've been in the last year. Same thing with Qs as a macro high level tell. That's saying something, right? And then you still see some of these other names which are exhibiting very high implied vols, meaning the options are rich for forecasting a lot more volatility. And this is on a relative basis, but they're not so call weighted anymore. So I'm looking at UAMD, Intel.
Let's see what Core 1M looks like.
Still super long calls here. They're priced a lot of volatility, but that edge is coming off a little bit. Now, for this full disclosure, I like the idea of selling AMD calls because AMD was over here. This is Home Depot into the earnings event. And the name outpaced its earnings event, which is shocking because of the fact that every other AI name had already beaten its upside to the AI to its earnings. So you would think that AMD would adjust for the higher expectation. But now what you actually see is the call skew starting to come down in AMD a little bit. The next step or phase 2 would be for these names to start to come down in terms of implied vol. What does that mean? I like put ratio trades, long and at the money put, selling 2 out of the money, something like that. Maybe even just short puts, something that would benefit from if these names
Look at this market.
come down, the vol would start to come
Got to ride the bull.
The
Huh?
other advantage to selling puts is if Brent is wrong about these names actually having a mild correction. If they continue to just rip, then the delta of those puts should pay you off, right? Because you're going to get farther out of the money. So that's the high level.
Core 1M.
If I turn on and look at some of the ways that these things are trading over the last 10 days, there's going to be a lot of lines here. But what you see is these lines are all going from the left side of your chart to the right, which obviously is the upside chase. The problem is when you get into these situations, the calls are obviously very expensive. So it means that you could buy the call, be correct, and still not get paid. And that's particularly true for the names that are higher up on this chart. Ironically, NVIDIA is now one of those names. Whereas if you look at Tesla, its implied vol rank right now is only 20%. So it can still go full ridiculous, right, and surge higher when you have a pure stock up vol up. And so when you think about
It's Brentwood Spockdamma talking.
Trump and going to China, and if some good news comes out of that, or you look at the SpaceX thing, or whatever these other catalysts are, that's where you finally may get that kind of AMD type, rip, right? And I think of all the names that really hasn't seen that really crazy upside. I think Tesla in the last couple of days, it kind of has, but it's one name that I'm focused on, and I'm long some based on it may mean and catch up with some of the other with some of these other things.
Look at this market.
I also want to talk about hedging in a couple of different ways. We have a couple of different charts to look at here.
Holy smokes.
Lastly, I want to talk about the base case for what I'm thinking into OpEx. I want to talk about realized vol. So what has been happening in the market, and we're just going to talk to a basic stock chart here to make sure that this is clear. But obviously what's been happening in the market is an incredible upside move. We had posted on Twitter around April OpEx that we wanted to be short the market looking for a correction. And so
okay, I got to get this real quick.
What happened here's think about what you want about Jim Cramer, but that's a statement. So what does it then look like? You see us rallying into here, and then we're going to hit this window, right? And this window represents what should be a calming of volatility. Now, the China situation, the meeting is being underpriced by the market, I think. However, if you were to sort of skip that part, what you would see is
Apple.
It says selling 99%, selling puts 99% of the time is right. What's up, Vinny? This should be a time for consolidation. That's what we've been calling for. The market with eyes then on NVIDIA.
Looks like it wants to try to go higher.
The market actually cares about NVIDIA. And so
ARM Holdings, Nokia looks good. Google, Apple, AAOI, RXT, Rackspace, Meta,
binary.
Meta's
If
continuing
just
here.
comes in
Meta.
at expectations, then maybe
Should have
you
bought
get a
50
little bit of
deltas on
consolidation
Meta.
because the expectations are
Meta.
already so high, and the prices have surged. You know, you kind of need a retrenching of the
Meta
story possibly.
at the
So
highs.
what does that mean? The first sort of principle, as people like to say, is volatility contraction here in the next few days, and then out of NVIDIA, we should have, I think, a directional move. Now, the way that I think playing this is interesting is playing the catch-up names like a Tesla or some of the other names that maybe haven't gone
200
quite
days
as
down
as
here.
wild. You look at Avgo, for example, at least as of a couple of days ago, you know, it has not broken out. Now, maybe you think that TPUs are garbage or what Avgo has to offer relative to AMD and Intel is not that great, but you would think that a compounding CapEx investment would in some way, at some point, benefit Avgo. I don't know. I'm not a fundamental person, but you know, these
Google's still going.
that could have some catch up.
Wow.
And then their news is obviously, you know, a little ways away here. So there's some things to think about that. Now, NVIDIA is an extremely interesting stock right now, and I know we're going to get a bunch of questions about this. And so I want to show you all a new chart that I had. So hang out with me in a minute. We'll talk about it. But I want to get realized vol first. I want to close up the macro vol story, and then we'll pivot. So on your screen here is the realized volatility of the S&P 500.
Okay, we got selling into strength right now. S&P, you can hear the background.
Why the interesting is because that is 1 month realized volatility. That is how much the market S&P has been moving over the last 20 days, and this is presented on an annualized basis. So the annualized realized vol, 1 month realized vol rather, is 10%. For those keeping score at home, that is the lowest it's been since mid to early February. So despite the fact that we have had this Iran war situation, the volatility is starting to come down. And if you look at the 5-day realized vol, that's an 11. What does that mean? Into OPEC, we are getting, the market is moving a lot less than it has been. We've digested these biblical earnings. These leading names have started to sweeten their pace of change. And so we are getting a little bit of this volatility contraction. Now, why does this matter? Because when we talk about volatility risk premium, let's just talk about the VIX, right? So if this is a 10 and we just look at the VIX and we do some back of the sloppy options math, we can call it, generally you'll find that the VIX to 1 month S&P has a 3.5 point, and this is a monthly average, but roughly a 3 to 4 point difference. So what does that mean? If you take VIX at 1792, you subtract 4, 1 month realized vol for the S&P should be around 13 to 14, somewhere in that neighborhood, right? Realized vol is currently at 10. So there's a premium here now because of the Iran war. If the Iran war didn't exist or went away or it's closed, then the VIX should immediately go to something like 14.
Okay, Microsoft fading a bit from the high here.
How much movement is in the S&P?
Microsoft.
If that happens, then that means the market's going to get shoved right up. So that is one major catalyst. And again, I don't know anything about geopolitics and U.S.-China relations, but is it possible that we come out of the China summit here and magically we get an Iran deal? I mean, it seems viable, but it also seems like it's not priced. What is being priced in is just NVIDIA earnings. So let me just reframe this again.
Meta.
Volatility is going to contract. It should contract over the next few days. Then we're going to come out of the China summit. We're immediately going to go to VIX expiration on Tuesday. VIX expiration on Tuesday because we have the June 19th, the Juneteenth holiday in June, right? So that pushes VIX expiration 1 day forward. And then Wednesday night is the big event with the NVIDIA. So we're going to come out of this shoot with some catalysts. And if the Iran war is solved, let's say we come home and over the weekend we get a peace deal, well, then the market's probably going to pop earlier, right? So that is one risk to watch for outside of whatever other headlines come from the China event. Now, this should compress. A lot of you know that I like to talk about Core 1M as a sign of peak bullishness, full ridiculousness, I like to say. When this number goes below 8, as we talked about in excess returns, it generally means that I think the market is about, so if it goes below 8, it means the market's crashed to the upside and is due to crash to the downside, right? It's a double red alert signal. Right now, we're only about 10. So what is that telling me? It's kind of telling me that we haven't gone full ridiculousness in options prices, even though we're at these record highs. Now, why is that? Because some of the names that have been moving up, it's a pretty small set of lists, actually. It's the AI trade, and kind of outside of that, a lot of these
hedge flows continue to rise.
Also, when you look at the index vol, So if you go back to this
Okay.
chart over here,
You guys can listen to Brent. I'm just going to go pop something in the oven real quick. I'll be right back.
remember, the Qs have a very impressive 50% implied volatility in a risk reversal rank of 94%. That is a real stock up, ball up move. So why does that relate to correlation? Because usually what happens is you sell the index vol and you buy the individual components, right? And the market has been moving up so much that that index vol has maintained a bid alongside with some of that single stock vol. So what I would expect to happen is that index vol can cool off a bit, and then we may see a bid into some of these single stocks, some of the names that really haven't fully meaned at the moment, and then we would get that correlation metric to really drop, and then we would see like a full peak bullishness type situation. Now, of course, oil goes 115, 120, 130, 150. You would have to be like, well, I got to watch out for that tail risk, right? Because at some point that may matter. If the Iran situation is not solved by September, doesn't matter. What if Nvidia is just kind of like, will that matter? You know, so let's say that both those are sort of roughly in line with expectations. Then that index vol may come in, and then you may start to see a surge in single stock vols or bid into single stock, particularly again the names that haven't really meaned all that much. You know, you come out of this China too, and you think about, you know, okay, this is looking good, right? Apple's starting to break out to the upside, no doubt about that. You know, Amazon after earnings had consolidated a lot. You know, Meta, is this thing going to start to catch up? Microsoft. So there's a lot of these big names here. We were talking about Apple that haven't hit these all-time highs. And so can you find that hasn't quite been bid up yet, but is a viable story into this AI situation? So that's the idea that I'm looking for here again. The index stuff starts to cool off a little bit. Some of these single stocks that haven't been bid up yet seem like good deals. You know, so do you want to sell? Do you sell QQQ calls and buy Microsoft, Avgo, whatever else it may be? Viable, right? What about on the Tesla trade? You know, into SpaceX in June.
Everything is climbing.
On the plane, not that long ago, they were tweeting, you know, Epstein tweets at each other or whatever, right? Like, you know, these are the pockets, right? And I think why this is also important is because
Meta still
I don't
climbing.
think you go from the situation where the call implied vols are rich to getting quite rich, but they're not quite at these extremes. And so the crashable extreme is not quite there. And again, this is why I bring back to Core 1M. If we're at like 8 or 6 in Core 1M, then we'd be like, hey, everybody, watch your back, right? We've gone a little too extreme. But you could easily see some kind of little Iran deal, some kind of good NVIDIA news, and then we hit full ridiculousness, possibly in some of these call schemes. Japan Central Bank is tightening, and you have bond yields. And look, on those points, right? Like the inflation story is a well-known one, and you know we laid this out in the April OPEX effect, or OPEX, just generally speaking, about the idea that look at the correlation here between rates, oil, right? They're going up. Rates, oil leads to inflation, which means rates go up, which is equity negative, and you know. Seemed like a very tight thesis. Equities, stocks did not care. The bond market cared. And you know, it's like Michael Hartnett was saying, this is the Maginot line over 5, right? Well, now we're at, I mean, you know, this is what is this, a 1-year high at least? And we seem to be going in the wrong direction. We got a new Fed now. And if with the Iran situation solved, then gas comes back down, suddenly everything's okay, I suppose, right? But you know, this doesn't matter right now because AI is so strong. What happens if you start selling chips to China and you know, all these names are going to rip, right? I don't know. So, you know, nothing at the moment is equity negative. Now you get a headline from like Sam Altman saying, well, that contract that we're talking about next week for blah, 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 our revenue's going on quite there, blah, blah, blah. Then maybe we have a very violent, quick correction. But absent that, at least in the short term, this still seems like it has a bullish undertone. So let's talk about how big this OPEX is, and we have a couple of cool charts on this. What you're seeing here is S&P 500 up on the top right. This is the Delta Notional. Now, if you look at a lot of the headlines that will come out, what you're going to see is from the likes of Goldman, who is a top options offender these days in terms of the data. They have put into the
all right, all of these look good.
Sphere, I should say. $4 trillion notional OPEX, $10 trillion notional OPEX. That's because they consider every contract that's expiring worth 100 shares of stock. That's ridiculous, right? Because if you have a deep out of the money call that's worth a penny, they value that at 100 shares.
Okay, we're at the highs of the day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just listening to Brent over at Spot Gamma. He's doing a YouTube stream. I don't know if you can listen to both. Maybe you have one on the phone, or you just listen to what I'm saying. I mean, what you can hear through my audio. So he's just talking through the markets right now.
A average monthly OPEX, it's high. The quarterly ones, that's these guys, right, much bigger in size. But look at the single stock. Single stock, this is all the obviously single stock. It's quite large. And this is almost all call values. And that makes sense because the market's been rallying so much. There's a lot of now deep in the money calls. And so generally, when we look at the market rallying into an expiration like this, we would think there would be some consolidation in the data works this, a short-term contraction, right? So absent some major China headlines and an Iran deal, I would expect us to sort of have a little pause here in the equity market rally. And then on Wednesday, Thursday of next week, you get the NVIDIA catalyst, and then we would possibly set a new direction.
Oracle, inside day Oracle.
And big on the index side. What's the index side? This is NASDAQ in particular driven. IWMs are in here. So 114 billion versus the S&P and SPX at 500 billion. You know, you get a sense of the size. The one thing I will say that is starting to catch my eye here is that, you know, for a long time, the NASDAQ, it has been it still is in terms of notional values, kind of a second, the notional value trading, S&P has always been far and away the number one, to NASDAQ being number two. The NASDAQ is growing. The volumes are growing. You see the skews there we were looking before are starting to grow. And it's interesting because the NASDAQ, you would think, would continue to outpace the S&P here as these AI names become more important, right? And so it's a very interesting idea when you start to think about maybe relative value trade. And then people chasing to get SpaceX, and they're changing their index methodologies to try to get some of these IPOs open to their indices. A lot changing kind of on that more macro equity side of things. Just putting this into perspective, what is eye-catching here is the raw notionals in this data is, as of yesterday, is starting to come down in terms of some of these values. But what I like to look at here is just the raw size, right? This is the Goldman type methodology, and you can see how much it skews the data, right? So if you were to look at this as Goldman would look at this, in terms of values and things like that, if you don't measure it in notional terms, trying to get my fancy pen tool out of the way here. So this is, where we go? So this is my methodology. If you're looking at it the Goldman way, they would say $4 trillion is expiring, and then see the difference in calls and puts. You'd actually infer, because there's more put contracts right now, that puts have a higher value expiring. False information, Goldman. You're going to look at this, right? The call values have built up a lot more. So again, single stock side, big expiration. We should see at least some consolidation in this space. And I see people here, a put can absolutely be sold. And generally speaking, if you're just looking at the amount of call values versus put values, you can get a lot of information built up in there. Okay, I wanted to move further into the QQQ idea here. Nomura put this chart out. I don't generally look at options as far as 3 months, because who looks at 10 or that's like a long-dated option now. But this is very familiar data to people who are in the spot gamma ecosphere, because what you're seeing here is the risk reversal, right? So how rich is the call versus put for a 3-month option? Look at that, right? What is this telling you? This is telling you that longer dated people are positioning into that upside. And the AI story, you just think about, it's sort of this beta idea now that we're going to have these 3 big IPOs, and there may not be another. The worry is about is there enough liquidity for these names? And the Wall Street machine has to start making sure that the liquidity in the narrative is very strong. And you got to believe Trump wants that narrative to be very strong, right, into these earnings. And I think people are going to be excited about getting SpaceX and all sorts of stuff. And so, you know, there's a very rosy story here, I think, at least until the next month or two. And the options market is positioning into that. So you see the risk reversal. Look at that put skew. What is that? That's people selling the 25 delta put, right? They're just pounding that thing. This goes back to about a year. The call is getting just absolutely massively bid up. And the vol is stable. So the vol being stable is because we're getting the expectation of a fast rally here.
AAOI moving higher. AAOI
and you look at this, a lot of
breaking out. Just getting started.
I agree with you, but we're not quite at that point where it's like so obviously screwed up yet. And I think that's the thing is like there's a penalty for not catching that last, you know, bid, right? Especially out of some of these catalysts. And so that to me is, you know, a very critical piece of information here. Now, if you do want to hedge, I think you go into VIX calls because the VIX is remaining stable here at 1819. And if the market continues to jump up on good news, the VIX should still hold. And so you shouldn't lose a whole lot on those calls. And obviously, if the market crashes for some reason, the VIX should really spike. So VIX calls here, I think, are a very interesting hedge and an appropriate hedge to play if you are so inclined here over the next couple of days. But this is showing us that the short-term bid is not just a zero DTE or short-dated phenomenon. There's something else going where people are continuing to reprice this upside. Selling puts is less bullish than buying calls. I agree with that, Photo. And the idea here is that from a hedging perspective, if I'm buying calls and dealers are short those calls, they have a continuous hedging obligation that increases as the stock goes up. If I sell a put and the market goes up, that put is decaying, obviously, and eventually goes to zero, so that's less hedging pressure as the stock generally goes up. So let's now pivot to NVIDIA earnings. I want to show I'll wrap that story up, and then I want to talk about the zero to T space a little bit and what we're seeing for today. This is a new chart based off of some of our proprietary data. I call this the SGOI. For those of you who are familiar with SGOI, this is what powers our equity hub. And so what we do in our SGOI is we understand how the buy side and sell side is positioned in individual positions, right? They own these calls or short these calls as a hedge fund or market maker. To my knowledge, we are the only private group that has this data, and maybe there's a couple banks out there that have it. I don't think Goldman does because they seem to just buy data from another vendor and spit it out. But some of the other banks, I believe, do. Why does this matter, and what's interesting about this? Well, every day we march forward, right, we see a change in the complex. So what is it? That's a big expiration, right? Now, remember, NVIDIA has Monday, Wednesday, Friday expirations. And so why does this matter? Why is this chart interesting? Here's NVIDIA earnings. If there is red on this chart, this means that the market maker or the dealer side has negative gamma. What does that mean? People are long calls in NVIDIA right now. This is unusual. Usually positioning looks like this. Why does it look like that? Because people love to sell. Generally, they like to sell options in these Mag 7 names. I own NVIDIA as a core holding. Like if I'm a Christian, I have a Bible. If I own NVIDIA, if I own stocks as a pensioner, I also have to own NVIDIA and I have to own Apple. Right? It's gospel. And then what do? Well, I need more yield on that, so I sell calls. So I sell calls against that. I sell calls against that. When I sell call, the market makers are long gamma. And that helps to suppress volatility. So if you look at gamma across the Mag 7s or even top 100s, we share this chart with our subscribers, you see positive gamma. It generally looks like this. Right? What does that mean? Dealers are suppressing volatility. They're kind of holding these names. But what we're seeing here is people are positioned for upside. So hedge funds, retail are positioned for NVIDIA upside, all the way up through 240.
Apple going.
So this to me is a big upside catalyst to pay attention to here, because if we get some positive news, Jensen's on the plane, people are signing, he's signing shirts, whatever. Incredible earnings, right? 240 is where it seems like this resistance can come in based on this position. And so this is really starting to warm up. You know that this is the 12th, so we show you kind of yesterday's data as well. And you see that big positive gamma here, 225-ish. So we're going to get a little reset here with some positionings rolling off. But the other thing is under 220, look at the positioning. Very thick short put positions. So if there is some selling in NVIDIA to 215-ish, it should bounce there, at least into this week, and then maybe we could get into 210 for early next week, but those I think would be dips you want to buy based on current position. So we'll be updating this chart for stock and subscribers, obviously, on Tuesday and Wednesday into earnings, and we have started to post this chart with more frequency into our platform on the founders notes, and eventually we're going to have this integrated. I say eventually it's going to be in the coming months. It's incredible data. It's really helped us with navigating some of the incredible returns on earnings, for example, because we see this real support and resistance. But basically what this is, we're just every single day we adjust the gamma based on essentially options decay, right, position decay. So those are the key levels to watch, as you can see here. If you look at our current equity hub positioning, just erase this for everybody here.
WOK vaulted to the upside.
You'll get a similar flavor. The difference is you don't get that third dimension of daily gamma, right? So if you do look at the positioning in equity hub as it stands today, you see there's a very big negative gamma bar here. This is current OPEX, and if you subtract next expiration, or so this is all expiration flow, you'll see that that negative gamma disappears a little bit. So somebody's long a good size of 225, so those positions are going to go away soon. That reduces a little bit of short-term gamma, but you can see there's that clear kind of pocket up into, again, that 240 level. You can see that right there. And so this is where the price action is supported by more fluid movement. And you see big peak gamma here at 205 to 210. Again, that's kind of the support area that I'd look in case we have a little bit of a retraction in the name into earnings. I think that's possible. Another thing, didn't mean to go to hero there, but let's just check Tesla again, because Tesla has a tongue twisting myself. A similar interesting pocket here, right? In through 450, there's a giant gamma strike, and then that positive gamma starts to pick up again into the 460, 470 area. When you remove this near-term expiration, you see that negative gamma jumps. So what does that mean? It's sort of like whoever long these contracts may be closing them up, or they'll be forced to close them. That slips a little bit of that short-term upside away, but with the China catalyst here, I'm expecting some of these positions to change pretty soon. So for right now, 455 to 460 for Tesla, I think would be peak upside into Monday, and then maybe we low bar for there. Yeah, money in some of these sideshow names, MRAM, Peng. You know, I think that Jim's point here with some of the names he's highlighting, that's usually where these memes die, right? Is when the stuff that is like the third, fourth tier stuff just goes nuts. Because everyone starts to go, this market's so safe, I got to find that third tier stock that could moon on some random headline.
ARM Holdings about to go here. Watching ARM Holdings at the high. ARM Holdings looks like it's ready to go right now. It's been consolidated. Can it go?
The idea of doesn't matter puts are sold in bought. I built this data, this chart off of some of our data, and I talk a lot about the impact of zero DT options, right? And I bring this up for a few reasons, and then we can close up by looking at some of the flow for today in trades. This is the put call volume ratio for the S&P 500. And then in this data, we mark whether positions were bought or sold. So people buy these calls and sell them, right?
ARM Holdings. Let's see what Meta's doing. Meta making new highs, trying to reverse.
In data right here, what happened here where the put call ratio in volume terms for the S&P went from a fairly stable, consistent ratio for 20 years, and then all of a sudden, see what it's done? You know, the amplitude, the rate of change, a bunch of different statistical ways probably to describe that, has really started to decline. Does anybody want to know what happened in late 22 or mid to late 22? The release of zero DTEs, right? So you can see it has changed the volume complexion there, and it's changed it a lot. 60% of options volume now is zero DTE. Now, if we scroll down here a little bit, I wanted to show you this. This is what we see the buy side positioned in the S&P index, right? This is SPX plus SPY. And we're looking at puts bought and sold versus calls bought and sold as well. What's interesting about this to me is this metric made a low back in April. So what does this mean? The number of puts being bought versus sold made a low. So what is this? This is people buying their puts, but then they started to buy the calls for the reload, right? And so you can see where the April tariff situation bottomed out right here was when people were getting into the put region, they were selling their calls, and then that thing really unwound. And this unwound to a tremendous amount of upside. And it was upside that sustained from the tariff headlines. And so, you know, I think a lot of us that were in the tariff situation, you know, this is unbelievable. You know, can this hold? Can this hold? And the market never gave up those gains, right? And I think that's interesting because if we scroll over here back to the left side of this chart, there are too many things I'm trying to control at once. You see here into the Iran situation that it looks a little bit like a similar situation, right? We've seen some selling of puts. And honestly, the
AAOI still going here. AAOI
has not gone that crazy yet, right? There's bigger call buying.
big move today. Frano finally got that big move.
So the put selling has started to come in. I think the QQQ call buying is coming in, but that sort of S&P call buying really hasn't kicked in yet. So if you imagine we get an Iran deal, and then you really don't have a downside tail to worry about in the short term, you're going to be focused on that AI upside. That's kind of the way that this seems to lay out, you know, to me at the moment. And so, you know, that is just something to really pay attention to here. That even though a lot of the market is so high and a lot of these individual names have surged, I'm just not getting, you know, to the point of, then again, it's like I'm not getting this like core 1M below 8, you know, full index bought in, you know, piece quite. Now let's.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you in the head.
If you caught our founders note this morning, again, I write this note every single day and I lay out the positioning. So we call this 7450 resistance based on the trace map. We're talking about the fact that it was not really the China situation the market cared about. We're talking about the NVIDIA earnings. Why did we say that? Because if you look at term structure here, term structure is this
AAOI
right here, and forward implied vol
going vertical.
The estimated implied vol between two events. And so the nice thing, or between two expirations rather, nice thing about that is when there's a big difference, it implies an event. And so here you can see there's nothing for China, right? No bump for China. There's a giant forward implied vol spike related to the NVIDIA earnings. So that is why we say the market doesn't care that much about China. It cares more about NVIDIA earnings. I don't know that that's right. We talked about that in our notes. So if you're interested in that, you can subscribe and read that note. But we also talked about the names that had very steep term structures related to China. So Baba, Boeing are two in particular, really big ones. And then this is Tesla. You can see how much Tesla's term structures in backwardation, short-term implied vols are extremely rich. And then look at this. Tesla also has an implied vol bump related to NVIDIA earnings. So NVIDIA earnings are probably a heftier data point now than any other macro data point you could point to at the moment. So that is actually, you know, a lot of times I always make fun of these events as they're overblown. In this case, the market is pricing in a lot of movement for NVIDIA. So why does this matter about the 7450? Well, if you look at what the market's done today, you can see we rallied right up into these strikes, and this is where the market is currently digesting those gains. So these are the levels that we talk about every day here, and you can watch in the trace map. For those of you who are not familiar with trace, it updates the S&P options positions every 1 minute of the day. We're the first, I believe, to have this data. So every minute this map updates with the latest in options positioning, and you can see here, you hover over this, it's a what we call a 99th percentile strike. Above it is a 99th percentile strike as well. So to quote, oh no, I forgot what character says it. This is the way. It's not the Mandalorians. This is the resistance. We are the resistance. Whatever. This is the point. This is resistance for today. So if you are in the game right now, what do you think about? You want to think about pinning into one of these two areas, 7450, 7460. You can play that as a straddle, a strangle, a call fly, not really a put fly at this moment. I don't know if Henry's on here from Simple Trading. He does those fancy 1x3 x2s. There's a bunch of different ways you can try to express these trades. And obviously, as you wait until later in the day, those 0-Ts make it a little bit cheaper. But how do you also confirm the resistance? Well, if you're watching Hero, which is the purple line, you want to see Hero do one of these or one of these, just trade sideways, and that just confirms that this should be resistance on the day. And so that's how these indicators help us to lay out what's happening. Now, if you wanted to get the actual most accurate depiction of what gamma looks like, you wouldn't go to Gamma's, to say Goldman's regurgitated chart. You look at this system because I can project 5 days forward with all of the latest S&P data to give you the most accurate depiction of Gamma. Why? Because it's updated every single day, every single minute of every single day. And what we're doing here is we're updating all the positions that we've been tracking for about 2 years now. And so 60% of volume is 0 DTE, but someone may put on a big call spread or put spread or sell a put or buy a call, whatever it may be, or some longer dated options that's incorporated in that right away, right? So what did I just do here? I looked forward in time to 520. And what do you see here for each individual day? You see that very intense 7,500 to 7,450 resistance we talked about. The fact that this goes away, right, the color is different here, tells us that this is mostly 0 DTE, obviously. And then you march forward another day and you see that more positions expire, so we kind of have negative Gamma. But the bigger thing to pay attention to here is this is OPEX for Friday. And what you get is a much lower amount of positive Gamma. It's still lightly positive, but this syncs up with the idea that OPEX may kind of invoke a little bit of volatility or allow for maybe a little bit of contraction here in next week because we're losing this positive Gamma support.
Arm holding, trying to break out. Arm trying to break out. Arm is trying to break out here.
So the positioning right now is telling us that we lose a little bit of the stability that is offered here into Monday, Tuesday, and so that's what I'm kind of watching. Now, VIX expirations on Tuesday, I mentioned before, usually it's on a Wednesday, but it's on a Tuesday before, so that plays into things. But ultimately, the market is really watching NVIDIA, and so there's a lot of hedging related to that. So normally we would have sort of OPEX to VIX expiration as the window, but you want to extend that a day here to be OPEX to NVIDIA because that is a huge window to watch. There's a little bit of localized negative Gamma positive Gamma here. So what does all this mean? This is resistance based on the current positioning. I feel pretty good. Sorry, my pen tool is making me do weird things over here. I feel pretty good about the idea that 7,450 resistance into tomorrow, certainly 7,500 into Friday. If we get real positive data out of China, then maybe we give a final push to 7,500. But there seems to be some pretty stable positive Gamma at that 7,500 level into Friday. Also, when we come in, obviously the market opens and then people sell a bunch of calls, right? And they sell a bunch of puts. And that fills positive Gamma into these ranges and kind of locks us into the day, right? 60% of flow again is 0 DTE in the SPX.
There goes Arm.
80% of flow in 70 at least plus percent of NDX is 0 DTE, and so that fills in these positions on a daily basis. So much of what I have to do is forecast where the 0 DTE people show up. With the China situation, positive headlines, I'm looking at 7,500 as resistance on Friday. Maybe a little bit of consolidation early next week, and then NVIDIA sort of sets the stage for the next leg. Again, I think we're probably going to have another little final squeeze higher based on all of this. Yeah, call while lifting to 7,500 is another good point. Devin, is this only market makers? No, you can look at everybody. You want to look at pro customers, they're interested.
There goes Arm breaking out.
See, customers are positioned with positive Gamma, meaning they own these options, longer dated options, as you can see here. So they're short these options, 7,500-ish, and then under 7,350. So you can see how customers are positioned. You can see how each of the individual entities are positioned. You can go back in time on this thing. You can go back in dates and look at other dates. It's really pretty powerful. These positions update throughout the day, and we give you data, stats, right? So you can see what the stats are to determine
what a great day. What a great day.
So this is how it's playing out for today. It looks like since we've been talking, there's actually been a pretty big position shift. Let's see. See this chart? See this bar right here? It looks like it was just added. So let's look at that net OI and see what's going on. Right here, there's 5,000 lot. Looks like that just came on while we were talking. Maybe not. You hear a spike here, and it looks like the Gamma grew a little bit. So watching for some additional upside here. The rub is we have 74.45, 74.50 here. If you get Hero doing one of these into this pocket, right? Hero continues to do that, then you got to consider the idea that we start to fill this pocket a little bit more because of this big strike now. So very dynamic situation for those of you in the zero DT space.
Well, I can't believe Wells Fargo and these banks. The banks getting
single stock side.
clocked.
Overall, the S&P 500 quite bullish today, 4.5 billion.
Goldman Sachs.
A really good market.
Goldman Sachs looks okay.
At most $4.5 billion.
Morgan Stanley.
That can be as big as 15 billion. If you look at the single stock side, 4 billion. That's a very big.
Morgan Stanley. Goldman Sachs look the best. Morgan Stanley looks like it wants to break out.
And I say that because.
Okay, I might buy some Morgan Stanley here.
If it's all zero DTE
Morgan Stanley.
It's actually longer dated flow. It's just.
Okay, let me see what the daily looks. The 1 minute chart looks like. Okay, it's hanging in there.
The market is getting ridiculous, and you're taking profits in the strength. I can't blame you on that. I do think you want to maintain some of that upside exposure, though. I just think that we still have some other or new or more things to squeeze and some stuff to pay attention to here. And some more catalysts that are starting to kind of come up. I didn't mention Flow Patrol today, but our one giveaway to mention. If you go to stockgamma.com/Flow Patrol, we put out our Flow report. You can sign up and get that report free. This report details all of the latest position changes across all our data. And we always like to look at, in particular, the unusual options trade. We're going to call these actually unusual whales. This shows you the names that are actually getting big position changes from the customer side. So, for example, somebody just mentioned DRAM in here, didn't they? DRAM caught 6.5, 53 strike calls, 40,000 of them for $2 million of premium. I don't know what's going on in that name so far today, but that's some pretty big time short dated position into this China situation. That's pretty curious. So something to watch there. Those were opening calls as well. Now, could those be a hedge on some position? Possibly. I know it's a little bit hard to read, but you can sign up right now for Flow Patrol and get the report and download it yourself. But 40,000 of these short dated calls, that's something else. That's something to really pay attention to. Here you see selling to open of VXX puts, which is interesting. 29 puts, pretty good size there. PCG, big call spread open, 2023 call spread for September, 150,000 lot. That's a $3 million call spread, so that's a pretty good size as well. So a lot of interesting trades happening here, and you can catch all these from Flow Patrol report. So let me wrap up on why the zero DT gamma stuff. I have a hard time staying on one thread here. But we put this on Twitter, and it's an important dynamic here. And it's an important dynamic that I want to end with because shout out to the 2,000 of you watching us. That's nice. This chart came up, and this chart gets a ton of attention, as you can see.
Okay, Morgan Stanley's starting to move now.
A lot of attention. And so when you look at this, you say this is
squeeze,
right? Because $2.6 trillion notional of volume. Well, the problem with this is that they don't describe the tenor of the volume. And so what we did as a counter to this is said, look, on this day, where did most of the volume come in? Well, 62% of it or 63% of it was zero DTE. And of that, if you look at the moneyness, it was all within 1% of at the money. So on this particular day, I believe there was an 18,000 lot at 73.65, I believe, and we pinned right on that number. We talked about this in the Discord a lot of structuring trades around this. And so why does this matter? Because the zero DT flows are massive, and they're in for today. They may not be here tomorrow, and they don't necessarily describe what people's forward expectations are. But when you look at 3-month call skew and 1-month call skew, and that's really bid up, and people aren't adding puts for longer term, that to me is the stuff that's very interesting. You think about the hero value, it just told you $4 billion long-term deltas, not today or tomorrow's expiration, but out in time. Those signals to me are more interesting. And so when you weight things by tenor, it changes the data. And so what happens is they will say most negative gamma ever, and then a week later, now most positive gamma ever, and you're supposed to infer something of that past today, and you shouldn't. You just shouldn't. Because why? Because that gamma that this says record could go away tomorrow because it's all zero. So, this matters. The way that this S&P data breaks down has changed a lot since we started doing this in January of 2020. You need to have these shorter term analytics. If you really want to watch gamma, you need to know what's trading today, right? A gifted index still has some value when you're looking at some of the longer term stuff. But you need to say, this is the most extreme I've been seeing, and I need to take action on that. You need to understand that the reason it's the most extreme you've ever seen is because some guy, Captain Condor, came in today and blew up on a 5-lot call spread. Right? They're different things. And so that warrants a lot of paying attention to. So just something to be aware of when you're watching these charts, and these charts that are getting such extreme attention. That tenor and you really need that qualifier when you're looking at this data. Ooh. Shout out to Luke. What's up, Luke? Scrolling through the list here. MU is cheap to borrow. Captain Condor is still around. So if you look at the positioning, I don't know if it's actually him. There's some trades that look like him. They're much smaller in size. But if you go to 0DT only and you break down the net OI, you will see these Condor trades are still in the market. So you can see one right here, and then you see there's the short call, right? So you will see these come in, and they typically will come in around 10 o'clock in the morning. And there's some automated platforms now that track this stuff. But you can see, right, 9:30, the position's not there when I'm looking at open interest, and then you can see the position will pop in all of a sudden. See it? There it goes. And it builds like an algo. And so some of it is one fund. I think some of it are some of these automated trading systems that come in, back test the viability of this strategy, et cetera. So that stuff is still pretty active. A couple of people are still saying it's around. Shockingly, it just goes to show you there's no bad publicity in this. Lori's asking about Micron. Let's check that out in Equity Hub real quick. So based on the data as of last night, what you see in Micron is interesting. We've seen a lot of call selling in these names. And so this is a lot of positive gamma in here. In the 700 to 800 strike area. What is this? When the stock has reached this level, we're seeing the call selling come in, not only in here, but in SN, in SanDisk, Micron, et cetera. That syncs with this idea that the ball is very expensive and maybe this starts to consolidate. And I say that being quite wrong about the idea that AMD would start to consolidate, the balls would start to come in. But we're seeing the call selling here. So this infers
Morgan Stanley. I bought some Morgan Stanley.
The implication here is that the ball should start to come in. But look what happens after expiration, right? That gamma all goes away. So we're going to start Monday with a clean slate. Quite interesting, right? Also on this point, you get over 800 and it looks like that's the signal that this thing is going to run. So if you are short this, we're kind of at this 800 level now, and you see this thing start to go to 825, you probably want to make sure you cover.
All right, AAOI looking good.
The upside is some pretty big.
Okay, I need to roll this up
Suggest that
and out.
Up to 1,000 is not so crazy. Why should this thing stop until it's $1 trillion market cap, right? I have no idea. Just fucking smack. AMD, I just told you same thing, right? This position doesn't disappear with expiration the same way as you can see. So the volatility of AMD should come down if this position.
All right, AAOI.
SanDisk, same thing. Huge positive gamma.
Okay.
It definitely reduces significantly after today, after Friday, and pretty muted response. I will also say
I'll go out to July, I guess. July. And I'll go up to
and I think those are very
220, 230.
They're interesting risk reward plays.
220, 230.
Let them play out for a while, but when the ball gets crazy, the skew flattens out.
230, 220, 230. Hi, Andrew.
SanDisk rallies a bunch, sells off, and over time, and we just sort of settle into one of these upside areas around 1,500, for example. That structure that I have on would pay very well.
Okay. Rolled out to July.
And then SanDisk rallies back over time.
To July.
Come out of this a little bit, and then it starts
220, 230.
So I think there's a bunch of interesting trades that you can put on here that set up great risk reward into the future. And so I would advise poking around on some of those things. Check tape here and look at some of the relative volume. These volumes are just in NVIDIA and Tesla are big, even for NVIDIA and Tesla. They're just really massive. Apple over 1 million contracts. KWeb very interesting volume into this event. I know there's macro people saying, look, you want to buy Chinese stocks. I mean, that is a very compelling look. And then let's just check what the scanners look like here as well. So I'm going to type in KWeb, and let me go to a simpler screen here. So we may wrap it up on this idea because maybe this is the one we got to go by. So this has high volatility, quite possibly related to the summit today, right? Kind of, it's almost like an earnings event, maybe. But there's not really a call skew in here. Now, this isn't the best options complex in the world, but you would expect that KWeb would be over here if it was about to go, quite big. And at the moment, it's not. So that's quite curious. And then let's just.
Okay, so AAOI breaking out. All right.
So I'm looking at the.
I rolled up to 222.30.
Today, I want to look at the. Go out a little bit. We're going to go to the July expiration, so 60 days. I'm going super long dated for me. This cone is the stats, and you can see it's a little noisy here because it's not the best in terms of the fitting of the data here. So there's the 30-day. Turn off these stats a little bit. You get the feeling that there is a bit of a bid to some of these longer term options. So the compass is looking at the historical relationship of 1 month options. You can see there is a little bit of bids here. So maybe something like selling the 25 delta calls, or selling the 25 delta call and buying the 25 delta calls. So risk reversal, 25 delta put, the 25 delta call could be something interesting, or some type of call fly could be interesting in KWeb. But that positioning, the chart looks quite interesting. And this is all negative gamma to the upside. So this looks like into 33, it's got plenty of space based on existing positions. So this is looking quite bullish for those Chinese names right here. And so that can be something to check out. Yeah, a lot of volume. Based on last night's close, it looks pretty bullish to me, honestly, there, Jim. And then we have it loaded up here. A lot of buying this morning. Seems like when we got into the 30 area, that buying cooled off. But this could be positioning in front of the Chinese situation. We could update these charts for everybody tomorrow with our new calendarized gamma stuff. All right. Looking around, looks like we got to everything. Lori, some of the deep in the money puts can oftentimes be box trades or financing trades, and this is really popular back when rates were a little higher. So that can be one reason that you see big deep in the money options. So see if there is a call that pairs off with the same strike that does, and you can see being box trade. Same thing here with BABA, right? I mean, up 7%, huge buying off the open. Seems like some sort of Chinese basket maybe was in play here, and then it cooled off right around 10:30 or so. So, these names, the calls as of this morning look pretty good. It certainly seems like KWeb looks like a really great setup for a nice 10% move, I would say, based on how the options are. So that's something to keep an eye on. Micron and Sanders to cover those. Consolidation, I think, is Friday. And if it breaks 825, I think that's a sign it's going to keep going higher. But I do think that those names may contract a little bit here into Friday OPEX. Chinese headlines aside. NVIDIA looks pretty bullish right now. If it dips to 210, I think I'm a buyer into earnings on that. I think 240 is where that is set up to go. And then obviously I've laid out the case for Tesla into about 465 in the short term if the good Chinese headline comes along. So that's what we are looking at here. All right, we are now at the top of the hour, so I'm going to wrap this up. Again, if you want to get into the Spot Gamma, see what it's all about, go to spotgamma.com/flow control. You get this report for free for a week. So we're going to break down this positioning every single day. We send this to you in a real nice PDF. We also have the Trace system. We are never resting over here, so we have a bunch of new and exciting stuff to come out. Those of you in Discord, you've seen the Pulse and the Pulse system, which is getting a lot of fanfare. So you got to be in the Discord click to see that. So log into Spot Gamma subscriber, join our Discord, and then you can see the Pulse system, which is a really new time and sales tool we've launched that people are loving. So you can check that out. We have a lot of exciting upgrades. We have a giant educational seminar coming up in June. We are slated to launch a brand new product. It's a really incredible product, not directly options related, but trade related. We're super excited about it. We're hoping we can get that out for the next couple of weeks for.
Okay, we're starting to fade a bit from the high. Probably a good time to take some profits off the table.
Reach out to us, info@spotgamma.com. The market huddle in 2020. Really going back, man. Age since then. For subscribers, I believe I'll be back on Monday. I don't think there's a Q&A tomorrow, but I'll definitely be back on Monday. A lot of exciting stuff coming up for the next few days. So again, info@spotgamma.com. If you have any questions, leave comments in these videos, and we'll do the best to answer those as well. And that's going to be it for us.
All right, that was Brent Kuchabar over at Spot Gamma talking there for the last hour. Ooh, I need to go grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
Expected today. We're monitoring, letting you know where we are in the process, but it's happening, Tim, as we've seen a resurgence in inflation, and so that is what's going to have to be dealt with.
Yeah, I would say that he's got his work cut out for him, but I think it's fair to say that about any moment in history for a chair of the Federal Reserve. The politics of this make it a little different, perhaps. Though the Fed perhaps will keep rates higher for longer. Stocks are actually higher today, Carol. S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, and records today.
Just want to mention, just crossing the Blue Terminal, we do have Senator Chuck Schumer out on X saying maybe a new Fed chair would undermine independence. He cites chaos from President Trump's war economic agenda. And he also talks about the president's Fed interference, putting chaos into the market. So we know this can be a very political thing. And we have certainly seen both sides of the aisle weighing in. It's not been an easy trip necessarily for Kevin Warsh or anyone who has been looking to take on the next chief spot there at the Federal Reserve. At the same time, we keep reminding you that as Jay Powell's term and tenure as Fed chair ends, he will still be on the board of governors at the Federal Reserve.
We're going to head to Washington, D.C. in just a moment to bring in Michael McKee, International Economics and Policy Correspondent for Bloomberg TV and Radio, in just a minute to talk all things economy and Fed chair.
Yeah, and everything's awesome because just look at the stock market. We've seen the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 records today. You mentioned we're going to talk to Mike McKee. We're going to talk about all things Fed and Kevin Warsh. Also, President Trump's China trip. No doubt about it. It's front and center for us. We're going to get into his troop of execs, a who's who of top names in finance, business, and technology, including NVIDIA's Jensen Huang, jumping on board Air Force. Hey, guys. Hey, guys.
You know, you can do that when you... I know.
Did he stick out a thumb?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he probably got a flight to Alaska where Air Force One was refueling.
Yeah.
And then they probably made some prior arrangements.
But it was last minute.
It was last minute. Yeah, it was during the refueling stop.
We're following the money on all of this because it does, again, break down to deals between U.S. companies and China. Hey, also following the trip, the CEO of Realloys, who joins us to talk about rebuilding the rare earth supply chain, something that China certainly dominates.
Also, market view and lack of love for the greenback. Tim Baker is going to be back with us, head of FX Research Americas and macro strategist over at Deutsche Bank.
All right, let's get you caught up to date on the trade. Just about 2 hours to go on this Wednesday. Here is Charlie Teller.
Thank you very much. Another interesting day for U.S. markets. The Dow lower, the S&P at a record higher. NASDAQ 100 index also higher. On the S&P 500 index, though, you go behind the numbers, and we are looking at more losers than winners today. Yes, the S&P at 45 right now, 74.46, up by 0.6%. However, only 165 members of the S&P are higher, 336 are lower, 2 right now unchanged. NASDAQ at a record of 1.2%, NASDAQ 100 index up 1%, and the S&P 500 index up by 0.6%. All of this with the VIX now falling below 18, a 10-year at 4.48%, the 2-year 3.98%, and the 30-year 5.04%. Gold down 0.6%, 46.88 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude just above $101 a barrel, now down 1%. Brent 105.80. Barrel of Brent down by 1.8%. We are keeping an eye on 4 shares. They are surging now by 13.7%.
After a bullish call from Morgan Stanley on the automaker drew investor attention to the company's energy storage business. Again, Ford pushing hard now by 13.7%. Recapping, S&P 500 index at a record of 47, up 0.6%. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie Poe, thank you so much. Well, traders have renewed bearish bets on U.S. Treasuries, lifting expectations that the Fed will raise interest rates as oil prices and inflation push higher. This as a growing share of Americans grew anxious about the job market, with 42% of adults, Tim, reporting that finding or keeping a job was a concern. Again, this is according to a new Fed survey that's out.
Well, that Kevin Warsh is not anxious about his job. That looks like it's going to happen.
Yeah, it does look like. We're watching the Senate floor. And so he was approved for the Board of Governors yesterday, but we just are waiting for him to get that top job at the Fed.
Well, let's head to Washington, D.C. and to Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee. He joins us from Capitol Hill, the Russell Rotunda. Mike, just give us the latest on timing here. We know it's set to happen soon, but what are you finding?
There's not much debate about what's going to happen. The Republicans have the votes, despite Chuck Schumer's recent tweet. The hard thing here is getting the senators to the floor to actually vote. Yesterday's vote on his confirmation to be a member of the board took about an hour. So this could be a long vote, or it could be a short vote if a few senators are hanging around. He needs 51. Yesterday he got 51. John Fetterman, the Pennsylvania Democratic senator, voted for him, as did Angus King, who is a independent but caucuses with the Democrats. He voted for Kevin Warsh to the board, so we would expect both of them would vote that way this time. Although he only got 51 votes for governor, that's because a few Republicans didn't even bother to show up to vote. So it's really a question of herding the sheep here.
Yes, okay.
And doing the vote.
I'm so glad you said that, because herding the cats is the phrase I was going to use. It's what Mom always used to say. I'm one of four, so she used to say, getting us to do anything at once was like herding cats. Is that all that's going on here? Just getting a large number of people to do a specific task just takes a long time. What is the delay?
Well, this is pretty normal for the Senate. I mean, all the senators have other things to do. They have constituent meetings, they have lobbyist meetings, they have hearings they're going to attend. And so when they get to the floor, it's one by one. Unless there is something that calls them all to the floor at once, they come in, they vote, they leave. And so it's sort of, they leave the vote open for a while to try to get everybody in. They'll certainly leave it open long enough to get the 51 votes for Kevin Warsh. But it's not really unusual. It's just kind of the way the sausage is made.
Hey, speaking of how the sausage is made, walk us through the timetable, right? So let's assume, right, he's going to get confirmed. The cats will be herded. There's paperwork, there's stuff, there's investments that have to be dealt with, right? So walk us through that process, Mike.
Well, once he's confirmed, the Senate sends notification to the White House, to the president, and that could come today. Because the president's in China, we don't know whether they'll officially receive it today and whether he has to act on it or not. He could do that overseas. And then at the same time, Kevin Warsh has to begin his divestments, get rid of the investments he has in his large portfolio, depending on the agreement he made with the Office of Government Ethics on how long he has to do that. And then he can be sworn in. I think the story is basically get the paperwork to the White House and begin the disinvestment process. He'll have time to do that. The OGE gives them time to sell so they don't create a market drop on the value of their investments. But he may not be able to be sworn in by midnight on Friday when Jay Powell's term ends. But Powell would just carry over as a chair pro tem until Monday or whenever it is Warsh can be sworn in.
You mean he'll go on, tap the slush fund, have a big party over the weekend before he has to move on?
Punch bowl.
Punch bowl. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding before he has to move on. Hey, I keep thinking about, Tim and I keep thinking about kind of the environment that Kevin Warsh is going to inherit. And Bloomberg doing some great reporting, just saying how he's going to be facing the highest inflation in 3 years. You've got 2-year treasury yields touching 4%, the highest since June of last year. And Fed funds rate, cannot really move far from where it is now. At least that's where, you know, the markets are expecting it, and that the next move is more likely to be a hike than a cut. So I'm just got another read on inflation today, Mike. As you know, wholesale inflation accelerating in April, fastest pace since 2022. A lot of it because of energy prices. Is the good thing for Kevin Warsh that the job market is still kind of strong, so that he can just be on inflation watch, and will he be?
Well, he'll be on inflation watch. That's what the Fed does. He can maybe point to the labor market and tell the president things aren't all that bad. His problem is twofold, though. He's got inflation to deal with that he doesn't really have a tool to bring down. And he also has the president who is going to want him to do that and told him to do that. And it's a tough position to be in coming in. Until we see inflation start to significantly move down, the majority on the open market committee isn't going to vote in favor of cutting rates. They may not be ready to raise rates, but we're going to see status quo interest rates for quite some time, and we don't know how much patience the president is going to have.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, at what point, Mike, does the president want to start seeing lower rates? I think that was probably yesterday, if we judge by what we've seen on social media. But I mean, it's maybe a better question for Kevin Warsh is how he threads that needle and avoids the hire of the president.
I think probably he doesn't answer the phone or look at Twitter. Really, there isn't a whole lot he can do because he's got to convince the committee, which he can't do with producer price inflation at 6%, and he's not going to convince the markets with inflation at these levels. So they're not going to be able to cut rates.
Arm holdings.
Kevin Warsh is just being confirmed now for 4 years as the Fed chair, and he will be Fed chair when Donald Trump is gone. He's got 14 years on the Fed Board of Governors. So really, he can afford to look past this. If he's got a thick skin, he can just ignore the president's complaints. A lot of presidents have complained to a lot of Fed chairs about interest rates over the years, and none of them, well, with the exception of Arthur Burns, almost none of them gave into that, and Burns regretted doing that for Richard Nixon.
Well, let's not forget, too, the first meeting that Kevin Warsh will reside at as Fed chair, expected to be on June 17th, so we're looking forward to that. Mike McKee, thank you so much. Our Mike McKee there at the Russell Retirement.
AAOI still running here. Arm holdings at the high. AAOI still working. Wow, this is going to be, I'm going to have to roll this up again. All right, we're going to have to roll this up again, Andrew. Or maybe just take some profits on this huge move. Could do that too. Oh shoot, we're already past that. We're already up at 2:30. Damn.
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang ordered the plane as a last-minute addition, thrusting AI and tech into the spotlight. With more, we're joined by Ed Ludlow. He's the co-host of Bloomberg Tech. He joins us from Bloomberg News' San Francisco bureau. Ed, the unexpected twist happening in Alaska as the plane landed for refueling. Jensen Huang getting on the plane. Well, why is this such a big deal, given everything happening with NVIDIA in China?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal if you answer through how the market's interpreted it, because it either puts NVIDIA closer to being able to access a market that they see as a $50 billion opportunity. But in fact, the thing that most interesting, right, is that there are two competing dynamics. American technology companies being able to sell their technology into China, but on the other hand, the Chinese government blocking their domestic companies from
Wow, this thing just keeps going.
domestic champions. And so, NVIDIA has had some really interesting share reaction since Jensen Huang was photographed on the runway at the Alaska fuel stop. But so too have the moves in Chinese AI stocks. And the idea that if they were to get access to better generations of NVIDIA GPU, they would be able to advance their own work in AI. And so, all of those things are happening in parallel through the market's lens.
So a lot at stake, no doubt about it, right, for Jensen to be there. Do you think it was kind of odd? Is it odd that he jumped on late? Is it odd that he maybe wasn't planning to go initially? What is your read on this?
Well, I guess it's what do we really know? You know, the president posted on Truth Social. You guys may have covered that post throughout the hour, but you know, if you were to go with what the president said, then it seems like the plan was for him to always to be there. You know, Jensen had said earlier this year that if he were to be invited, he'd be honored to go. And then, you know, what we know is that he was at the Alaska fuel stop and boarded Air Force One, and Elon Musk was at the Alaska refuel stop and boarded Air Force One, and Elon Musk posted on X. By the way, for those that don't know, Elon Musk is the CEO of Tesla and also the CEO of SPX and the world's richest person. And according to a post he put on X, it was just him and Jensen Wong that were on Air Force One, and the rest of the delegation, I guess, had to slum it on their own jets. So,
I don't know. I think they're okay. Like, if you're going to travel to China and you're the executive of one of these companies, like, you're probably going to get, like, a, you know, lie flat seat on the private jet, Ed. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as a student of history and particularly American history, you know, you guys mentioned why this is a historic milestone in the context of President Trump visiting mainland China. You know, in administrations past, they would take very different types of people. Yeah. Security expert from the security agencies, academic experts in China and its economy. Very heavy concentration this time with technology CEOs, right? And if we think about what's happening in supply chain, what's happening in access to the market, how we started this conversation, it's fascinating.
Yeah, you know, Ed, and Carol, it reminds me of the first foreign trip that President Trump took last year, where he brought all the executives to the Middle East. And struck all those
Q's pulse, long dated. SPX pulse, long dated. Deep puts, SPX pulse, long dated. Deep puts, spider pulse, long dated. Deep calls, SPX pulse, long dated. Deep puts, spider pulse, long dated. Deep calls, Tesla pulse, long dated. Spider pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Spider pulse, long dated, deep calls. SPX pulse, long dated, deep puts. 0 DTE, call strip. NVIDIA pulse, long dated, deep calls. Micron pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Size, long dated, deep calls. 0 DTE, call side. 0 DTE, call side. Size, 0 DTE, call side. 0 DTE, call side. Size, 0 DTE, call side. 0 DTE, call side. 0 DTE, call side. 0 DTE, call side.
All right, S&P is still going.
0 DTE,
wow.
Call side. 0 DTE, call side.
Okay, AAOI. That is a new feature, Spot Gamma, new feature. Called Pulse Audio for big trades. Intraday. Yeah, that's big trades when they come across Pulse Audio on their Discord. Pulse feature from Spot Gamma. Discord, not, yeah, kind of killed that. Discord. Board. Okay, Netflix. All right, the markets are just like insane right now. I'm taking off some laggards and keep rolling. Keep rolling. Okay. If for some reason AAOI takes out 250, I'll just go ahead and take profits this time. This is getting a little crazy. AAOI is ripping here. Okay, AAOI is up 80 bucks. Cool. Okay, so markets are doing very well here. Okay, do I have to click on this again? Let's see. Okay, AAOI still going. Wow, jeez. Apple. All right, Apple leveling off. Okay, AAOI is still going straight up. It's going to be a 100-point day, it looks like today, Frano. AAOI. Microsoft turning back up. ABCD pattern, potentially. NVIDIA moving back to the highs. Netflix has been trending since about 11 o'clock. That low turned back up. Netflix, Amazon near the highs. I took Amazon off. Okay, Apple. AAOI. AAOI still going. Jeez. A crazy day. Plus 80. Plus 42. Plus 42. Where did I get that plus 80 from? Oh, that's the weekly. All right, I'm looking at the weekly. I was like, how did I get plus 80? Okay, that makes sense. All right, so the daily plus 40 and change. Okay, AAOI still going. AAOI had the roll up. S&P still going. ARM Holdings continues. Wow, ARM still going. Apple, Adobe, Apple, ARM. Boeing. All right, let's just look at Boeing. Boeing, BA, Boeing. Looks like it wants to break out, Boeing. It's a slow mover. Does manage $6 a day, almost $7 a day, Boeing. I've been sitting on these June calls, though. 250s. All right, so 250s, not too far out of the money. About $9 out of the money for that Boeing. Probably went too far out, but those were 50 deltas when I bought them. Let's see. Boeing, let me just check this out. I might want to take some profits, Boeing. Don't want to take too many things off.
Tesla Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Deep puts, Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse, long dated. Q's Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call side. 0 DTE, call side. Size, 0 DTE, call side. Size, 0 DTE, call side. 0 DTE, call side. Size, 0 DTE, call side. 0 DTE, call side. Size, 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Okay. Those are trades going off here. Audio alerts. I like it. I like it. That's Spot Gamma Pulse on its Discord channel. You have to be a member in order to participate there. Okay, 227. 227. What was that? A whole bunch of stuff's there. Q710 call. Pretty big size. Customer 3,900 contract. Oh, this is pretty cool. I'm just checking this out. So 227. Okay. All right. So AAOI has gone vertical. Literally. ARM. Okay. It sold some ARM going into this strength. ARM, I'll get back in on the next dip. Palantir. No such luck. Palantir just sitting down here. Intel. Buyers at right above the 21, the 9 EMA, sorry. Buyers just above the 9 EMA. Looks like Intel might want to go too. Intel, let's see. Any news on Intel? Let's go here. Intel, INTC. Any new vol/OI worth noting in today's trade? When you got to tell it, be specific. Wednesday, May 13, as of 2:30 p.m. today. All right, let's see. Major institutional position openings, the big block trade. July 120 straddle, strangle setup. Okay. Today's trade was a massive influx of institutional on the dip. Institutional, 52,000 contracts of the July 26 120 puts and 52,000 contracts of the July 2026 120 calls. So that was a straddle. Okay, all right. Maybe I'll take a little bit of Intel. Should I? I mean, I've been reducing my exposure. ARM's still going here. These chips are going. They're on fire today. They are on fire. What did we say? 120?
Spider Pulse, long dated. Google Pulse, long dated. Amazon Pulse, long dated. Amazon Pulse, long dated. Amazon Pulse, long dated. Amazon Pulse, long dated.
You hear that?
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
All these long dated.
Nvidia Pulse.
All these long dated positions are
0 DTE.
trading.
Size 0 DTE. Call side. Size 0 DTE. Call side. 0 DTE. Call side. Size 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
That's cool. I like that. All right, so it wakes you up. Yeah. Nokia. Let's see, Nokia. Amazon, Nokia. Nokia, big move today on Nokia. Okay, I have January calls, I believe. Let me just go check Nokia. Nokia. This is an unusual day. Definitely unusual day. I have the 13 call for January, so I'll keep adding to that for Nokia. Okay.
Look at the actual equity market earnings. So there's that old dictum, S&P is not GDP. That's kind of playing in. I mean, if we're thinking about tech performance, tech earnings, tech share prices, it's the rest of world tech that's on more of a tear than the US. So, and the rest of the world's a lot cheaper than the US. So the US exceptional.
0 DTE. Call side.
Not so much that the US has come back to the pack, but that others have come pulled up.
I want to go back to something that you alluded to just a couple of minutes ago, the price of oil and where we are in this cycle. Do you not think it's peaked?
Oh, probably.
You do think it has peaked?
Well, somewhere around here. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to know, right? I mean, this is Iran still been going on now, right?
Well, that's kind of the question that I'm getting at, is because if it does continue to go and infrastructure perhaps gets damaged or parts continue to get damaged, then I think there's a chance that at least many analysts say oil can be higher for longer.
Yeah, I guess there's two things I'd say there. One is that absolutely is the risk. The dollar would be higher and the risk would sell off. Because I think oil markets, risk markets in general think, oh, you know what, there's going to be a resolution soon. Therefore, we can kind of price things coming down. Then policymakers, the US administration, think, hey, the markets aren't stressed, we're in no rush. So they're kind of both relying on the other for things to come.
IWM Pulse. SMH Pulse. Call side. Size.
IWM. Let's take a look at IWM. IWM. Okay.
It's easy for us to kind of run the numbers on where
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Companies are pretty nimble. Companies kind of adjust. I mean, the younger pipeline that the Saudi side has gone from 500,000 barrels of oil a day to to 4, like as quick as you like. And US firms are using less energy. Chinese firms are using less. We saw this.
Okay, Microsoft turning up.
It's tight. It's uncomfortable.
Microsoft rising.
Yeah, exactly. Or India, or pick some of the emerging economies.
Zero DTE call sign. Zero DTE call sign.
True, and it's kind of confined. Like jet fuel is like the worst, heavily affected energy product and gasoline front line. But Netherlands, Dutch gas prices, the proxy for Europe, barely up.
Side.
Asia Pac,
Long dated.
prices not that
Deep
much. Thermal
calls.
coal not that much. So I was kind of confined to some segments and to some countries. Global PMI is fine. Equity markets are fine for a reason. Now, is everyone meant to be complacent? It's going to drag on, maybe. But it is striking that it's not already worse.
Listen, it's
Nokia. Okay, off the highs. Nokia.
give us a call, but it's like it is kind of odd.
Continuation. Okay, starting to see some profit taking in stocks like Apple, Microsoft. I would think Amazon's probably going to start to see some as well. Nvidia. It's been a hell of a day. Okay, AAOI, that continues. All right, well, a little bit of profit taking there. AAOI. Don't buy the high of the day, whatever you do. Feels like we're going to pull back in a little bit. Okay, GLW, what's that?
Google Pulse. Long dated.
GLW.
Google Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Google Pulse. Long dated.
GLW.
Deep calls.
Google.
Google Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
All right, Google, you can see they keep buying Google.
Long dated.
Well, Google's breaking out. Google new highs, new all-time highs. Okay, you can hear those audio alerts too.
Zero DTE call sign. Sign.
It's not as much of a tailwind as it was for the dollar in 2023, 2024. It's not really the headwind we might have thought a few months ago either.
SPX long dated.
It's much more where the flows go.
Google, long dated calls.
There's no good reason for the dollar to fall, but equally, I don't think there's no reason for it to rise unless the situation is worse.
I think we need to wrap, and I apologize if you're watching. I think we're going to go back to our Mike McKee right now because we're watching this vote. Tim, thank you. I know it was a little crazy today. Tim Baker, of course, head of FX Research, Americas and macro
long
strategist
dated.
over at Deutsche Bank. All right, looks like we've got the vote over to Mike McKee. He's up there in the Russell Rotunda. Mike.
Well, we have a new Fed chair, at least we will have as soon as he's sworn in. Kevin Warsh now has 51 votes for confirmation. The vote's still open. It's 51-40, so there are some Democrats and some Republicans who haven't voted. We know that John Fetterman, the Democrat from Pennsylvania, did vote in favor of Kevin Warsh. So it doesn't really matter how many he ends up with. He has 51. That's what he needs. So the question now becomes, when do they get the paperwork done and get him sworn in? Jay Powell is going to be the Fed chair until Friday midnight, and after that, anytime we can see Kevin Warsh put his hand on the Bible and take the oath.
And then Saturday morning, he gets the new office, Mike? Is that how it works?
I'm not sure if it works exactly like the British Prime Minister switch out, where you get up and you just walk out the door and the other people move in that day. But,
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Deep call. Zero DTE call sign. Sign.
Then become in charge of the renovation and all that stuff that's happening on?
Well, typically he would be in charge of the renovation, yes, although I think what you're getting at, of course, is what happens with the Justice Department, and they would blame Powell for anything that had happened before, because they'll say Bush comes into the middle of this. So we still don't know what's going to happen with that.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Deep call. AMD Pulse. Long dated. Oracle Pulse. Long dated. Deep call. Size. Long dated.
Okay, Oracle going deep size, deep in the money. Oracle.
So what role will Jay Powell take? I know he was asked a lot about this the last Fed meeting.
Zero DTE call sign. Start. Zero DTE call sign.
Would be scrutinized, and he would be held up against what Porsche is saying, and it would be sort of like a shadow chair, and he doesn't want to do that. So I suspect he'll come to the meetings, and he will offer his opinions and talk to the other governors behind the scenes, but we won't hear much from him.
Okay, Google looks like a little profit taking right now, actually, dollar. Okay, Keel, watching that one for a follow through. That was mentioned just now. Keel, Keel. Keel. Okay, Keel Infrastructure. They report on August the 10th. All right, let's see. What do they do? Keel. Keel Infrastructure is a North American digital infrastructure energy company. Okay, so a lot of these companies are getting on the bandwagon to provide electricity for these data centers. Keel develops and owns data centers and energy infrastructure for high performance computing workloads, including AI, with a pipeline of 2.2 gigawatts. Okay, there's a big trade with no. There's a big trade on Keel with no open interest. Zero open interest, 14,000 contracts just bought. Keel, I bought a few of these. August 750s. Keel, August 750 calls. Huge new ball OI position. Bullish. Power.
Logistical stuff. I mean, the vote was the big deal, and so on and so forth. But I think about you were so kind enough to remind us how many meetings Kevin
Zero
will
DTE
preside
call
over,
sign.
and you're talking about 5 meetings this year. Is the next big kind of interesting moment for him on June 17th when he does reside over the meeting? And how he can
Zero DTE.
Netflix just popped. Netflix just popped. I don't know what's going on there, but Netflix just popped up a little bit. Okay, Netflix popping up. Netflix. All right, the last couple of days, Netflix has been acting more bullish. Okay, here goes Netflix. Okay, Netflix. Okay, there goes Netflix. Netflix is going. Something going on with Netflix. Okay, that looks good.
So there are going to be things to look at. Also, June is the next summary of economic projections and dot plots, which Kevin Moore says he doesn't like. It might be too early to be able to change that, but we might get some comment from him. Some talk in the minutes of the meeting that they considered what the possibility of doing that is. So there's a lot on the plate.
Netflix, a little pop there. Okay, IONQ looks like it wants to get going. AAOI is going to be at AAOI. What a day, huh? Up 44 points.
Zero DTE call sign. Start.
That will bring down inflation. That's not happening right now. So the only argument that he's against publicly for doing that isn't relevant. So
okay.
He's going to have to work for a while to get the other people on board with the idea of cutting rates. Now, a lot of the open market committee members have said, if inflation starts to come back down, then we can cut rates, and mechanically, if inflation comes down, real rates rise.
AAOI, nice move here.
So you could see if we get a drop in inflation, a movement towards more rate cuts, but it's going to be a while.
Going to need to roll those again, or I'm just going to take profits this next time. Once we get up to 230, Andrew, we're already at 230. Wait a minute. Did I do it again? What am I in right now? Jeez, I have to go check AOI. This is nuts. Monitor. AOI.
He's Bloomberg Radio and TV Chief International Economics and Policy Correspondent there up on Capitol Hill.
Hey, let's come back here to New York City to the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Charlie,
240, 250. All right, so I'm in a 240, 250s.
absolutely right about that, Tim. Looking at records, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all pushing higher. However, on the S&P,
Moving too fast.
160 stocks are higher, 342 now lower, one unchanged. Dow Industrials down 0.2%, S&P up 0.7, NASDAQ up 1.4%. All of this with the VIX now below 18.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Zero DTE.
That aggravates some people, but
Zero DTE.
I think it's worthwhile.
West Texas Intermediate crude now below $101 a barrel, down by 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thanks so much. I do want to point out that a report from our Bloomberg Intelligence team that came out in March says a wave of new rare earth supply this decade will not be enough to meet rising global demand. Demand for key rare earth elements is expected to climb annually through 2030, fueled by growth in EV motors, consumer electronics, and military uses. But I think the other big story is that supply story. There are going to be lots of shortages.
Yeah, even as public and private rare earth producers track public funding, this is according to the team's analyst Jack Baxter, Richard Bork. We're going to get a read on the sector when USA Rare Earth reports after the close today.
All right, we're also going to get a read right now. With us is Lippy Sternheim. He is the CEO of the $536 million market cap company, Realloys. He joins us from Miami. Lippy, good to have you here. First up, just remind our world exactly what's your exposure and involvement in the world of rare earths? What's the production you are doing? Set the stage of where you are on this day, May 13th, 2026.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Realloys is a mine to magnet company. Building is
Man, this thing is gone. What's the news on AAOI anyway? AAOI. Okay.
So we're racing towards that deadline, making sure the firms that supply our men and women in uniform with everything they need can get there on time and meet the mandates.
All right, but what are you producing today? That's what I want to get to, because it's very difficult when you've got a country trying to dominate.
Wow.
80-90%.
It's more than likely going to be a longer term trade. I just don't want to roll up again because we slip a little bit every time we trade it. So 240, 250. Netflix turning back up.
We went a unique approach in our company, which was to leverage existing infrastructure. We have one company we bought in Ohio and one company we partnered with in Saskatchewan.
Micron pulse.
The company in Saskatchewan
Long
has
dated.
proceeds of provincial
Fuse
government
pulse.
funded the only
Long dated. Size. Long dated. Deep cores. Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep cores. Intel pulse. Long dated. Meta pulse. Long dated. SPX pulse. Long dated. Spider pulse. Long dated. Spider pulse. Long dated. Spider pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE. Call
for years is more realistic. So we're building at warp speed, I would call it, a blitz scaling. But we leverage on existing infrastructure. That facility will be finished and we'll start production later this year into next year and ramping up the following year. The Ohio facility that we built has been doing business with the government for decades in metallization and specialty metallizing, which is one of the more complicated processes in rare earth. Rare earth is not the mining, is not the big bottleneck in earth, it's the refining, processing, metallizing, and magnet making. And we're focused on existing infrastructure and just scaling it up. To your point, Carol, you cannot build, it doesn't happen in days. This is a long-term project for any of the companies involved, but we think we're doing it in a way that it could be exceptionally expedient to the finish line.
All right, we do want to just mention, we are talking, of course, with the Realloys CEO, but in the meantime, what has been top of mind as well is what's been going on the Senate floor in Washington, D.C. Kevin Warsh confirmed, the president's pick, Kevin Warsh, confirmed as Federal Reserve Chair in that Senate vote. So just confirming that indeed that vote has happened. and he is confirmed as the next Fed chair. We know from our own Mike McKee, there's some logistical stuff, some paperwork that needs to be filed. So there's a couple things, also divestiture in terms of his investment. So, but nonetheless, that vote, this hurdle, we've talked about it for a while. It's done.
Widely expected. That's why our Christina Kino jumping into our chat, noting from the MLive blog, noting no market reaction, widely expected. So certainly all of this priced in. I want to bring things back to Lippy Sternheim, Realloy's CEO, joining us this afternoon from Miami. Lippy, I want to talk about U.S. government involvement in these firms, including your own. We've talked to the Materials CEO, we've talked to other CEOs of these companies that are in the rare earths or rare magnet space about government involvement. To what extent are you receiving or have you received funding from the U.S. government?
We actually did not receive funding from the government yet. Our idea was to build a supply chain. This has to be a profitable business, as you know. The government is interested.
AAOI better than I imagined for today. Nice little move. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're coming into the last hour of the trading day, and what a day it's been, eh? Even Netflix is on the move. Even Netflix is moving. Holy smokes. Okay, Netflix is the second day that it's acted this way. Okay. Netflix, second day it's acted like this. So this feels like institutions. Does feel a lot different. If you've been trading it, you know what I'm talking about. Netflix. Ooh. Wow.
North American company in the metallization space. Some of the other companies you mentioned did buy companies that do metallizing in other parts of the world, or some of them currently send it to China, where most of the stuff is metallized, especially again, making the difference what I mentioned earlier. There's mostly focus on defense from our end. There's light rare earths, there's heavy rare earths. Light rare earths, Massachusetts will supply most of the light rare earths, or they're planning to. We're mostly focused on the market of defense, which without that, this country.
Okay, Apple fading a bit. All right.
That's the most the priority for the administration.
Can we get one more shot to the highs? Apple.
So we haven't received funding from the government, but we've built an entire supply chain. Amazing thing for a company to do in about 12 to 15 months that we've done it.
Intel pulling back a bit. All right. Intel didn't go for that one. Micron, let's see what Micron's doing. Micron's still rising. Longer dated calls being bought. Noted.
Which is one of the main sources of funding for these facilities in 200 million LOI, and we're working with them to make that a bit bigger and hopefully hear soon from them where it goes. But there are, as I said, there's a tremendous move by the administration to red credit. In every aspect of this, there's people to pull.
All right, Netflix looking good. Netflix. Netflix on the move. Netflix.
Please, if you can do it, what can we help you? How can we help you? And when can we help you? You mentioned the $200 million LOI letter of interest from Exim, Export-Import Bank of the United States. Exim.
You know, the big
187 up to 232.50 so far. 232.60. 187.50. Yesterday's close up to 50 points, 40 points, 45 points on AAOI today. Wow, that's a squirrely one. Frano, I'm glad you got me into that one. You can thank, by the way, Andrew, you can thank Frano for that one. I just tagged along. Nice.
Into the future, if you can't get access to these rare earth magnets, which everything revolves in. It used to be oil and OPEC. It's now OPEC has many countries, so there's checks and balances. Here you have China against everybody. So it's either you get along with them and they help you in the near term.
Okay, let's see what Morgan Stanley looks like. We're looking for Morgan Stanley to trigger. Okay, Morgan Stanley's about to go. Morgan's about to go right now. Morgan looks like it's going to go right now.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing I do want to ask you. As we get ready to wrap up, we're almost a year. You talked a little bit about policies and what the president's doing, and I think he's doing a good job. But we are almost a year into the Trump administration rolling out its policy to create a domestic supply chain for rare earths. Why do we still really have nothing to show for it? No new magnets,
At the high of the day, Morgan Stanley.
Geopolitical weapon, it's very sophisticated. You can't build something in an hour.
1 minute chart.
You just put up. You need all the components. Remember, you need the mine, you need the lights and the heavies, and there's very, very different differences between them. There's the processing. There's problems with processing. Just to throw out an anecdote, most rare earth has uranium and thorium, which are radioactive. Those Linus had announced the plans in Texas. They got the government grant a few years ago. It never went through. They dropped it this year. There's tremendous problems with EPA permitting. So these things are not so.
All right. Intel. Turn it back down. Intel. What should I put there instead of Intel? AAOI pulling back in a little bit.
Each step is very sophisticated, very complex. So to build that all out overnight is a possibility. Having said that, as I said, I believe we're ahead of most people. Definitely the heavies. We're the only ones focused on most.
All right. What's the RXT doing? Rackspace. RXT. RXT. Okay, RXT. Let's take a look at RXT. Rackspace. RXT. Okay, inside day a little bit. Bodies inside of yesterday's candle. Looking for that to follow through. RXT.
Just a quick correction. The Mountain Pass MP materials mine. Yeah, it's actually in the Nevada, California border, considered in California. But your point is that it's good now. Yeah, it's good now.
So it's just a reminder, like it's good to know like the history that we could have, would have, should have, kind of thing. Anyway,
What's Supermicro doing? I haven't looked at that in a while. Supermicro and TSSI. Okay, those are taking a break.
I'm so late. I know. I'm so late, but I'm gonna go. Anyway, well, it's a big move in the automakers today. The stock is up about 15% right now. Of course, this is Ford, ticker F. It was the biggest intraday advance since March 2020. On mostly bullish analyst commentary on the streets, Morgan Stanley had a joke this morning saying that the automakers' energy storage business.
All right, I don't know what I did. I swiped the wrong direction. It kicked me out of the stream there briefly. Okay, looks like profit taking. All right, so coming into the last hour of the trading day, I would be remiss if we didn't take something off the table. We've been doing that into strength. Okay, we didn't get the exact high of the day for Amazon or Google, but close enough for hand grenades and horseshoes. Supermicro, what's Dell doing? Dell off the high, or consolidating. At least these stocks are consolidating. They're not falling back to earth, Okay. Tesla. All right, Tesla. TSLA, Tesla. Okay. Do we follow through again tomorrow?
Right now, but part of a broader trade that we're seeing today of chip makers, opticals, photonics firms, of course, all of that trade. We don't have enough time. But yeah, the sector getting a boost. It's like really high tech stuff that goes into a lot of stuff. Yeah, but we don't have enough time to talk about it, right? Key, of course, to AI infrastructure, and then we're also getting a lift in chip names because Jensen Huang, of course, the NVIDIA CEO, is
Oracle. All right, so still an inside day on Oracle. Oracle, ORCL, Oracle. Okay, inside day on the daily. Okay, inside day. Looking, okay, we got buyers at the low yesterday, a little bit higher. We got buyers at the low again today. I think an Oracle is going to retest the highs that we put in last Thursday, it looks like, and maybe even that upper Bollinger Band. Okay, so Oracle looking good. That's a long-term trade, as you know. If you've been around for a while, Oracle, we're looking for that to be up in the 300s. Hopefully by the end of the year, if not sooner, Oracle. Longer dated calls for me, January. Let me just check, make sure I'm not missing something here. I got March. Okay, with Oracle, I got March next year, March 200, 210 calls. All right, so when I roll, what I'm going to do is Oracle, since I have March 200, 210s, and we're getting close to that level, what I'll do is I'll take profits and I'm going to buy probably something closer like January or November. The reasoning for taking the March was when we started to break the downtrend, I bought just just before that, and I want to give myself enough time. So we want to buy March 200, 210s back then. And now that it's on the move, I don't need so much time, so I can buy closer to the money or closer in time. So I don't have to go out to March. I can, at least take January or December or even November. Should be pretty safe there. Okay, there goes Oracle. Okay, Oracle going as we speak. Oracle looks good. Hope you had a good day today. I certainly did. It's like very unusual day. Very unusual. Got day 2 of unusual option volume or unusual volume on Netflix as well. Day 2. Okay, day 2. 2 days in a row, we've had some unusual volume coming off the low. I don't know if it's short covering. We won't know unless this stalls and rolls over. If it stalls and roll over, it's probably just shorts that have taken positions off. And probably some people that have bought the low. It's noteworthy, though, volume. Okay, everything is starting to fade a little bit more. Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Tesla, IONQ, AAOI, Meta, Google, Amazon, Intel, Oracle still driving higher, Micron still driving higher, buyers at the low of the day. Amazon, taking a break. ARM Holdings taking a break from the highs, so I might get back into some ARM if it drops enough. Oh boy, what a day. What a day. Okay, I bought some Morgan Stanley, by the way. Bought some Morgan Stanley. Okay, let's look at Morgan Stanley. Might buy some more. Might buy some more if it dips a little bit, but that squeeze looks like it's about ready to go. You see that? See that squeeze on Morgan Stanley? We're just about to take out the high. So I bought some Morgan Stanley. Let me tell you what I got here. I posted it in the room. Morgan Stanley. Goldman Sachs looked good too, so I didn't take Goldman, but I like what I saw on Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. 195.200 for June. 195 is just out of the money right now. We're at the money basically. 195.200. Okay. Looking for the squeeze to explode and for the banks to rotate back in. Okay, Morgan Stanley looks like it wants to go right here. Morgan Stanley's starting to go. Okay, let's see, Morgan Stanley. What you gonna do when they come for you? I got this thing. I like to watch these police chase videos, especially the ones cops from Arkansas or Florida or Arkansas, Florida, and Georgia, even some South Carolina. But these southern states, man, they don't mess around, especially Arkansas. What's Vinny talking about? The markets are just showing some profit taking, so I'm just kind of taking it easy right now. Just happened to popped into my head. The last couple of days I've been watching some of these police chase videos. Why do people run from the police? 99% of them are not going to get away. They call ahead. They got radios. They got helicopters. You're not going to get away. But it's funny to watch. Criminals, all right, so it looks like Morgan Stanley wants to go here. Morgan Stanley ready to go? Again? Okay. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley ready? Okay, looking good. Let's do this. Morgan Stanley. $195, 200 call spreads. 190, 200 call spreads. 195, 200. Oh boy, excuse me for yawning in your ear. Okay, so stellar day, a lot of profit taking starting to come in now. We're starting to see more profit taking. I don't know if Morgan's going to go right this second. Probably some profit taking. And even more powerful Q4 over Q4 2026 earnings growth. I think if you look at just what the expectations were, even on April 1st versus what we ended up getting or where we're blending at right now, almost double from 13% to over 21%. I think that's a meaningful upside surprise. And then it's not just about earnings, it's actually seeing that in the margins number going up. Yes, led by tech and AI. It's also seeing... Okay, you're boring. I got rid of you. You're boring. I can't take the boring ones. People just talking. They just keep talking, They come on to Bloomberg or CNBC just for filler, it looks like. Fill in some time. They ask a question. What's your opinion? Who cares about opinions? Nobody cares about opinions. Tell me what the price action is telling you. What does Gamma say? Gamma. Okay, let's take a look at Gamma into the last hour. Okay, you can see the buying algo market maker dealers. That's turned down, so it's probably not going anywhere else for the rest of the day. If you recall what this looked like earlier, okay, what it looked like earlier, we had a lot more red at the end over here. Okay, so you can see a lot of that trade got taken out. Okay, so if you look over here, what was there before, let's just zoom back. Okay, back here before lunch, you can see there was a lot more volatility being priced in the market around 12 o'clock, 12:30. That red right there, price was right there. As we proceeded into the next hour, we just kept going. Okay, watch the bars on the left too, and the red going away. See, they're taking those trades off. Okay, taking profits. All right, so you hit the high right here at this resistance level. Time to start fading it. Fade the move. No, it didn't happen. So it just kept going, pushed through it. And now we're probably going to start to turn back down. We'll see. S&P is holding the highs. That's a good sign. S&P holding the highs. Oh, boy. I'm exhausted. Slept good last night, too. So, Warsh, did he get voted in? There's supposed to be a vote in the Senate to confirm Warsh. I think he needed 53 or 51, whatever it was for Warsh. He'll take over in June, mid-June, somewhere around there. Okay, looks like the S&P wants to go again. This is crazy. Crazy price action. Okay. Okay. All right, so it looks like it's going to pin. Looks like Brent's idea to pin right there makes sense. Micron turning back up. Micron turning back up. Micron turning up. Higher lows. Micron going a bit more into the last hour.
We're not tracking that right now. That could change, but it feels like the president simply wanted Jensen on the trip, called him up and asked him to go, and he went. And I think.
Oh, okay, bit F. Okay, Keel. There was still a big trade there. There was a big trade there.
Meeting that we saw back in October. Now we've got the Iran war on top of that, complicating matters quite a bit. The New York Times just dropped a story a few minutes ago, which folks can read themselves, but which says that U.S. intelligence has evidence that Chinese companies have been talking among themselves about weapons exports to Iran, maybe through third-party countries. That's a concern for the U.S. That the Chinese industry and the might of the Chinese industry might be getting into this war. They want to keep that from happening. That might be something we see the president pressing Xi Jinping on in their meetings tomorrow. It all starts with a greeting tomorrow. We'll see a bilateral session. We'll also see a state dinner and some other events associated with Chinese history throughout the day tomorrow. So a lot of opportunities for the president to continue to press that case. But it just shows how much the Iran war overlay here is really going to complicate the negotiations on trade, Scott.
All right, we'll look forward to all of that. Eamon, thank you very much. It's Eamon Javers in Beijing, as you see. Let's get to our panel now. Treasury partners Richard Saperstein and JP Morgan's Abigail Yoder. It's good to have you both with us. So what's your take for somebody who's been making the case repeatedly to just keep leaning into the mega caps? Anything changed?
No, we've had three themes for a long time. Number one, look past the fog of the news, whether it's Liberation Day tariffs or the Middle East crisis. Number two, stay fully invested. Don't try to time the market. Number three, overweight large cap tech, in spite of the concerns about the large capex deployment. We've held to that conviction. The $800 billion they're spending this year, the $1.1 trillion they're going to spend next year, it's all reinvested for future growth. I don't feel like that differs that much from what your current view is, does it?
No, not really. I mean, I think when you look, and this earnings season has been spectacular. I know that we have some very large names on deck next week, but I mean, tech is growing earnings 50%.
50%, like
it's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
Even if you X out these one-time gains that a lot of these companies had, I mean, now the overall S&P 500 is growing 20% this quarter. This is the sixth consecutive quarter of double-digit earnings growth. The only other time that we've seen that is coming out of a recession, coming out of the global financial crisis, right? So this really is a step function change in terms of the earnings profile of the S&P 500. And again, we're at all-time highs, but we are not at all-time high valuation.
Is that why this is not a bubble? Is that how you would answer that question?
I would answer that yes, because you're also starting to really see businesses of these companies, right? Like you're starting to see a sequential change, like backlogs basically.
Okay, turning back up.
Sequentially.
Highly unusual day. I can't say enough about when you see highly unusual anything, you need to pay attention. My take is that we need to be continuing to reduce our exposure instead of having 50 calls. I know a couple of you have upwards of 200 calls on a couple of positions. You know who you are. I'm reducing my exposure into strength. Do we keep going? Great, but I don't think we're just going to go to the moon. So I will stay with. I'll stay in the markets with some exposure. I'm just pushing things out in time, taking a little bit more lotto type of trades, starting positions on things like Morgan Stanley that are showing signs of a potential breakout. Morgan Stanley. Okay, if you look at Morgan Stanley, Okay, look at the daily. Okay, big squeeze here. RSI rising. Okay, RSI is not at or above 70 yet, so that means that we could see some more strength. Could see some. What do you call it? Some. Could see some RSI muscle, like over here, where prices just kept accelerating higher. All right, we have yet to break out. The rule of thumb is if it takes out 194.83, as it presses out of the squeeze, that's a trigger. Okay, the other names in the group, let's look at XLF. Okay, so Goldman Sachs looks good. JP Morgan, it's okay. Wells Fargo, dog. PNC, it's okay, but looking more like a dog lately. So Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley look best of breed right now. What about Citigroup? That's looking a little better. Bank of America and another dog. What else? Some of the OZK, the regionals, let's say KRE. Okay, these got work to do. So those two, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, are showing relative strength. We'll see what happens with that. Also, the private credit companies like Owl, Blue Owl, Apollo, watching these. KKR, there might be a trade here. Apollo looks better. Blue Owl. Okay, Visa, MasterCard. These credit card companies are okay. Capital One Finance, no. SYF, Synchrony Financial, for TJ Maxx, Home Goods, and those companies. What are HD? All right, so we're at the lows here for Home Depot and Lowe's. We're at the lows, and we're heading into hurricane season. I have to believe this is going to be a buy soon. Would I buy it right now? No. Would I have it on a short list? Yes, because if this starts to break back to the upside, this is the time of year where this starts to work. All right, what are the generators doing? Caterpillar, Cummins, Generac especially for hurricane season, and Baker Hughes, BKR, that pulled back recently. Okay, that's starting to get something going here. Baker Hughes. Okay, I had a sell signal on Baker. I took it off, right? Yeah. I had a sell order, I should say, not signal, sell order. Okay, look for that to turn back up. I'll take some Baker Hughes off when it gets back to 70. Boeing. Looks like NVIDIA wants to pop end of day, so does Meta. Microsoft also turning back up. Morgan Stanley looks like it wants to go. It's only two of the banks that actually look worth investing in. Morgan Stanley is one, and Goldman Sachs, which looks a little better. There goes the S&P back to the highs. Oh my gosh. Bitcoin, big move back down to the 21-day. Need a bounce, need risk on Bitcoin. We need junk bonds to continue moving higher into tomorrow. We've had a big day today, so I don't know how much more we can get out of this. It's Wednesday, May the 13th. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, maybe a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Pharmaceuticals, where a company like Lilly or some other names that are growing 20% a year growers are very important. Finally, municipal bonds for investors where the return on capital is more important than the return on capital. Right now, it's still 4.5% tax free, and none of this stuff with inflation bothers you at all, either on the muni side or the financial call side of this. It's a function of the war, okay? And it will likely be transitory, not all of it. Well, it'll diminish. Yields for 4.5% tax-free. When rates for 4.25%, 4.30. Well, rates have gone up to, let's call it 4.50, and the muni rates have gone down, actually. So the ratio between the two has actually changed and gotten lower. So munis are getting more valuable, even in spite of rates going higher slightly. Lastly, now that we know, Kevin Warsh has been confirmed by the Senate is going to be the next Fed chair, what are your expectations? Do they factor in any way to your outlook for the market?
I mean, we don't have a cut in 2026 anymore. We took that out. The market's pricing in like 10 bips.
Yeah, you didn't replace it with a hike, did you?
No, we did not. We are not there. I don't think it changes the narrative. He's one person on a committee, and I think they're going to be very much watching what's happening with the labor market as they have been. And it remains kind of weak at the margin. So I think that's something that they're going to be focused on.
All right. Well, we'll watch it. I really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you both. Happy and rich. We'll see you soon. Let's send it now to Mackenzie Sagalos for a look at the biggest names moving into this close today. Hi there.
Hey, Scott. So Ford shares soaring more than 15%. Despite no clear catalyst behind the move, we are seeing some bullish action in the options market with notable call buying and June strikes. The stock is the S&P's top performer today. Akamai shares are climbing about 9% after Bank of America upgraded the cyber and cloud computing stock to buy from hold. The firm said the company has successfully shifted from a legacy delivery network to a credible AI infrastructure platform. BofA also hiking their price target on the stock to $175 from $130. And next, Power shares are higher by about 13% after the solar tech stock posted better than expected earnings and raised its guidance. The company also announcing an $81 million acquisition of 2 power businesses. Scott?
All right, Mac, thank you. Mackenzie Sagalos. We're just getting started on the bell. Coming up next, the countdown to the biggest IPO of the year thus far. Yes, there are some other names looming. We'll tell you about the key numbers to watch when chip maker Cerebras prices after the bell tonight. Plus, we have more on Baba's big move in today's session. Deirdre Bose tracking that for us live at the New York Stock Exchange. We're back right after this.
FRMI.
TDIC.
TDIC. FRMI.
TDIC. ADHL. TDIC. QUC1. QUC1. ADHL. TDIC.
Okay. Morgan Stanley starting to climb.
All right, we're back on the bell following two big stock stories. One, the pricing of the biggest chip IPO since ARM. Christina is back following that money for us. What can you tell us?
Hello, our audience should follow the ticker CBRS on the NASDAQ. A source familiar with the deal actually tells me this afternoon the IPO is going to be valued at roughly
Cisco tonight.
$60 billion right now, at least $150 to $160 a share, more than double its private valuation from just 3 months ago.
Cisco.
Is built entirely
They're looking at 7%. Cisco.
models respond to users in real time. The company makes a chip with memory built directly onto its silicon, so it's a little bit larger than other chips, but eliminates, according to the company, the bottleneck that slows down GPU systems. It sells the chip, the full computing system, and it runs its own cloud. So it's not just a chip firm. OpenAI did sign a $20 billion compute deal back in January. AWS has a binding term sheet, though the details aren't worked out. Demand for the IPO is more than 20 times oversubscribed, but of course there are risks. 86% of last year's revenue came from 2 customers in the UAE. Margins are in the low 40s, and the competition is coming. NVIDIA CEO spent roughly $20 billion to acquire the IP from Rock that specializes in fast inference, the same market Cerebras is targeting. That technology is being built into NVIDIA's next generation Vera Rubin chips. Cerebras will definitely need to prove it can stay ahead of that. Updated pricing, though, Scott, is expected in the next hour and a half or so.
Well, we'll look for more reporting then. Christina, thanks so much. That's Christina Partsinevelos. By the way, early Cerebras
Cisco. Do I? Okay, very expensive call side.
Tomorrow he'll be on set, which we're very excited about. 12 noon as we watch for that stock to open its trade. Nice move as well today from Alibaba following earnings. Deirdre Bosa with that story.
Cisco 92 percentile.
Alibaba is making essentially the same trade every hyperscaler on Earth is making right now. That is torch near-term profits, support everything into AI infrastructure, and trust that demand shows up on the other side. So Alibaba said it will surpass the $56 billion in CapEx this year. And last quarter, adjusted profitability basically went to zero. CEO Eddie Wu telling investors that AI-related product revenue will cross half the cloud business within a year. Now, the setup exactly that Microsoft, Google, and Amazon are selling over here. What may actually be helping the stock surge today, Scott, is the Trump-Xi backdrop. Reports of progress on lowering U.S.-China tariffs ahead of that summit. Baba up 8%, but you've also got Baidu and JD.com getting a lift, which tells you where we are in the cycle, Scott. AI CapEx story alone is not enough for investors. Similar again to how they're judging the American players. They want CapEx plus monetization. Same for Chinese companies.
Everybody does. Indeed, thanks, Deirdre Bosa. Still ahead, top private wealth advisor Sherry Paul. She'll be here post 9. Tell us about the key parts of the market beyond technology she's betting on right now. We're back after this break.
QUC1.
Okay. Looks like people are selling the 110, 115s, and 120s. Let's go 115, 120. I'm just looking at Iron Condor. 110, 115. No, 115, 120. 115, 120.
QUC1.
120. $115, $120. And then put side below the 50-day. 84. What's the 84 going for? 84 is a 2 delta. 10 delta would be 90. You think it drops down to 90? I don't. 90. Sell a 90 put, buy a 90, 85. Sell a 90 put, buy 85. 90.85. Go out 1 week. Let's see if I get one more week out of it and see how that goes. $1.09. $1.09. 500.
ADHL.
85.90. 90.85. Let's see if I can get a fill on that.
TDIC may resume in less than a minute.
115, 120. 90. 85.
ADHL.
Let's see how much volume we have here. 110s. About 5,000, 6,000 of those trading today. The 110, 115s. So I'm trying to sell the 110, buy the 115 call. And I'm selling a put and buying a put. 90.85. 90. Selling the 90, buying the 85 of the 22 May, which is a week out. Give myself a little bit more time. Any takers there? Dollar sell. 115, 120. Okay, I'm trying to get the fill on this Iron Condor.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, CNBC
$1.10. Cisco 7% implied. Selling 10% out of the money. Iron Condors.
The office right next door to him. Never really thought about what this could be in terms of connecting the globe, and yet today it's the foundation under which commerce and the economy was built. That is really the origin story of AT&T. Maybe a small idea
110,
started,
15 call.
incredibly big.
Buy 90, 85 put for $1.10.
Analog communications with voice, the advent of using radio frequency technology. You think about what has happened with fiber optic capabilities. All those innovations came somewhere out of AT&T. Time after time, AT&T
Netflix turning up.
when people in the United States have needed it, whether it was allowing a president to talk to people on the moon. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. AT&T put the first communication satellite in space.
Okay, we're just below the high of the day, S&P. Having a pretty good day of it. Junk bonds are okay. The one thing that's troublesome is the 10-year yield is up quite a bit. 10-year yield is up. So we want to pay attention to the 10-year yield because higher is not good for the Qs, big tech, or small caps, IWM. Okay, so we don't want the 10-year to continue to move here. And we definitely don't want commodities to keep rising. We want commodities to roll over. Okay, Amazon back to the highs. Just above 270. Amazon continues higher. Back to the high of the day. Mm-hmm.
TDIC. QUC1.
Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Lion eyes. All right, Apple's off the highs. Netflix had a big surge on Tuesday into today, another surge today. So that appears to be doing something. Still hadn't taken out yesterday's high or the 9 EMA. Maybe tomorrow. Okay. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
FCRS. WS.
FCRS. WS.
TDIC.
AUR. QUCY.
QUC1. FCRS. WS.
Oh boy. Mm-hmm. ARM holdings. Turning back up. ARM. Okay, I did get out. I'm not going to get back in here. It's too shallow. Still at the highs.
VESS.
Stocks at record highs, despite the fact that under the surface things aren't that rosy. Hasn't seemed to matter. As long as tech continues to carry the load for this market. For more, let's welcome in Sherry Paul, top advisor with Morgan Stanley Private Wealth. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Kind of how it is, right? I mean, tech's the whole game, or almost.
Yeah, at least after the last 2 weeks. I mean, that was quite a reversal for tech not being the best performing sector, and now, almost doubling in the last few weeks.
We teased this segment.
All right, Netflix still. It faded earlier on yesterday's session. This time it's holding up fairly well. It still hasn't gotten back above 90. Now it's starting to fade a little bit more. IONQ turning back up. AAOI having a splendid day, up more than 40 points on the day. Currently up 40. Plus 80 for the week.
Because it believes exactly what you're saying.
I think so. I mean, these are like political head fakes, policy volatility that sort of transcend the thematics. That's why it's hard to time the thematics. So you've got to make a commitment to tech and the thematics within tech. I think that continue to be really enduring over the next few years.
So make the case then. And why is that reason going to change?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked because, first of all, those are pretty cheap areas in the market. They play a good dividend. We want to be adding income to portfolios while we're waiting for transitions to occur within the sectors. Really, we've got a couple things weighing on financials, really around rates and M&A activity that we would expect to kind of pick up in the second half of the year. I really wouldn't expect, though, that I think off the table are rate cuts. As we're importing inflation, I think the market's not digesting that. So
You think they're off the table?
they feel very off the table. I mean, I think at this point, it would be a hard thing to see a rate cut at this point.
People's position is forget it. I mean, I know the hike word is entered the equation too, but I don't think people are taking that really seriously.
No, and this is why you just can't trade rates. I mean, I've been advising clients for years to not trade the rate market, and even the last time I was on the show and that we had an intra-year decline, we were down 8%. That these reverse rate policy is, is not something that's going to be beneficial when we have these strong thematics that people can lean into.
Cisco Kid was a friend of mine. Wow, 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 wow. Cisco Kid was a friend of mine.
And eventually it may not, but that horizon feels like it's far.
Well, it's like right around the corner, but I think people are feeling like it's a mirage. You asked about healthcare earlier, which I think just has sort of an 800-pound policy gorilla on it right now. It is, and the worst performers ultimately can become the best performers. I think that's about margin and policy and GLPs and weight loss drugs and pills versus shots sort of thematics. And don't forget, healthcare kind of behaves like a tech stock. All of a sudden, the approvals come through and the stocks spike. In the meantime, we get good dividends. But I will say, though, what you said earlier is that we're already looking at 2027. Like, from where I sit as a portfolio manager, this year's we should be looking at what do we think is going to happen the second half of next year.
Second half of next year. So you're looking a full year ahead.
I'm looking a full year ahead.
What do you see?
Well, I see the lemon getting squeezed out of productivity enhancement and
Okay, they don't want to sell these. They don't want to sell this position, so I'm going to go ahead and cancel it.
Any company that's not doing that right
It's not filling. All right, so Cisco, I'm not gonna take it. Cancel the order. Not getting a fill.
taking all of that on so they can see where they sit are going to be disadvantaged, because I think that next year we should start to see that AI actually becomes deflationary. That if you want to pick up market share, that you're going to have to go back to the table and start changing your pricing structure to steal business from your competitors. And the setup for that is now. And companies that aren't setting up for that are going to be disadvantaged and behind.
But don't you think that this productivity ramp is going to last for a matter of years? When you say that the juice,
it's been 7 weeks, dude.
The gains from productivity are eventually going to all be squeezed out.
No, I'm saying that companies that haven't really started squeezing that lemon are way behind right now. So the companies that have, and they've invested heavily in tech and innovation, productivity, and this is the case for industrials too, going back to your earlier question.
Crazy.
Are going to be left behind in the next phase of this, which is going to be
7 weeks. I mean, that's insane. The move that we've seen. What if I take? What would a straddle be like? It's only 7% move. Cisco. What about a straddle? Cisco. Let me go, instead of going out, let me go to May 15th. Let me do a straddle. See what a straddle costs me. Oh, that's gonna be about $8. That's gonna be about $10. Buy. Buy a straddle. 102, $9. Do I want to do it? Nah, I'll pass on Cisco. I like Cisco, but I'm not gonna trade it. All right, I've had too good of the past 6 weeks plus 3 days have been stellar. I've been taking profits off. I'm not losing any sleep by doing it. Not losing any sleep. I take a few things here and there. I rolled up AAOI to 340 or 240, 250. Scalped some Apple earlier, thanks to David. Scalped some Amazon, or day traded some Amazon today. Nvidia, day traded some of that. Took some Meta off. I had a little swing. All right, Meta's okay. Yeah.
A shoemaker getting stopped on, Scott, after earnings, and a top website developer is seeing its shares crash. Names to watch.
Okay, Cisco's still going. I know Cisco's probably going to beat. What do you think? Cisco probably beats, right, with the data centers and everything? I think it probably beats. Data center. QFin. That's fintech, right? QFin. Thank you, Grover. QFin. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I like it. In the money. What are the in the money calls going for? QFin. I might do that. I might do it. QFin. I might take it with you. Okay, I'll go out. When is their earnings date? When is earnings? QFin. QFIN. When at least have, okay, May 26th. That's next week. Okay, so I'll go out a week. Well, no, you got June's. Okay, June. Maybe it gets going. All right, so somebody bought a bunch of August. June doesn't have a lot of open interest there, Grover. You have to go out to August. There's 1,700 contracts at 15. Probably cheap enough to just buy shares, right? There's no open interest. Very little open interest. August 15. Okay. $1.30 each. Those are the ones. Okay, so you must have been the 10 that took. You must be the 10 that took the 5th. You said 15s. He said yes, 15s. Okay, the 15s. There's 10 of those. Okay, that looks good. I'll give it some thought. Maybe I'll do something here. Okay. Futures still grinding up against the high. Let's go take a look at hedge flow. Hedge flow. Cisco kid was a friend of mine. Wow, 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 wow. Do, 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 do,
Less than 15 to the bell. Let's get back down to McKenzie.
Wow, 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 wow.
At the stock she's watching. Hi.
Hey, so Birkenstock shares sliding about 13% after the shoemaker reported worse than expected earnings. And
Netflix fading some more.
Saying that the war in the Middle East weighed on growth in the region and across Europe and Africa. Shares pacing for their second worst day on record. Wix shares are plunging more than 25% after the web development platform posted a big earnings miss for Q1. The company blaming investments in its app building.
QFin moves about 60 cents a day, it looks like. 50 cents a day, so 50 cents. Plan that in your trade. It moves about 50 cents a day. So by the end of the week, maybe we see 15, Thursday, Friday. Best case scenario, you see 14.75, 14.80, and 90. Let me look out Cisco, maybe a little bit further out in time. Maybe there's something they're doing there. June, Cisco, a lot more trades out in June. Okay, 17 Delta is $1.20. Sell in our Condor. Maybe it's because it was weeklies. 120, 125 call. Put side 90. Put side 90.85 is what we had before. 90.85. 90.85. 85. $1.17. All right, I'll try that. I'll try it out in try it out in June. Okay, so that is let's see, just want to check this. 90 is a 17 delta. Okay, I'll try it. 120 probably fills this time. 120 is a 18 delta. Cisco, no, it's not filling. Not filling. All right, let me try 125. 125. Nope, not going to fill. They're dropping it down to 120 now. All right, I'll keep it at 125. If I get filled, fine. I'm trying the 120, 125 call for June. I'm going to sell the 120, buy the 125 higher. I'm going to sell the 90 put, buy the 85 put for $1.25 each. Condor. What time do we got? Oh, we got 9 minutes to go. Maybe it fills. Okay, they're dropping the offer, the bid to 120, 125. It's all over the place here. Okay, so Cisco has earnings. It's trading at the highs. Cisco, I'll take a look at QFIN tomorrow. I already have CWeb, Grover, so I already got one position in China. This one moves a little bit more, $1.28 per day. CWeb, I already bought CWeb. Bought CWeb earlier. Buford. All right, somebody bull risk reversal today. Somebody bought 3,000 September 2027, 880 calls and sold the 555 puts, net debit $5. Okay, we got 7 minutes 15 to go. 7 minutes 15 to go.
I mean, same sort of louder, just in terms of the relatively narrow leadership, at least in terms of what is contributing most of the upside to the S&P 500. 7,500, not that far above where we are right now. That was sort of one of those upside objectives a lot of the bulls were looking at once we did kind of pull away from the March 30th lows. A 20% move off the intraday low from March 30th would be like 75.50. So you're starting to get obviously a little bit stretched in the short term. Over the course of the day, breadth actually got a little bit better. So even though it's rough and there's more new lows than you'd like to see with the index making a new high, it seemed like it moderated, but I can't escape
Cisco Kid. What's up, Goose? You looking for some food? Oh, baby, you looking for food? You're my favorite kitty cat. Don't tell your sister, okay? You look sleepy. You look so sleepy. The cat is the same. The cat is the same markings as the part of my garden has Riverstone in it. She's the same color. So when she hides in the Riverstone, you can't even see her unless she moves. Pretty funny.
It feels like it doesn't allow for the clearance narratively for the rest of the market to do much.
What do you and Mel have coming up in about 6 minutes?
Well, we are going to certainly dig into Cisco, which of course has been rediscovered again as an AI play to some degree, as well as talk to a honcho in fixed income.
All right, Cisco, I filled at $1.20. Cisco filled at $1.20.
Scott, it's a China story
in disguise. The transport we're watching is Ford, as it's turning out to be the surprising American winner of the day, as China stocks have just kept rallying throughout the session. A Morgan Stanley analyst this morning said the company's licensing deal with Chinese energy storage giant CATL could be a major catalyst for Ford's new energy business and a model for U.S.-China partnerships. Stock's up 15%, on pace for its best day since 2020, and traders are all over it. Options volume is 10 times the daily average, and more than 5 times more calls are trading than puts, and twice as many calls bought than sold. One trader I saw spent $250,000 buying 7,000 of the
Okay, Cisco filled $1.20.
expiring in mid-January. A bet the Ford will add 25% over the next 6 months. Keep your eyes on this one. It's a $14 stock, which means options are nominally cheap, and we know retail traders have been loving the theme of refreshing American classics.
All right, Oliver, thank you. Appreciate that. Oliver Rennick. Now to Diana Olick on the home builders. Rising rates, a nemesis of this space. How many times are we going to say that, Donnie?
I think a lot more times, Scott. Look, builder stocks are reacting to climbing mortgage rates. The home building ETF ITB, which is a mix of home builders and building products manufacturers, is down about 1.5% on the day. And shares of the big three builders, D.R. Horton, Lennar, and Pulte, are all also down on the day. An exceptionally high.
All right, so Delta-wise, Delta's
already been surging higher earlier this week on news of more trouble in negotiations over the war with
Deltas, let's see, we got 17 Deltas, 17 and 18 Deltas, all right.
now 15 basis points higher than it was last Friday and is sitting at the highest level since March when falling rates reversed course due to the start of the war. Scott?
All right, Diana, thank you very much. Diana Olick. Now to Christina once again as we wait for Cisco after the bell. What should we look for?
Well, first of all, Cisco shares are trading above $100 for the first time ever. But remember, the stock actually fell 12% the day after earnings last quarter on rising memory costs really eating into margins. So the bar is high. 3 things to watch. First, AI orders. Cisco has been building momentum, going from essentially zero share in AI back-end switching to winning business at the server layer with customers like Meta. Second, margins. Memory prices have surged. The cloud mix is shifting. And while Cisco has pushed
I'm sorry, 17 Delta. 17 Delta puts, 18, okay, 18 Delta calls, and 17 Delta puts. 17 Delta puts. Yep.
Christina, thanks. We'll see you. Christina, got Vance Howard next to me as we've got less than 3 minutes to go before close up. What are your thoughts as you watch this market, for the most part, go straight up? We're going to have record closes again for S&P and NASDAQ today.
Well, our call, Scott, was around 7,700, 7,800 on the S&P. It looks like we're going to get there by mid-summer or maybe next week.
Go back to the calculator.
Go back to the calculator, exactly right. But the point being is, this is if you're trading technicals, that's what you need to be trading now.
Okay, let me zoom out a little bit here. Okay, let me go here. Okay, Morgan Stanley just dropped back in. All right, so being a pain. So you can see when the market makers, they run it up, they have people looking at this TTM squeeze breakout, and market makers run it up and they sell their position into strength. You can clearly see it when it drops off like that. Okay, so Cisco. Okay, Cisco. Okay, so let me just mark this on the chart. Okay, so I got the 120, 125, 120.
I'm not saying it's coming anytime soon, but you need to be walking behind your stops on technicals, on the different technical analysis. Like we were buying puts about a week ago just to hedge our bets.
120, 120, and what was the other? 90? 90, 85? 90.
Well, what else now, sort of at the expense of tech, looks attractive to you?
I love the Mag 7. You can't hardly not like the Mag 7. And by the way, I've nicknamed them the 7 Kings of 7 Nations because that's what they are. They're so big, they're so powerful, they have so much capital.
Who is this guy? He sounds like he's from Alabama or something.
So they're going to gain. I think the Mag 7 is going to be a great place for any investor to invest.
So what I know, but elsewhere, what's attractive now? If you this is eventually going to break and you want to get ahead of it.
121.25. Okay, that's the close. Ding, ding, ding. Anybody heard from Steven? Is he doing okay? Dr. Frank. I know Frank was taking it easy, trying to get better. All right, that's it. Oh, there he is. There he is. I see him typing. All right, folks. Cisco. Okay, Cisco. Cisco Kid was a friend of mine. Wow, 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 wow. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, it's been a great 7 weeks. I don't want to jinx it by saying anything. We're so far out of the money. I don't see how a 17 Delta call would ever, or an 18 Delta call would ever get hit. An 18 Delta call is 120 for June. That's crazy. We got 90.85 on the put side. Oh, Lord.
SPX. WOK. AEHL. YMAT.
YMAT.
TDIC. SLXN. OMER.
STAA.
You're crazy. You're crazy, Mondo.
AEHL. YMAT.
All right, I'm out of here. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Yeah.
STAA. AEHL. TDIC. YMAT.
All right, I'm out of here. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.